McClunky.
Welcome to McClunky Gaming's coverage of the Red Seal Gaming Planetary Qualifier. I'm TowerNumberNine, and I am joined here by Wooooo, the winner of the Minneapolis Regional Qualifier event. Wooooo, how are you doing today?
Doing good. Thanks for having me.
What do you think? What do you think, Wooooo? Are we gonna see? Are we gonna see a bunch of people copying your winning Kira deck today?
I I don't know if it'll be a bunch, but there'll probably be some Kiras. Hopefully, we'll see some Agent Callus.
Yeah, Agent Callus. That was an exciting card to see. You know, not one that has. I remember when that was first seen a lot of play, when like stuff was previewed early on in the game's lifespan, and people were, you know, messing around with the cards that FFG had shown us. And if I recall correctly, Agent Callus got a lot less popular once Bosk came out, but he's not a joke.
Yeah, I you know, ambush is just a good keyword.
Yep. Ambush is a good thing to have on your cards in this game, it turns out.
So what do we got going on here?
Looks like we're gonna have our first matchup here. And yeah, what is the leader on the left there?
That's Mace Windu.
Mace Windu. So is that gonna be a Mace Windu? Is that gonna be a Mace Windu 30 HP red versus a Han 1 Data Vault? I believe that's what we got. All right, this is not a matchup you see every day. I think Mace Windu is an interesting leader, but not one that's made a huge splash competitively. But I'm curious, this maybe this player will have had it all figured out. What's your sense of Mace, Woo?
I usually poo-poo the 7 cost leaders a little bit. I think it's been really hard for them to break through recently with how fast games can go and how much tempo you lose by having to wait so long in the game to just get your leader out. And I think that's probably the biggest issue that most of them have, including Mace.
Okay.
I see like Han's a 6, right? But he's not really a 6. He's gonna be flipping 2 turns, possibly 3 turns if he resupplies before this Mace, right? That's so many turns of having like that extra power out that can really make those leaders sometimes fall behind. So you're almost always tasked into like being a very defensive deck when you're playing a late cost leader like that.
Yeah, Han may have deploys on 6 resources printed on his card, but he's more or less deploys on 5 resources if you have any cards in your hand at all to use his ability. Though there are some scenarios where people opt not to, but you know. All right.
So Mace passed for see if he does something like a daring raid here so that he can then ping the Falcon and then like kill it next turn.
Yeah, looking at this, I'm not sure if he's passing. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I think he was passing to not have his thing immediately die to the Falcon. Of course, it
Well,
may die
it
to the
can
Falcon
just
on some.
immediately die to the Falcon this turn, so
Yeah. Wonder what that was about. I wonder if that's a tactic to try to like delay it getting hits. There's no option to pull back the Falcon or something. Hard to say. I suspect that the Han deck here is probably going to just try and aggro out the game before Mace gets a chance to deploy.
Interesting that he didn't take the free kill. At least to me it is, but
Yeah.
it might just be the way his hand's lining up.
Yeah, I do think that would probably be pretty favorable. This is now a situation where Didier will be able to use Mace Windu to kill the Falcon.
Mm-hmm.
And there we have it.
And
And
another A-wing.
another A-wing. Wonder if David will choose to clear this A-wing rather than using the AT Hauler to go for base, or whether or not it's going to be
Yeah, I
all
think it's
base all the
really
time.
dangerous to let that A-wing do 3 to your hauler here, because
Yeah. David, 4 resources for Pilot Poe. And let's see what he does. Poe jumping onto the hauler here.
oh, aggression is such a blowout here, though. Oh, and there we see it.
Oh, it's brutal. Yeah, the hauler's still alive, but now on 1 HP. So Didier chose to use the defeat up to 2 upgrades and deal 4 damage to a unit modes of his aggression. Cleared the Pilot Poe and dealt 4 damage to that hauler. Now can potentially trade his A-Wing for the hauler and then play his opponent's hauler. But it looks like he's going to clear the X-Wing instead.
If he's comfortable taking another 4, that's the more value-oriented play, because you can still kill that hauler next turn.
Yeah, so it is also worth noting that Mace Windu's ability can be used at this point to kill the hauler, though I believe it does cost a resource. So that may be something we see here, or it could just be a trade with the A-Wing. I think a lot's going to depend on what is in Didier's hand. This is the 5 resource turn, which does mean that Han will be able to flip this turn if David uses his leader ability to make a temporary resource. Looks like Didier does go for the direct trade. There's that Han ability being used. Didier plays David's stolen AT Hauler. What do you think of the stolen AT Hauler overall, Woo?
I it's a powerful card. That those stats are kind of insane in space. I think it's a fun card. I think it like creates a really interesting
Yeah.
game
I think
dynamic.
the stats are like amazing, but the downside is very, very real. Ooh, and there's Enfys Nest bouncing that stolen AT Hauler back to David's hand. Enfys, definitely a nice option there. One of the things that's really cool about the stolen AT Hauler is if you have a deck that incorporates bounce and so on, you can mitigate its downside to a substantial degree.
Yeah. Like this is kind of what I was talking about with like the leader deploy, right? There's an Enfys in play right now. Mace is not deploying this turn, right? We're on 6
Yeah,
now.
there's still
He's about
another
to go to
turn.
23 plus lose his Sabine to his hand.
Right, Enfys.
Um, and a lot lined up really well for Mace in this game, right? Because he was able to get
Yeah.
a lot of value trades. It's just that that leader coming out 2 turns early uh, can be really tough to manage, right?
Yep, and David was able to do the classic 5-6-7 with Han Solo, starting on 5 resources, using that ability to go to 6, deploying, getting the attack off to go up to 7, and then 7 cost unit. And Didier may be in trouble if he can't come up with some way to deal with that Enfys Nest.
Yeah, Enfys Blaster now is lethal, right?
What is that? Is that
Oh, that's the
Smuggler's
the
Aid?
heal card that you can smuggle.
Yeah, okay. Buying some additional time.
Ooh, a big falcon comes out of the resource row there.
Yeah, that's Millennium Falcon Lando's Pride played via Smuggle. So now, even if Didier can clear Enfys somehow, there's now a major threat in the space arena to boot. This is not looking like a great scenario for our Mace Windu player. maybe mulling over his options here. What would save this scenario?
More healing.
An- Another smuggler's aid. That one was smuggled out instead of played from hand, so it is gonna buy some more time, but this board is going from bad to worse for Didier.
So you got 11 to deal now, and you have 10 showing. So any pump is representing lethal here.
All right. Yeah, Didier plays out that copy of Sabine Wren, but unfortunately, I'm not sure it's gonna be that. I think it's just gonna get bounced by Enfys Nest again.
You have to think which unit you be attacking first with when you're the Han player here, because you have to think it can the Mace one shot the Falcon or the Enfys this turn. Are there anything in this deck that can do that? And I'm having a hard time thinking of something that can, but
Yeah. David sends in Pilot Han uh, onto that Falcon, swinging in for 7 damage to the base, 6 HP left for Didier.
I thought I might have miscounted.
I think he might have drawn out of lethal.
Okay,
Oh,
that's
and there's
yeah.
the blaster, and that's game. Really rough game for Didier, and I think Wooooo is really just as you described. The the dynamic of having a leader that deploys on 7 resources is really difficult, especially in a deck that doesn't have any access to ramp. Conceivably, we could see a Cham Syndulla here, but we, in practice, did not see it.
Yeah, I expect that it might even be in the main deck. Uh,
That
if
seems
not, it'll
reasonable to me.
probably be in the sideboard.
Now, Han is unusually weak to Cham Syndulla because Cham can ramp based on Han's temporary resources,
Hmm.
but I don't know that's enough. It's a tough scenario.
Yeah, I was playing a lot of Cham in early testing against Han, and while it's certainly a card I would use against Han, it never felt crazy because the problem with it is it's a 5/4. So like Han does the ability, sure you ramp, but you also just give Han a perfectly clean value kill on the Cham. So it's not like you're up a unit in that exchange. It wasn't like a complete blowout to Cham against the Han because of that.
Yeah. In principle, if Cham gets taken out by a unit Han and Han then has 1 HP, that could set him up to be removed by Mace Windu's leader ability.
Yeah,
But
for sure. In this deck, for sure.
yeah,
We did see that Han was killed on his flip turn, right? He double daring raided and then used
yeah,
Mace, but it was like he kind of did what he needed to do.
right. I mean, even though Didier was able to remove Han, he still got the 5, 6, 7 into that Enfys nest, and from there it felt like the Han player was in a very commanding position. We got the hand cams here as the players are shuffling up and preparing to draw for game 2. David in the lead 1-0 after a pretty decisive win, aggroing out the Mace Windu deck before that leader actually had a chance to deploy. What do you think, Wu, do you think there are any of the later deploying leaders that you would consider good? I know Palpatine has had at least some competitive success.
Yeah. I haven't seen a lot of Mace getting played, though.
Yeah, that's true. Other late deploying leaders, I think,
Yoda a little bit.
yeah, Yoda's a little interesting. Occasionally, I think there's been a lot of interest in Darth Vader, Dark Lord of the Sith from the Spark of Rebellion set, but I think that a lot of the interest that we've seen hasn't been from people thinking that he's necessarily going to be the strongest in normal gameplay, but rather from people who are hoping to win a showcase for making top 64 at one of those larger events.
Yeah, I think that's almost certainly what it's been. And I know one person did. George was able to do it, but I think it's fallen short in every other event, right?
I'd have to check for the European events and so on, but yeah, I believe there have been several where none of those Vader players were able to make the top 64, unfortunately. Northsider Geo in chat asking, who do you guys think is the best new leader in the upcoming new set? What do you think on that one, Woo?
So far,
Yeah,
Obi-Wan.
that's interesting. My favorite of the new leaders might be Mother Talzin, actually, but we'll have to
Well,
see what happens with all the support cards. So here
nothing
we're
wrong with it.
seeing,
Pick a 3/7 that flips on 5, right? It's-
yeah, and gives -1/-1 on attack. That's pretty strong. But on this first turn, Didier is leading us off with a Green Squadron A-Wing, only for David to use Han's ability, play the Falcon, and get that A-Wing off the field.
that's a piercing shot. That's the one that deals 3 and kills a shield, right?
Yeah, piercing shot. I think, yeah. Let me look up exactly what that card does. That's not a card you see every day, but I believe, yeah. So it's a 3-cost event. Defeat all shield tokens on a unit. Deal 3 damage to that unit.
Yeah. And you see the
David
resupply.
here.
So we were talking about the difference in when they're going to deploy, and Han might be coming out 3 turns before Mace this time, not 2.
Yeah, I've played a lot of Sabine games, and one of the things about Sabine is that you naturally deploy before most leaders in the game. And this scenario with Han is looking, almost as bad because Mace Windu
Yeah.
is a pretty late. I mean, even a 6 deploy leader feels a little late. 7 feels very slow to me at this point in the game.
Now he removes him immediately. That's the same
Yeah,
thing he did last time, but we got a 7 coming down again, and a mono red deck does not handle high health units well. It's right. He's gonna have to piece together like damage events.
right,
Uh,
especially with no Torque in town. We have so once again, Didier was able to do 4 damage to Han, then use Mace Windu's leader ability to deal 1 damage, and then a bonus 1 because Han was then at 5 or more damage. So Han immediately removed, but also once again, we saw the classic Han 567 enabling David to play Enfys Nest, and the question now is whether Didier will have any way to deal with her.
and right, it's going to require multiple pieces to deal with her while the Han will still be deploying. Like imagine Han goes like Ewing this turn or something like that,
Right.
right? Yeah,
Yeah,
so
it
we're
could be
just
very nasty for Didier.
so 2 comes in onto the Enfys.
If he has another Daring Raid, he could then use Mace's ability to do 2 damage. So that's kind of nice, but it's still not exactly what he's looking for.
Yeah, the choice to put the pilot on the X-wing, I think, is not one I would have considered just going wide there because of aggression specifically being a card that was likely going to be used.
And that is a pretty harsh punishment for that decision, with aggression indeed being played. 4 damage on Enfys Nest clears the Poe Dameron pilot upgrade. And now Enfys Nest is in position to be removed by 1 use of Mace Windu's leader ability.
And is going to pillage first. Those were the last
Okay.
2 cards.
I think so. Otherwise, I'm not sure that 100% makes the most sense. So I suspect that he's saying, okay, I'll take this damage from Enfys in exchange for removing my opponent's hand.
Mhm.
And now Mace Windu's ability defeats Enfys. Okay. Just an X-Wing token left on the table, and I believe David has no hand.
See if what he can smuggle out here.
Yeah, Smuggle has made discard tactics a little riskier because there is that chance, and I think we're gonna see it. But it's
And we
just
did see
L3. It
him
could be worse.
discard, right? One of the discards was a the big Millennium Falcon, which could have been smuggled.
That's right. Yeah, so he had that Millennium Falcon Lando's Pride as one of the cards that was removed by pillage. Might be thinking to himself, dang, I wish I had resourced that at this point. And now we're looking at a L3 and an X-Wing. Not the mightiest board in the world here for David. And I think Mace Windu might get a chance to actually deploy this game with.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm not sure it's going to be enough to secure the win, but at least it's something.
It's in a decent spot. I think after that aggression play blowing up the tempo kind of swung.
Yeah. Sabine Explosives Artist, that's not a bad unit at all. Notably, Sabine can defeat that L3 through her shield in one attack if it comes to that.
Still a lot of damage on the base though, right? But we do see some healing in this mace deck. You
Yeah.
wouldn't expect it, but
Smuggler's Aid might come through for Didier there, getting him out of the danger zone, but I mean, we'll have to see. I think it's pretty likely the base is going to go up to 20 damage this turn. Mace Windu finally flipping.
yeah, without even being able to do anything with the deployability.
Yeah, so when deployed, Mace Windu deals 2 damage to each damaged enemy unit, so that didn't do anything here. The X-Wing swings in, putting Didier at 20 damage on base, 10 HP left. Mace swings for 5 damage to David's base, and now David's bringing out Lando's Pride.
He played that from hand, right?
Is that right? I think so. If he didn't, it would be very confusing as to why he wouldn't have played it on the previous turn.
Well, I think he just drew it this turn, right?
Oh, he drew
And
it
he
and then
played.
played it from hand?
Yes.
Yeah, interesting. In chat, we have Caleb say, now Mace attacks base 7 times for the win.
Actually, it
I'm
needs to
not,
be more than 7. Oh no, 7. You're right. Sorry. He's right. I'm wrong. It's because of the needs that extra attack, right? For the data vault.
Data Vault. All right. Can Didier find some solution to that Lando's Pride? If not, well, he has open fire, but he no longer has access to Mace Windu's ping ability from the leader side. So, ironically, even though he finally got to deploy Mace Windu, he might have been better off with Mace still in the leader zone, at least for now.
So you probably just see a 5 come in here to not risk that Falcon getting killed by anything. So you just get your big chunk.
Yeah, I think it's not worth the risk.
Oh, and it's going to be with a
Ooh,
Han, which is even better because now it's protected from any ping damage. So
that is tough. Didier in some major trouble. 7 damage there from Pilot Han jumping onto that Falcon.
he's got
Only
3 left. One more pump does end this. It has to be a surprise strike though, because the ship can't hold a blaster. But
Yeah. Sabine does now clear L3 using the on attack ability to remove the shield and then normal damage to finish the job there. But Didier now at 1 HP following a swing from that X-Wing.
did he claim after the mace attack?
Uh,
Because
I
mace attacked and then Han didn't do anything, right? And then the chain lightning. Yeah, he claimed.
Very interesting.
I think
This
that was gutsy, putting your opponent on absolute nothing to claim early there.
well, it it may have been that he did not see he did not see a chain lightning coming there.
Well, he only needs to find one damage this game. See if he can get there.
Yeah, can David find one damage?
Ewing's certainly helpful.
U-wing reinforcement will definitely be helpful there, Woo. Well, who knows? I mean, maybe he'll get incredibly unlucky and blank out completely, but I suspect that he is going to have some new threats to deal with here.
What do you think would be like the best? I mean, probably Fast Falcon
Yeah, Fast Falcon.
plus
Two
a
cost
couple
units,
two
maybe.
drops. Yeah, even like the Elite would the L3 would be so good just because it's like a really difficult unit for a red deck to deal with. Just the shield.
Yeah, if you had a Fast Falcon plus L3 plus like a two cost fighter or something, that would be really annoying.
The best might actually just be Fast Falcon and Poe though, because I'm not sure this deck
Oh, good point.
can kill through that much HP, right?
It's going to be Slow Falcon and Poe. That's still a lot of threats on the board now.
Chain light. If he has chain lightning though, 4-3-2-1, he would just wipe this out.
What is that card's what is that card's real what is that card's real name? It's not called Chain Lightning. It's called
Oh, is it not? I actually
I
thought
think
it
it's
was
called
unlimited power.
Unlimited Power.
Okay, you are right. You are right.
Not a card that has seen a ton of competitive play since it does require you to actually hit your own side, which is at least in a scenario where there aren't enough enemy units, because the damage choices there are not optional. And I think we actually saw that. I believe when he played it previously, Didier actually had to defeat his own Sabine
Yep.
and deal one damage to his own Mace Windu.
Yep. I think it's unfortunate that downside was included into this card that was already very narrow.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a card that was designed perhaps under the assumption that there was going to be more of a swarm meta than Twilight of the Republic ended up actually giving us. There were a lot of cards that seemed like they were designed for dealing with these wider boards, and then I think the like token swarm type decks didn't really find good footing.
Yeah, it's interesting because Mace is the one getting zapped in the picture, but he might be the best enabler for it just because you could do it and then flip him and then like an extra 2 to everything that you may have not finished off with it.
Yeah,
Uh
that's a funny point there, Will. I hadn't considered that before.
it's still it's very narrow, and yeah, like you said, it's the go wide stuff didn't like really turbo out, and like having to hit your own units for a card that's this expensive too.
Well, 1 HP left for Didier, staring down a bunch of units. I think he just took the
Yeah.
initiative there.
So he has to draw an unlimited power, I think. Yeah, and he
Looks
couldn't.
like he missed it. There's the fist bump. Didier trying a bold and unusual deck, but was ultimately defeated by Han Solo Data Vault there.
I like what he's cooking there. Like Mono Red is definitely got some interesting stuff. Like aggression is just such a powerhouse.
Aggression's a very good card, especially in a meta like this where we're seeing a lot of upgrades being played. But is it enough? You know, it seems like maybe not, at least here. And I do think I don't know, I've played a fair bit with Double Red Sabine. I think Double Red has some cool plays, but I'm not sure about Mace Windu. He would not be my pick for strongest leader. He wouldn't be my pick for weakest leader either. I don't think he's a total joke. But as you were saying early on in this match, Woo, having a leader that deploys that slowly is Not, I think, what you most want. If
Yeah, I
anything,
think
I'm the opposite. I'm a big fan of Sabine deploying on 4 resources. 7
yeah.
feels so slow.
I always feel like if I'm gonna go all the way up in that curve, I just like default to Palpatine at that point because he just like goes over all of them anyway. So
Yeah. Yeah, Palpatine, despite deploying on 8 resources, Palpatine has actually had some real competitive success. So it's not fundamentally the case that being a slower leader is unplayable or anything, but it does feel to me like, at least in the meta that we've seen so far for the game, it's often been the case that, like, deploying on 5 is normal, deploying on 6 is kind of slow, deploying anything above 6 is very slow, and deploying on 4 is fast.
yeah, and like the thing about Palp too is like the what you see on the 7 cost abilities on these leaders to me doesn't justify their cost where Palp's does. Like he
Yeah.
is like when you flip Palp, you win games because you flipped Palp. And like we saw Mace have to flip without even getting anything from his ability, right? Like,
Right.
and this is against the unit based deck, and his ability still like was so situational. And like you think like Yoda too, even that's kind of situational. Like can't kill leaders. You have to like game the top of your deck before you can like enable it. Palp is just like the most impactful, massive ability possible.
Yeah, he can really sway the game to a huge degree. And then, like, Spark of Rebellion Vader is not, he doesn't have like an ability that's that flashy, but he's a real powerhouse in unit combat. But then you have some leaders like, Spark of Rebellion Chewbacca is really kind of low impact, unfortunately. I've had some success with him, in limited. I think he can actually be very good. And, the prospect of flipping a powerful card with Sentinel and Grit, I mean, that's not a joke. But, is it worth playing a defensive sort of deck that has to go up to 7 resources, especially one in heroism? I think, unfortunately, the answer has broadly been no, at least in constructed play.
Yeah, I agree with you there. We're getting a lot of flavors of that Chewbacca style ability, right? We got Lando. Now there's this Ahsoka leader that they just revealed. It's like leaders that give units sentinels is a very blue heroism design right now.
I think Lando is actually kind of cool, honestly. One of the things that I like about him is that, he has, in my opinion, way better stats than Chewie. So Chewie is a 2/9 Sentinel with Grit. Lando is a 5/7 Sentinel and can also be deployed as a pilot to make a space unit a Sentinel.
Wait, does he have sentinel when he's on the ground?
Yeah, he's
Oh,
5/7 Sentinel when
okay, so
when he
he is
deploys to the
also
ground.
on sentinel on the ground. Yeah, that's kind of the issue with Chewie, right? Is he doesn't do anything until they attack into him, and then they can kind of game it the way they want.
Right. I currently feel that Grit is a little bit overvalued in card design. Could be wrong, but also leaders like Pilot Ventress. It's just, I don't know. I mean, it
Yeah, I
seems like
think
it's often
yeah, I
easy for
agree.
people to play around Grit.
Yeah, and like it hurts the stats get hurt too much. I mean, I think like there's some really good cards with grit. I mean, I think like devastating gunship is like an absolute
Oh
like
yeah, that's a sick. But you're
world
not playing
beater.
that card because it has Grit. You're playing it for the really good when played ability, and the Grit is a bonus.
Yes, it's a bonus in conjunction with a leader that can like enable it, right? It's
Super good fit for Kira though.
although like Hyloban you are playing entirely because of grit. Like that card is just
No, that's true. Hyloban
uh
Enforcer, that's played for Grit. People used to play the what was it, Scout Bike Pursuer? That's the, like, more expensive but non-bounty version of
yes.
Hyloban Enforcer. That's like at
Hmm.
least an okay card.
I played Baze Malbus in set 1 with Churret.
Did you do that for the lore or for
No,
the for
it
true
was
value?
like completely necessary. That 5 break point in set 1 was just really important. uh, against Boba Fett in particular, when they had like Boss to ambush for and Boba's leader. It was just a way to like bridge that turn, especially when they ramped. Uh, he just kind
Yeah,
of worked.
gives you something to kind of throw in their way. Maybe it's going to take them 2 attacks to deal with it. Give you time to get Chirrut out.
Yep, basically that was the whole. Made it very awkward sometimes for them.
Now, what do you think about Chirrut these days, Woo? I know you were a partisan of his in the early days.
I mean, I think he's a good leader, but he's not great. And like,
His leader side is very, very poor.
yeah, I think that that's really been the biggest punish for him is as more leaders come out and like his deploy is still very powerful, but you're basically playing without a leader ability.
Yeah, and there are leaders like, you could be running many of the same cards and playing like Ray, where her leader side is very good and her flip is also very relevant.
Now I think he does something very powerful, so I do think there's a case where he might uh become something like no other leader has that text, right?
That's true.
You can build around him in such a way that like there is a world that he can be powerful. It's just like okay, he's a 3 power 5 deploy. It's a little slow. It requires a little bit of setup, which has usually meant that he's slower than like a deck like Sabine. So he's never been able to be built as like a pure aggro deck because of that. Because he's slower than the pure aggro decks. Um, but there's some hey, stick a lightsaber on that guy, and like some decks actually just can't kill him. But
He
they
can
can
be
know
so frustrating
they can
also.
know good to me dead him, and that's not fun. It's
I think if you're playing against Chirrut and you only have like damage based ways to deal with him, and you keep like putting him to lethal and then the opponent heals him or upgrades him more or whatever, that can be a very frustrating scenario. But that's the one thing that he does really well, and it's cool that he has at least that one thing, even if there's other leaders that might be a more complete package.
with this next set, like he's gonna be a very good enabler for space. So
Yeah.
see.
No, that's true. It's tough to stop him. He'll probably make it easier to get those 28 HP force spaces or whatever going. I don't know if it'll be enough. I don't know whether other options will outshine him, but for me, I one of the things that made me a lot less excited about Chirrut was simply seeing rivals fall.
It didn't bother me that much, to be honest. I don't know. Like, I just don't think you have to play him in such a way that you're all in on him. Like, against control decks, the idea was never to just like turbo him. It's just use him as a really annoying like mid game threat. And then just like rely on the powerful like red stuff and like K2 with force throws and Cassians and like kind of grind them through card advantage. Because you're still playing, you can still play like the blue hero
Mm.
uh grinding stuff and like you have the Lukes which are good. Like it didn't have to be so like all in on him, especially against Rivals Falls deck.
Yeah, I like the idea of the Super Voltron gameplay though.
Yeah, and he enables that better than most probably.
Yeah. I wonder if we're gonna see that be a I wonder if we're gonna see other leaders that like enable that play style or like go for it in a scenario in the future where Rivals Fall is rotated out and sure it has rotated out. Is there gonna be some other leader that kind of takes up that throne? What are your
Yeah, maybe.
sorry, go ahead.
No, it's just it would be like whether or not they give some benefits for Voltroning or if it's just like a well-statted leader, right? Like cuz there's a lot like even now you met like like that's a very good like leader to throw equipment on, right? It's a very high health 5 flip. Um
Yeah, Mother Talzin is scary. If you give her if you give her like a fallen lightsaber or something, that's really nasty. The 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 interesting thing, I mean, we could potentially see a leader that has an ability that like very directly plays into the Voltron playstyle. Like imagine someone that's like for every upgrade on this leader, it gets +1/+1 or something, and so you just scale like crazy.
Yeah, so every experience is +2/+2. That'd be
Yeah, you
kind of
play a wing leader on that and just really accelerate. I wonder, what do you think it's gonna be like when we hit rotation and a lot of the, we're gonna lose a lot of the cards. I mean, there's a chance they're gonna reprint more of them, but cards that have been staples throughout the game's entire life or have been like key parts of what a particular trait package has to offer, for instance, like rebels are gonna lose wing leader and fleet lieutenant.
yeah, I mean, but it'll be exciting to just like have to start from scratch. Like the rotation is going to be the biggest meta. Like, I mean, it's not even like a meta shift. It's just like a meta reset. It's going to be the biggest like reset for deck building entirely. You're basically going to take everything you've ever built and just press delete on it and like start over.
Yeah, it's gonna be a big shift. Now, one thing that I think might limit its impact to some degree is that Shadows of the Galaxy and to an even greater extent Twilight of the Republic have not put like as many cards into decks as some of the other sets have, I think.
Yeah,
But
Spark is still probably the leader there.
losing Spark's going to be big. And, my beloved smuggle mechanic is going to go away unless they reprint it in one of the other sets. So, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and I have no idea what they're deciding about like reprinting things that we have thought of as core cards, like resupply. Is that coming back, or are we going
Right.
to be, or is resupply going to be gone? Like cards like that, which they're not even like deck specific. They're more just like archetype specific staples. Like is takedown coming back, or is takedown or open fire? Like are these kinds of cards evergreen, or are we going to see like a complete shift in like uh what core staples look like?
Yeah, it's interesting. So one example would be they recently previewed that Shatterpoint card where it's like oh, what is it? I think it's a 4 cost removal that defeats a unit that has 3 or less HP.
Non-leader. Yeah.
Yeah, non-leader unit with 3 or less HP, or use the force and defeat any non-leader unit. Is that going to be like the new standard blue removal? I don't think it's as good as takedown, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and
Um,
the issue with it is it can't be ubiquitous because it's only for one deck. It's for force decks, right? Like takedown
right.
is something you could throw into like a variety of Gs, but like Shatterpoint is not.
Yeah, and Shatterpoint, it is a I mean, technically you could play it in limited or whatever as a 4 cost defeat 3 or less HP, but that's like, pretty unfavorable compared to cards that already exist in the game. So it's conceivable that blue removal is just going to be worse. That could be the what they've decided to do. On the other hand, maybe they reprint takedown. Maybe they have some future set that has a large number of reprints. I'm not sure exactly how they're going to do it, but it should be interesting to see.
I I would predict that cards like takedown and open fire and resupply are going to appear in sets between now and set 7. I but maybe resupply won't. Maybe resupply will be deemed that that was just too clean of an effect for its power level, but like um I do think. I mean, we've already seen resupplies on things like reprints on resupply, right? It was in set 3 also
Yeah.
too. Like, that also rotates with the same time, so it's not like that changes anything. But
Yeah, but anything that like in principle, if something from set 1 gets reprinted in set 5, then I'm pretty sure that means that that card survives rotation.
yes, but not if it like. But so far we haven't in Jump to Lightspeed. Were there any reprints? There must
I
have been, but they probably weren't competitive staples.
I think there were reprints, but I wouldn't be able to tell you what they were off the top of my head. let's see if we can find that information. But the I think the I think what all's been reprinted. So Resupply was reprinted at some point early on. I think Daring Raid was
Yeah.
reprinted.
There were a lot like Cargo Juggernaut, like some new like Volunteer Soldier, but like as far as like actual staples, I think it's been like Resupply, Daring Raid. I think Open Fire might have been,
Yeah,
or
I
maybe
think
maybe
it's
I'm
I
wrong
think it's
about Open
sometime,
Fire.
but I don't know. I don't know for sure, but I think it's sometime. And
Prepare for takeoff.
you get some stuff that's like functionally reprinted also. So like, if Cloud City Administrator's Tower is not reprinted, you can still play a 30 HP yellow base. You know what I mean? So like
Yeah.
that's not. Yeah, okay, so it looks like Repair was in Jump to Lightspeed. That's a reprint. So, you will still have access to Repair post rotation.
What do you think of something like Surprise Strike? Do you think that card should get reset back into the after rotation? Like Surprise Strike kind of invalidates every other pump in the game. Like they've made so many of them, and none of them can be better than Surprise Strike.
Well, Hotshot Deal 44 is arguably better than
Sure,
Surprise
well,
Strike.
sure, you're right. I did. Well, that one's not going to get reprinted.
Yeah,
But
that would be a crazy reprint.
Surprise Strike has been reprinted, uh,
Yeah.
and it is just like it's just like the baseline for what a pump is, but it's not. Will it come back in set 5 or set 6 or 7 or whatever
Yeah.
would reset it back? Waylay is another one. Like, should Waylay come back?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. Some of these really are, like you said, I mean, it's like Surprise Strike almost defines what a pump is, and like other pumps are evaluated in terms of Surprise Strike. Hotshot Deal 44 is like a less effective Surprise Strike, but it can be played via Smuggle and the stats stay on for future turns. They've printed, I forget what this card is called, but there's a new card coming that's a +4 power Surprise Strike, but it
Pounce.
only works on creatures. Pounce. Nice. I don't know that creatures are going to be common enough for Pounce to be a big deal, but it's an interesting option.
4 is a big number.
4 is a big number. I know Kazuda. So there's Trench Run, which is a really weird card right now, and so that's a +4 pump, and it only costs 1, but it has this like discard element that deals damage to your ship and potentially kills it before your attack goes off, and it also only works on fighters. So mostly, I don't think I've seen that played at all, except for in those Kazuda decks where you get to like blank out its downside.
Mm-hmm.
I
And I
think
guess you
maybe I've
could try
seen it.
to in like loop decks that are fighter heavy too, because it's got that restriction as well. So
Yeah, I think maybe I've seen somebody play it in like Luke or Wedge or something, but that downside is like very, very real. The potential to kill your own unit instead of having your pumped attack go off is brutal. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I think rotation is going to be a really interesting time for the game because, as we've been discussing, there are a lot of cards that are huge staples from Spark of Rebellion or whatever that are just likely either going to leave the game or we're going to see them reprint them, and then we'll see where things go from there. All right. I think we are going to take a quick break. We have about 10 minutes left in the round. Little bit less. Still a bunch of matches left to report and may have some games going beyond the time. So for now, I believe we will be heading out for a bit and we will see you guys soon
for round 2 of Swiss here at Red Steel Gaming's Planetary Qualifier event. I'm TowerNumberNine, joined here by Wooooo, and yeah, we will catch you guys later.
Yep.
Welcome back to the McClunky Gaming coverage of the Planetary Qualifier here at Red Seal Gaming. I'm TowerNumber9, joined here by Wooooo, the winner of the recent regional championship in Minneapolis, Minnesota. We are about to move into our second round of Swiss after seeing an interesting Mace Windu deck playing against Han in round one. Woo, how are you doing?
Still doing good. Ready to see some more action.
Let's rock. So, this is going to be, I believe it's going to be 6 rounds, maybe 7 rounds of Swiss into top eight here. What do you expect to see filtering to the top as we get deeper into the event?
Uh, I think we'll see some of the usual suspects, although the meta is pretty open that I think there's room for some off-brand stuff to get in there. But I expect we'll see some Sabines up there, some Kiras, Quinlins, maybe Han Green that we just saw, uh Anakin's, Han 2's, Ray's, like the hero mid-range, like that stuff. But even Cad Bane, like there's so many leaders right now that I think can take down a PQ, and I'm not even naming all of them, but yeah, I think
I,
we're in a pretty good spot.
yeah, I think we have a pretty good overall situation as it stands, especially with respect to the diversity of builds that are available. There are a lot of leaders that can be strong right now. There's a fair number of different archetypes. We've seen some more aggro decks, some mid-range, some control. Haven't seen as much like really hard control decks recently as we have at some points in the game's history. Do you think that's unusual, or do you think that's more likely to be what we see going forward with hard control being more marginalized?
Yeah, I mean, I it is definitely less now than it's been in the past. Although I've never thought it had like a giant meta share. I think first of all, a lot of people don't love playing it, right?
Right.
It's just not everyone's cup of tea. But
There is
yeah.
I would say there was a period in Spark of Rebellion where like Vader blue, Iden red, Iden double blue were like actually quite a thing. But
And then it was just Boba Blue, right? Like then he
yeah,
just
Boba
took
blue.
over.
That's receded now. And you definitely do see more control-y decks. You yourself won with Kira, but Kira is a bit of a softer control leader overall, I think, compared to some of the past
Yeah, for
compositions.
sure. Not built to like be an event-based mono removal deck. And I think part of the issue those hard control decks have is that like even against these mid-range decks that they're supposed to get feast on, like they've become so grindy. Like Ray, Han 2, even Han 1, all these decks can grind so well that even in like what could be perceived as a favorable hard control matchup, like you still just have to get through so many cards from your opponent that it's hard work. And like
Yeah.
villain decks, any villain green deck can just slam these relentless and palps returns in their deck, and all of a sudden like make that matchup much harder for you.
Yeah, and there's also much more risk of going to time. And they've changed the system. Earlier on in this game's history, we had double losses for going to time, and that's no longer the case, but you do still have more difficulty finishing your matches than you might if you were playing Sabine.
Yeah. Which we get to see right now. This
Yeah,
one
speaking of Sabine,
over under 15 minutes before we're done with this stream, with this round.
this is a matchup between two pretty aggressive decks. On the left, Vincent is running Darth Vader, Pilot Vader from the Jump to Lightspeed set with 30 HP yellow. This has been a popular deck recently, especially with, I believe, players from the Bothan Network team. On the right, Michael has the classic Sabine ECL.
Hmm.
Sabine ECL, one of very few decks that has been good basically throughout the game's entire lifespan.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd agree. I think it's been one of the pillars basically for every set, right?
Yeah. We have yet to see an aggro deck that displaces Sabine, and I'm honestly not 100% sure that we will until rotation hits.
Is that a blue leader I'm seeing in Sabine's opening hand? That we got main deck blue leaders. That's definitely gonna be a card that might come up in this matchup.
Extremely relevant in this matchup. I personally am
Whoa.
a
Oh,
blue
but he
leader fan.
missed his turn one.
Ooh. Sabine is historically one of the decks that tends to run more small units, so you're less likely to miss turn one, but it can also be rougher when you do, since you are hoping to come out the gates very aggressive. There's that blue leader, though, ambushing and clearing the tie.
And notice that the Vader also didn't have a double one drop hand. So
Yeah, it
like
was a
also
single
got
one
kind of
drop.
punished.
Neither player necessarily getting the really strong starts that you would want in an aggro mirror. Would you say this Vader is aggro? I personally do
Yeah.
consider it
Yeah.
aggro.
It's pure aggro. There
It's
I don't think there's any in between on that. These matchups tend to be like I'm racing you on the ground, you're racing me in space kind of situation, but it's not starting off this way this time.
Yeah, it's interesting here that this is actually an aggro deck with a leader that does not deploy particularly fast. Traditionally, aggro decks have usually had like
Yeah.
4 or 5 resource deploy leaders, and Vader is not that.
Yep. And it aims to just kind of win off of that flip turn, especially against like a Sabine deck. Now, if Sabine has a fleet lieutenant, this
That would
could
be
be
really
absolutely
bad.
devastating for Vader.
Yeah, fleet lieutenant here, or like a heroic sacrifice or something.
Mhm.
I'm not sure that he has it though. I'm looking at the hand cam. I think I see a rebel assault in hand, but that is going to be off by 1. I'm
It's
not
a
sure that I see something.
yeah, it looks like a pretty chunky hand, but he doesn't have any other space units either, which is what you want to be using ECL with usually in this matchup, especially if you one like A wing ambush something. Sabine's masterpiece, a fantastic ambusher in this matchup.
Yeah, Sabine's masterpiece is that's an interesting card too, because I really didn't think it was going to be that good necessarily when it was previewed. Like it looked sort of like clunky and complicated and thematic or whatever, but in testing it's been really really good. I think we might have seen a General's Blade in hand there for our Sabine
Hmm.
player.
Yeah, I think I saw General's Blade, but I don't know if it makes sense here because he doesn't have another one resource play to go with it.
Yeah, you think he's just going to play K2?
Yeah, I think so. And then just try to race with. He's got double Rebel Assault, so like K2 plus Sabine is 9 with a Rebel Assault, and he could do that 2 turns in a row potentially. Even more damage if he does the General's Blade. So the the punish here would be if Vader has like a no good to me dead, although we do see that barrage, and that might be I could see the barrage being the pivotal thing in this matchup here.
Yeah, so a barrage on that AT hauler could clear the blue leader plus one of the ground units plus give some
Hmm.
bonus stats. That'd be pretty impactful.
Yeah.
Looks like there is a no good to me dead, but it's playing it this way after something's already attacked tends to be not as hype. If you play no good to me dead on a unit that's ready, you basically get to exhaust them for 2 turns, whereas if you play it this way, you get to exhaust them for 1 turn.
So if
I
Michael
do think
has, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say I think there's a Poe in hand.
Yeah, but nothing to ambush, right?
Right.
Could see him just firing off the Rebel Assault, getting him 9, and then if he has a good 4 resource follow up to that, then uh yeah.
Looks like he's going for it. This does protect him against a potential barrage.
If the brush can still come down, it just won't prevent any damage now. So
Right. Hyperspace Cube in chat saying I would have wanted Barrage on Holler to kill Sabine and Blue Leader. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a pretty solid play. We may still see it.
1 to base. Just trying to bait some actions to see what he needs to do.
Yeah, kind of just doing some low impact plays at first. K2
just
overriding K2, 3 to base.
All right. Well, Vader now has perfect information, so looks like it might just be a barrage to. Yep, it's gonna leave the K2 in play.
No, he removes K2.
Oh,
That's
he removes
interesting.
the K2. Okay.
A little risky there, taking 3 more damage on the base from that. 22 damage. The damage is starting to add up on Michael's base as well, though. So it looks like there's 8 HP left for Vincent and 12 for Michael, but Vincent's board is a lot stronger.
Darksaber Rebel Assault is lethal, and I think that's the line the Sabine has to take here because he has to win this turn. And I don't think Vader has an out to it if I'm seeing the hand right. So
yeah. Oh no, but he's not doing it.
He's
It's just
not
a basic
doing
swing.
it. So now he's just dead on board, I think. Unless I didn't see his entire hand. So maybe he's got like CB.
I was thinking that Darksaber was gonna hit the board, but no, it's straight play Poe. Is he just dead?
Yeah, I think he just didn't count lethal here from the Vader because Vader has Exaxes. Yeah, he just didn't count lethal.
Oh, I think okay, so yeah, it looks like maybe he thought this Poe is gonna win with 1 attack, but yep, there we go. There's the fist bump. I'm sure they've discussed that. So it looks like it is gonna be a win for Vader.
Yeah.
Now, it could be the Sabine player was worried about another No Good to Me Dead or similar, but under the
But you got to play to
circumstances,
your outs, right? So if you can, okay, the No Good to Me Dead, for instance, if you're worried about that, the Darksaber, but like the Vader had lethal, right? So if you can't, you're not gonna win by playing around No Good to Me Dead in that situation. So you've got to just make him have it. Is like,
yeah, the old if he has it, he has it. That's what you got to do in that situation because, like you said, Woo, he needed to win that turn, and he had something that set him up for a strong next turn, but we didn't get there.
he also did have he could have ambushed. He didn't with his instead of playing Poe, he could have ambushed with the 3/2 to kill a tie, which also would have prevented lethal on Vader's side because he took
Interesting point.
Exaxes. So there was a couple lines to mitigate lethal there that turn, or at least or present your own.
That ambush would also set him up for a lethal Rebel Assault, assuming that Vader doesn't wipe the ship. That's interesting.
Mm-hmm. So there were a couple lines, but of course, I mean, if you miss the lethal damage, then it happens sometimes.
Yeah, totally happens, and it wasn't the most extreme is when someone misses lethal that's just like clearly on board. In that case, I think it would be easy to maybe not realize, oh, I could use that Rebel Assault with only 1 unit, and that's what I have to do here. All right, moving into round 2. What are you thinking about sideboard wise, Woo, in this matchup? Time to bring in the gotta go fast stuff.
Yeah, I mean, like some Sabines have Sundari Peacekeepers in their sideboard actually, and those can be decent. Like they're probably just better 3-drops than like Fighters for Freedom here because they kind of swing for 5 pseudo damage with that restore 2. So that's a card. If they're playing Confiscates, you might want to consider that for the Vader flip turn if you think the game might go a little longer post board. What else could Sabine have?
I think we saw the Vader player with the hand cam. I believe it looked like our Vader player was sighting out Lurking TIE Phantom and actually overwhelming Barrage as well, I believe.
No way he sighted out Barrage, right?
I thought he removed 2 Barrages. I might have I might be wrong, but it looked to me like Barrage was coming out. I personally would want to keep Barrage. I think it's one of the best cards in
I
the
would
game.
play like 10 copies of that card if I could, but
Overwhelming Barrage is probably the card that I am most excited to see rotate out.
That's fair. I hear it's good.
All right.
You know, I can't say I'm 100% sure that you're supposed to keep Barrage, but I don't know what in the sideboard could be better than it, I guess. You got some people.
There's some discussion in the chat about whether it's correct to board it out. So players may disagree here. That's interesting.
Yeah, looks like there is two sides to this one. I'll say the card did just win Vader that matchup, so hard for me to say let's cut it when it just
won the game
for him.
That does seem interesting, but that may also have been. I do think it was maybe a bit of an unusual matchup in some ways, in terms of neither deck was really executing their primary game plan 100% there.
Yeah, that's sure.
Let's see if this one is more standard.
As Sabine didn't even get off an ECL in that game.
Yeah, that's true. Never used ECL. As a Sabine player, you definitely do not want to miss your turn 1 under normal circumstances. That is a very bad thing to have happen. We will see whether Michael can have a more functional hand that gives him that ability. Lego Pizza suggests that Overwhelming Barrage should be removed for Swoop Down in this matchup. Swoop Down can be a very good card.
Yeah, I'll say Swoop Down is probably really good for Vader in this matchup. I would more say that I can't imagine there's not other things you can cut instead of I guess that unless you have such a huge sideboard that OB is worse than almost anything else. But no, I am not 100% sure. I always try to say that in most things when I make claims, is that there's a lot of opinions out there. Can't tell you exactly who is right or wrong all the time, but do my best.
Looks like we're seeing a 2 TIE Fighter start, both a standard tie and a first order tie, versus a Phoenix Squadron A-Wing on Michael's side of the board. And I believe I may have seen a Sabine's Masterpiece in hand there for Michael.
And a blue leader. I think.
In chat, Jesse Wolf saying, I put Bombing Run in my sideboard for Vader players. That is definitely a card that can be a bit of a silver bullet against this deck sometimes. Looks like Michael goes for the Masterpiece here.
He probably throws the experience on the 3/2 ship so that it now can survive the TIE Fighter.
Yep. Now, if you're Vincent, what do you do? What do you do with this? Looks like there's an elite P-38 that could be used to clear the Masterpiece off the board.
Yeah, it's tough though, right? Because now that other unit is really dangerous for you, and I think you have to attack first because you need to be able to generate a token this turn.
Yeah, you don't want to miss your token. Michael, is he going to go for the control or the aggro choice? Goes control.
I think that makes sense to me because it plays around Geonosis and the capture ship, because now there won't be well, it doesn't completely play around Geonosis, but it makes it only leaves one unit in play for the Vader player.
Yeah. Vincent going for that elite P-38 Starfighter, clearing out Sabine's Masterpiece, and now left with a more favorable board.
And he drew a Timely, he's got another Masterpiece in his hand.
Oh, that's nasty.
So he could just kill the P-38 here, which turns off Vader's ability to make a token for a turn. So that is a line he could take. it just leaves a token in play.
Yeah, that's true. If he goes timely from hand into that Sabine's Masterpiece, and it looks like that's what he's going for. Now, what do you do with the experience here?
I think you need to put it on your green unit, but I was considering just using your unit in play to make that kill, right?
Okay.
Because now this tie is just going to kill this unit, right? Now it only has
Right.
1 life left, so that is not the line I would have taken. Now you have nothing in play now.
So would you have just done like immediate tradesies and then
Yep, I would have done trades with the unit in play, and then I probably would have just gone to the ground if I had the option to, because I see he has a lieutenant too. So I would have just pivoted to the ground for this turn and then Masterpiece ambushed next turn, because then you would have gotten a ping trigger with your Sabine as well. Because there would be a red unit in play. So I would have just bulked up the ground, knowing that the space would have been basically cleared up for the turn.
Yeah, Lego Pizza says Sabine just killed both of their units. This is great for Vader. And I do think Vader's pretty ahead at this point. No Good to Me Dead, making that looking even worse. I do think a Bright Hope here would be pretty desirable for Sabine to try and defend. Oh, that's interesting. Blue leader for 5, no ambush, just developing a 5/5 unit on the board.
And just
Ooh.
Huge punish.
Bounced by the Geonosis Patrol Fighter there. So the Geonosis Patrol Fighter is a interesting card. It can only bounce something that costs 3 or less, but that's base cost. It's not the cost that you actually paid for it. So even though Michael, in a sense, played that Blue Leader as a 5 cost unit, the base cost is still 3, and the Geonosis Patrol Fighter can send it back to the hand. Michael now in deep trouble.
See, this one's kind of slipped away a couple turns ago with the timely Sabine Masterpiece play, because that just wiped his whole turn and his whole board.
Yeah, he brings out Poe Dameron. Does give an upgrade removal option for potentially hitting Vader, but Poe is going to get waylaid here, and Michael's basically done.
Yep, he's got 3 life left.
And another No Good to Me Dead, insult to injury. That's like arguably unsportsmanlike to play. not in any real like this is a actual penalty sense, but just the game is very, very over. And Vincent with a convincing win here. The first game was a little weird. That second game though, it felt like barrage or no barrage. It felt like Vincent was in total command of that game after a relatively early point. Now, I don't think in this game we did see Michael have a turn 1 play. It was that Phoenix Squadron A-Wing, but I'm not actually sure that that's the like best positioned unit into this Vader deck.
It's not, because those 2-1s are in space, right? He much would have rather have a A-Wing there, but I still think it was a fine position to be in because he had the Masterpiece. I think it was just the way that turn 3 lined up for him, where he suicided his Masterpiece into the P-38 and then gave the experience to the other unit. Now, that would have been fine if there wasn't a tie in play already, but he just ended up kind of losing 3 cards for 1 in that transaction, right? He used Timely, Masterpiece, and his green unit, and all he killed was the P-38 and that token. So he lost 4 resources and 3 cards and killed 1 card. And Vader didn't have to spend a single resource that turn.
And then Vader was able to play that hauler with not much on Sabine's side other than the Sabine flip, and Sabine flip is nice. I mean, it's not at all bad, but the board ended up being the Hauler versus Sabine, and more damage on Sabine's base and less HP on the base to begin with. So not a situation where Sabine was pulling ahead in that race. Well,
So I set the over under at 15 minutes, and I guess we were a little longer than that, but not by much.
no, I mean the war between two aggro decks tends to be a matchup that gives you extra time to go and take a break, maybe get some snacks or something in between rounds. And honestly, like that, it's like kind of sounds like a joke, but it's not a joke. There's like a legitimate difference in the amount of tournament fatigue or whatever that you're going to take if you're running that like double blue Iden every match going up towards the time limit versus if you're running Sabine.
Yeah, up to the time limit's tough, but I will say I would not be one that would enjoy break in between round. I would just be pacing up and down, like stressing out. So like I need like 45 minutes, and then I need like a
Yeah,
10-minute break. That's like
I think I saw someone saying that at the Minneapolis event they saw you just pacing back and forth waiting for a match to complete.
yeah, that is what I do.
Yeah, different
I
people
probably
react to that stuff differently.
I probably walked like 10 miles during that event just from how many rounds there were.
That's pretty funny. The big tournament experience is really something, and I do think that players who are not necessarily familiar with that can sometimes be surprised at how taxing it can be, both mentally and in some cases even physically.
Yeah, sitting all day is like kind of hurts a little bit.
One of the funniest ones that I heard of was that there was a miniatures tournament that was played on the USS Hornet aircraft carrier museum, like kind of as a fancy venue. And that sounded like a really cool idea, but there was a big problem, which is that, players were walking around the table and like bending down to check line of sight from different units and stuff. And, it was an aircraft carrier with like a metal deck. So that was like quite physically taxing on some of the players. I actually know somebody who brought one of those like anti-fatigue mats that factory workers would use in order to try and mitigate the scenario there.
Nice.
All right. Well, I think we are going to go ahead and take advantage of that break that we have been generously gifted by two aggro players facing off. So I am TowerNumberNine, joined here by Minneapolis Regional Qualifier champion Wooooo, and we will be back soon with more coverage here from the Red Seal Gaming Planetary Qualifier. We will catch you guys later.
See you later.
Welcome back to McClunky Gaming's coverage of the Red Seal Gaming Planetary Qualifier. I am TowerNumberNine, joined here by Minneapolis Regional Qualifier Champion Wooooo. And Wooooo, how are you doing right now?
Still feeling good. Looking forward to the next round here.
Now, I believe Wooooo here has a special deal for people who are viewing. There's a promo code for Patreon in the video description. Wooooo, do you want to tell us a little more about that?
Yeah, just doing a little sale on all my Patreon stuff right now. So 30% off for the month. There's a code, I believe it's in the description in either Twitch or YouTube. And sometimes a bot is also mentioning it. But yeah, you enter that code in on the Patreon and you can check out what's up there and, get a little discount, see if it's something that you're interested in.
Yeah, cool stuff. What do you think now Wooooo, what do you think we're going to what do you think we're going to have in terms of heroism versus villainy in this event? There have been times when one or the other is more prevalent, but right now I think there's a pretty decent mix.
Yeah, I think it skews a little more heroism, but yeah, like we know like Kira is a very popular villain deck. Cad Bane gets a decent amount, not a ton of play. But then we talk about like Sabine. Oh, and Vader, sorry, we just saw the Vader. And that's one that's definitely growing a lot in popularity. So but then, we still have like both Hans, Sabine, Quinlan, Rey. Am I missing any? I might be missing some, but
No, I mean I think that's
yeah.
a pretty good overview of a lot of the popular decks right now.
So maybe slight skew heroism, but not by like any dramatic amount.
Yeah, I think that right now there's a pretty good variety. Sometimes you see a meta where there's some deck or some leader that's so strong that it just takes a really inordinate share. So, I think this was most notably the case with Boba Fett and later Jango Fett, both of whom had, balance interventions taken against them ultimately. But it's nice to see something like this where there's a pretty wide range of viable leaders and options.
Yeah, this might be some of the most wide open fields we've seen since the game started.
Well, as you can see here on the crowd cam, the players are getting seated as we prepare for that third round of Swiss play here at Red Seal Gaming. And so we should have another matchup for you guys starting up shortly.
And let's see what we get this time.
Kira, that's something that you're familiar with, Woo.
Yeah, for sure. And we see a Han 30 here. So this is a battle of some power weights, right?
For sure. These are popular competitive leader base combos. What do you think about this matchup, Woo?
I would take the Kira side. I think this is probably one of Han's more difficult matchups, especially game one, where it doesn't also have access. Most of them don't play like home ones in their main deck. They won't have like the salvages. So I think like the game one, Kira's got like many more avenues to win, but Han has a way of just like really annoying you and constantly adding more and more to the board repeatedly. So it can sneak games like poking every turn and keeping the board difficult to interact with.
Yeah. Now, one interesting thing is that I think sometimes people conceptualize these Han decks as being like a pilot aggro build, but I don't necessarily think that's the right way to go in this matchup. And I believe you've discussed that before yourself.
Yeah, for sure. I very rarely do I think you should be piloting with this Han deck against a Kira deck. In fact, I wouldn't even just say against Kira deck. I think the idea that this is like a pilot spam deck is kind of a misnomer in general. I think a lot of the time these pilots are like really we're talking about two cards really. We're talking about Chewbacca and the Han pilot, but those cards are just good on they're good split cards. They're good units, they're good pilots sometimes, but this isn't like a resource play a ship, turn 2 play a pilot, hope cross your fingers and hope your opponent doesn't do anything for the rest of the game. There's a lot more nuance to this Han green deck that I think is given it credit for sometimes. And certainly in this matchup, it's a very dangerous thing to be like trying to do that.
Yeah, now
Kinda.
some of the pilots do provide some degree of resilience, but if your pilot isn't, unless you have like Chewie or Pilot Luke or something, going big with upgrades on one unit, you could just get hit by power of the dark side. That's it.
Yeah, and like even Chewie, I mean, you get that attack off, and then they ramp and no glory you or traitorous you just like lose the game on the spot. Even Barrage, like against this Kira deck, like Flip Barrage is gonna wipe that off. Like that early damage isn't gonna undo the fact that you lose your board entirely, and then just have a very time catching back up, right? Like even when Sabine does things like A-Wing into Chewie, I've taken 3 hits from that. That's 18 damage with Kira and felt fine. Just like eventually you just get it off the board and then you've completely at that point you're so far ahead on the ground that like it's still so much damage, right? And the same thing applies with this Han deck. It's very difficult to just like win, and of course you can, like sometimes they just won't have any of the things that they can do it and it just works out for you, but yeah, I think most of the time it's not the right line to take here.
Now, take a look at that. It appeared to me that Bernardo, our Han player, has a Confiscate in hand. I wonder if that's being main decked as a tactic to potentially counter that Traitorous.
Yeah. And now I wasn't running Traitorous in my deck precisely because I knew people were putting Confiscates in their main deck. But yeah, we'll see. If Zach here has Traitorous and if this comes up.
Traitorous is such a weird card because it can be so powerful, especially against upgraded units. But at the same time, if you play it and they do have the upgrade removal, it's just such a blowout.
Mm-hmm. Now, Pershing is the best. Pershing on 1 is the best thing you could be doing in this matchup.
That's the ideal start for Kira.
Yeah. 100. He even has the Inferno 4 in his hand. He could have played it. He opted not to, which I think is correct. Like, just play the Pershing.
Ooh, and there's that Chewie on Bernardo's Phoenix Squadron A-Wing.
We'll see if it works. I mean, it works sometimes. Like, it's not that it will never succeed.
Might be a little safer when you have that Confiscate in hand, so that if a Traitorous is forthcoming, you have the option. I think I just saw Zach with an Agent Callus, although I believe he sent it to the bottom of the deck.
He did. He's looking for something like a No Glory or a Barrage, any way to interact with this space here.
Now we have a viewer in chat here asking, "Are you done grinding for the season? Are you you taking it easy now that you have some big wins under your belt?"
Well, I was gonna play in this event, but I'm a bit under the weather, so I'm doing the commentary instead. I probably won't be playing in any more PQs for this set, though. I'll start grinding the set 5 and like start maybe just tuning a little bit some of the current decks for set 4.
I hear that.
All right. So Zach does not look like he currently has an answer for this Chewied ship, but he does get another card draw this turn.
It is a major threat. Bernardo's been able to do some damage, and he's going to do some more here.
Yep. Goes to 12.
However, that Data Vault does mean that there's still a fair chunk of hit points left, even after taking some serious damage from that buffed A-Wing, and
And he drew the no glory off of that Pershing. So
Ooh.
that could be next turn's thing, right? And he's got this resupply here, which was, I think, likely what he's going to fire off here. He may actually shield Pershing first to protect against a blue leader or a Han ambush. That's kind of what I would sequence, is shield the Pershing to block that ambush and then resupply after.
Looks like he's going for the resupply first. Let's see
When
what
Han resources
Bernardo
the
does.
5, it's usually to play one of the leader on the ground or unit, because there's not that many other things to do for 5.
Yeah, we'll see what Bernardo does here. One option also, there's sort of this question about, do you want it, like, let's say he does have blue leader. Do you want that going after Pershing, or do you want that going after Kira? I assume you
I
just
don't
go for
think
Pershing
Kira's
here.
flipping this turn is the thing. So like,
Yeah.
you should just kill the Pershing if you have it.
Yeah, because like if you pass, that might not work. And there we go.
So he could have
For
protected the Pershing, but the way he did it means that he can just claim in first action no glory. That's, I guess, possibly what he was thinking to do here. Although either way, you're protecting the same amount of damage, because if you keep the Pershing alive, your opponent attacks first action, and you can always just kill the unit he doesn't attack with, right? So we'll see how much that Pershing actually ends up.
card draw, you know, generally speaking, in Star Wars Unlimited TCG, card draw isn't as important as it is in some other games, but card draw is not exactly a joke either. It's definitely something that can be desirable to have going.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this is a dangerous-ish position for Kira in general, because he could do this no glory here, but now Han is basically doing an uninterrupted 7 play. You can't really stop it now.
Yeah, it's a little interesting here that that blue leader swings in for an additional 5 damage. So I believe we're now up to 17 damage on Kira's base. 16 HP remaining. Bernardo's base is actually still untouched.
Not atypical in this matchup, right?
Right. The Kira deck is generally a more control oriented build, and often doesn't start putting a bunch of attacks onto the base until it kind of turns the corner and has gotten more board control.
Yep. So Han's going for the flip this turn naturally. Kira passed again.
What do you think here, Woo?
It's a tough position, but you kind of I think you just need to force this trade, right? Like Han will likely just kill Kira. Well, he might not kill Kira here, but in a lot of cases they do, because it just blocks the barrage for the next turn. It makes it much weaker, and then he'll potentially do his 7. But if he has another ambush unit here, which looks like he does, yeah, he has a Han now.
Pilot Han does have that ability to be played as an ambush unit. Now, that's not the way in which that card is most commonly used, but can be relevant in situations like this one.
Now, Barrage still would kill 2 units with the Inferno 4.
Yeah, it's kind of funny.
We'll see, because this is a lot of damage now, 21.
If you're Zach, what do you need to try and get back in this and stabilize the board?
Vader Death Trooper would kill 2 things. Barrage would kill 2 things. Like Barrage into Pike Sentinel potentially could do something. And then maybe like if you could line that up into a Snoke and your opponent doesn't have like a Waylay or something. But this is a very difficult position to come back from. He does
There's
have the
that
Vader.
Vader. Can he find the Death Trooper to get that double kill you were just discussing? Let's see it.
I see a Sentinel and I see a
I think-
ramp, but I don't see
Yeah.
a
Don't see
troop.
Death Trooper, but there's a Pike Sentinel and a Super Laser Tech in there.
Yep. Yeah, and
What
the
do you?
Pike's not even the correct Sentinel because you needed the 3/3 so that the blue leader couldn't value kill it.
Yeah.
Now the blue
So
leader can just rock over it.
now Zach opts to have Vader remove Han leader, which I think is a good choice because it means that the remaining units will all be affected by Snoke.
Yep. And also you keep him off 7, right? If you don't let the Han attack.
Now, that is all the resources for the turn for Zach, though. So let's see what Bernardo has to retaliate.
Like Waylay Blaster, that's 9, that's 11. That would actually be one short of lethal, but Waylay Surprise Strike would be lethal.
There's Waylay. If there's a surprise strike, this could be it.
Blaster is not it, though, but it's also kind of it because it's very difficult to win from 1 health.
Yeah. I think that's what we're going to see. It's going to be the blaster. Has to be played on Han since the wing leader is a vehicle, or the blue leader, rather. But this is a big chunk of damage to base.
And since blue leader would survive the Snoke with 1 power, with 1 health, then it wouldn't. That's not a play.
This is You got a barrage, I figure.
Yeah, you got a barrage, and then kind of dead to Falcon.
Barrage and hope they don't have Falcon, and I don't know. It's looking grim for Zach here. He does have a vigilance.
I don't think that's enough, right? Because this Han hits for too much damage.
Han hits for 6, so you could kill Han and heal for 5,
Yeah.
and then the blue leader isn't lethal, and you can't put a blaster on it. But if there's a surprise strike, that's still game over. If they're like, it's tough. Lots of damage got through in those early turns, and Zach is now desperately trying to stabilize it.
Yeah, I think he has to fire off that Vigi, I think. Could play the Sentinel too, but
now chat's pointing out you could do a barrage on Inferno 4, which would still be enough to clear these units, and then the bonus stats would mean that Inferno 4 could kill a Falcon.
Yeah, it could hostage a Falcon.
It is going to be Vigilance. Presumably the defeat a unit and heal. Does Bernardo have a surprise strike to close this game immediately?
Doesn't look like it. So he takes his 5 again. I expect we'll see Vader just clear this unit now.
Seems pretty reasonable to me.
He might play the Pike Sentinel first, but no, we'll just get the trade.
If there is a Falcon, I think that's going to about do it.
If Han can play 2 units this turn, then it's going to be a real problem. But
now,
can he play Tech and Falcon from Row? Does he have 8 in resources?
I think he's on 7.
No, he's at 7, so he can't.
But
if he kept the Tech in his hand, he could do.
That's
not enough, though. You would need 9.
Oh, right, because because you have to.
Unless he has the Tech in his hand. Oh, he kept the Tech in his hand, so yes, he can do it. He can resource it to 5 and then play the Falcon.
Does Zach? I think Zach only has 2 resources, so I'm not sure
Yeah,
I'm
there's
not
no
sure
out.
there's an out.
There's no out. If he goes for the Falcon from the resource row, there's no out.
The Pike Sentinel defending against Tech,
He
but
does
it's not
not
a
go for the
Falcon.
win.
It's Pilot Poe.
So he
Now this
missed
is
he does miss the win there. We saw the 3-drop Falcon in his resource.
was it the Fast Falcon though? It might have been the other Falcon. I didn't see it
I
myself.
saw a Fast Falcon in his resource row.
Ooh, dang. Well, he still has the Poe Dameron piloted X-wing, which is going to be a major obstacle potentially. Let's see what Zach has to counter that. A takedown here would be a pretty straightforward counter.
There's also a tech is kind of the other problem, right? Is that no matter what if you answer the space unit, which you have to because it's lethal now, like the whole resource row is
Yeah, tech is a
crazy.
problem card with this many cards in resource. Now, this one sort of nuclear option would be a super laser blast here. Is he doing it?
I think we're gonna see a no glory on the
Okay.
token.
Could be worse. Removed that threat, but as you were saying, Woo, there's just so much that Bernardo now has access to with that tech and this many resources.
Yeah, there's that Fast Falcon.
That could be just what he needs to close this game. And with tech still on the field, a power of the dark side would not remove the Falcon. He could just lose tech and then swing for lethal. There it is. Someone in chat saying it looks like he only has one card in hand, so he couldn't Han activate to go up to Falcon mana last turn. Okay.
No, I mean he could
Okay.
have. He puts the Poe down and then plays 5 for the Falcon from the resource. He decided to play the Poe from his hand instead of putting the Poe down with Han.
All right. Well, it looks like we're now going to the next game. I think Zach saw there was no answer to that Falcon, and we're going to be seeing what happens in game 2. So, as the Kira player, what are you looking to sideboard in for this matchup, Woo?
I'm going to bring in the Architon's Assault Cruisers that we see there. They're very good in this matchup. They can cleanly kill the home ones that the Han is going to board. Not only that, they set them up so they can't be salvaged. And they get you to the Devastator, which is another very good card in this matchup. In fact, I think Devastator's key card for Kira is one that I look to not resource kind of ever in this matchup. Other than that, probably if he has an extra copy of like Eager Escorts, I would bring them in as like outs to Falcons.
Would you say that Devastator is the win condition card here for Kira?
In a lot of cases, yes. It's kind of what closes the game out a lot of the time. You have to remember that basically Han's only way to deal with big things is Waylay. And Devastator always does what you need it to, which is kill the most important threat and lock up an entire arena. In fact, Avenger is kind of a weak card in this matchup because it doesn't ever guarantee you kill an important thing, and it also does not block up an arena, especially the important arena, right? The space is where you take most damage in this matchup.
So Devastator is more of a win condition than Avenger is, in your view.
Yeah. I'd be cutting cards like Relentless if he has it in the main deck. If you stock that, of course, gotta go. So you already got a couple slots just from that. And then, there's not much else we're bringing in this matchup other than like the Space Ambushers. If you haven't extra Snokes in the sideboard, which I did, I had one Snoke, I'd bring that in too. That is also just a very annoying card for Han.
Now, if you're the Han player, what would you want to be doing to counter Kira?
You bring in the whole grind package, so that's salvages and home ones. That's like the primary thing you're doing in this matchup, and then past that, it really depends on how much else you've decided to tech for this matchup. There's like other things you can certainly bring in. Like if you have any extra bombs, any extra Enfys, any extra Big Han, you're gonna bring that in as well. It's just more big stuff. These matchups will go longer most of the time. In fact, the one we just saw is kind of an atypical one where like he was able to just push insane damage early. It doesn't happen that way most of the time.
Well, it looks like the players are making their decisions here, and we should be moving on to the second game pretty soon. A little bit less than 35 minutes left in the round. Now, do you think this is a good pace to be playing at?
Yeah, I think they're going to be fine. If they need to, they'll probably speed up their gameplay a little bit. That was what? We're 20 minutes in.
Let's see. Yeah, 20 minutes in could be worse. Could be a lot worse. I mean, sometimes you see people starting game 2 with like 15 minutes left on the clock. Shuffling on
Reinforcement
up
Walker
here.
is another big finisher that's not great in this matchup because it's very slow. You want your impact. Like Snoke is better than Walker in this matchup for Kira.
Yeah, I mean, Reinforcement Walker, not a joke card, but like you said, it can be a little slow, a little clunky. The ability to get all that healing can be nice, though. I will say that.
And Han's best openers in this match, like the god start, one might say, would be a turn 1 resupply into Kira or Poe pilot into a turn 3 U-Wing. That's like probably the best line you can take. But like any line that involves resupply, it doesn't have to be resupply in turn 1. It could be a turn 2 resupply. It could be like turn 1, 3-2 in space, turn 2 resupply. Like you really want to ramp in this matchup if you're Han. It's very good against Kira. Of course, Kira kind of always wants to ramp, right? So nothing changes there. He's got the Pershing again. And it does have a barrage this time. No ramp, but I mean, Pershing turn 1 is fantastic. And
Yeah, he'll have some opportunities to potentially draw some ramp as well with that Pershing plus just the standard draws.
he is also playing Takedown. Now, that's not a card I had in my deck, but it's going to potentially come up in this game here because it doesn't look like there's a Chewbacca coming down. Oh, did he just draw Chewbacca? He did just draw Chewbacca, right?
Well, I mean, that's a...
Does he
Is that
go
a
for it
chip?
again? He
Yeah, I
might.
think it worked in game 1.
There's a no glory in Kira's hand, but there's no ramp, so it's going to take that extra turn. But there's also
Unless
barrage
Pershing...
this time, which is actually the bigger deal because you can barrage and then also block up the entire ground.
Now, Pershing could pull a resupply also, although it looks like that has not occurred.
No, but he did pull a card he could play, which is Pike Sentinel, and then he could shield it, which is very good. Like, that is a very underrated thing to be doing early in the game against. Then that thing is going to help protect against all those space ambushers, those ground ambushers. Makes that Han flip turn much more clunky. So
Protects your Kira quite a bit, yeah.
yeah.
That is one thing. It's kind of funny, in the Spark of Rebellion set, IG-88 having 4 HP as a 5 flip leader was basically considered enough to make him not viable. Whereas Kira's had a lot of success with the same 4 effective HP.
Well, she's kind of an event, right?
Yeah, I mean, her when played effect is significant enough that even if she does get immediately removed, you often still got some good value.
Yeah, and I think even though Kira's probably not answering this threat this turn, the fact that she has the barrage to go barrage, but while being protected by this Pike Sentinel, is going to be problematic for the Han turn because he's going to kind of hold that Han hostage with a 6-power Kira. Like that's what I'd be looking to set up here is just making sure that I can flip behind this Pike and barrage off of my Kira. Even if it means I'm taking 18 damage from this Chewbacca, like I think that's you can recover from that.
$18 damage from Chewie is still a lot of damage, though.
Yep.
Although that would, of course, be added up over the course of several attacks. Each individual attack is just 6. What's the most damage you've ever done at a time in this game?
I have no idea. Probably some big hit with Anakin. That's like very good takedown, right? That because that keeps only one unit in play for the Han.
Yeah, Zach is defending. That Chewie is protecting the A-Wing and getting some damage in, but Zach has been controlling the rest of the board and has a nice obstacle set up in the ground arena with that shielded Pike Sentinel.
Yeah, I like Zach's position here. He can even churn in action here with Pershing. He doesn't have to do anything yet. He can even attack with his Pike Sentinel. He can really force the issue from Han before how to operate with Kira.
Yeah, that Kira flip is very relevant.
Now, if he wanted to hostage the leader, though, he would have needed to flip already because action sequencing, like action-wise, if Han puts down now and then you flip and then Han flips, the only way you can kill the Han is with using all the damage with the barrage, but you need that barrage to kill Chewie. So
I feel like Chewie's got to be a very high priority here.
What we might just see is a no glory instead.
Yeah.
And then save the barrage, which I think is reasonable.
No glory is a pretty straightforward counter. Now, does Bernardo have some way to deal with that shielded Pike Sentinel?
Well, if Kira flips, the shield goes away, so there is an interesting like wrinkle in that whole sequence.
Yeah, and then you could send Han and kill the Pike Sentinel and still be alive on 1 HP to potentially trade if Kira fights you.
But what I could see is if Han flips, Kira will flip. Maybe then Han attacks, kills Pike, then Kira barrages the board.
Yeah,
at that point, even if you're U-winging, then at that point, the best thing you could possibly do is have the big Han to kill the Kira who's a 6/6. But if you don't have that, then Kira will likely just be able to kill another unit on the ground as a 6-power unit.
Yeah, Big Han would also be kind of unfortunate in some ways for Bernardo, actually, because that line would end up with Big Han as the only unit in play and very vulnerable to a power of the dark side. Or the only unit on Bernardo's side. I think there would still be a Pershing facing off with him, I suppose.
Yep.
Bernardo thinking about his options here. Looks to be deciding between playing something first or maybe just deploying Han.
Yeah, if he plays something first, I feel good as from the Kira side because it means I'm not at risk 7 anymore. So he's just playing a blue leader. Yeah, I would just slam flip here.
Yeah, blue leader with no ambush. No additional cost. Not the finest use of that card. I mean, not total garbage, but you hope for more from that card. So if you barrage here, where do you send that damage, Woo?
I have to clear the space most likely. I'm not that concerned about the Han attacking anymore.
Yeah, I think the highest priority is Chewie, and it looks like Zach agrees, clears both the space units, and throws the extra point of damage here on Han.
Now you have to decide if you want to just trade, or if you want to claim early. But I think because the Han has 4 resources, I probably would just take the trade here, and then hope that we're go into the next turn with like Pershing versus 1 mediocre unit, and then just hope that our end game can
Yeah. And I see Sea Raptor in the chat agreeing with this line for the barrage, clearing space, then leaving Han in ground with some damage. Sea Raptor, also a Swoo streamer, has some cool stuff. You may want to check out his channel. Bernardo bringing out tech. I think that was a smuggled tech.
Yep, it's a smuggled tech. Who's not like the app? That's not like the scariest thing that can happen right now. It's 7 with 6 resources in play, potential 7 with the Han ability. It's not like tech is gonna do something absolutely heinous like it used to with DJ.
Yeah, it is not zero scary though. Definitely, despite tech's kind of mediocre stat line, the threat of that ability is only going to get worse as the game goes on and we see more resources.
Yeah. Now Kira didn't ramp this game, and that is
Yeah, that does hold back some of those later game plays, like the the Devastator you were mentioning, of course, but also just things like Snoke. Looks like no glory only results used here to clear tech.
or just like Vader that turn, right? Imagine he had like Vader that turn.
That'd be pretty good. Pilot Han ambushing and killing Pershing here. Initiative taken by Zach. Doesn't look like Bernardo has any additional play, so we're on to the next turn.
And now maybe does he have a Vader? Because that's kind of exactly it's to kind
I
of
do think there's a power of the dark side, so he has at least some way to clear this. But it is a Vader. Nice.
That's the best one because now you can actually start to turn board control in your favor.
Yeah, we'll see what else. I do see a super laser technician there. I think there's another Pershing in there.
I like
Death
the super
Trooper,
laser tech. So you don't get
Inferno.
so resource handicapped for the rest of this game. Like getting to that Devastator can be pretty potent.
Yeah, getting the super laser tech is a. He doesn't have a spare resource to use Kira to clear it, but it would still be advancing him towards that end game, and that is what he goes for. I do think Bernardo may have had a 7-cost Han. Yep.
Yeah, but
But this
that's
is
okay. That's like
vulnerable. Power of the
okay,
dark
right?
side can just kill this, right?
Power can kill it. Yeah, fell. Um, Another Vader hitting it for 5 would honestly be fine because you've got the super laser tech.
And then crash the tech into it. I could see that. Plus, you get
Especially,
whatever else, like Vader. Maybe you get a Death Trooper.
yeah. If the Han had a home 1 that turn, that would have been like he could have resourced with his leader and played a home 1. That would have been a huge swing turn for the Han player, but he doesn't look like he had the home 1.
Home 1 can be a very powerful card in the right circumstances.
Looks like we're gonna see the power.
Once again, Bernardo left with no units on the board. Not really where you want to be, and he has done some damage, but there's still 15 HP left on Kiara's base.
Mm-hmm. And what you don't want to get into a situation with Han is like playing 1 tall unit every turn, which is kind of what's been going on. It's what just happened.
Right.
Yeah, like this is an annoying card, a really annoying card for Kira to deal with. But it does give that super laser tech a target now.
Yeah, so On the other hand, I mean, Zach could always clear Super Laser Tech with Kira's ability if need be.
He
Looks
had a
like Power of
vigilance in
the
his
Dark
hand, so I
Side.
kind of liked the idea of just popping it and then using vigilance to kill it and heal
Mm.
and save that power for like a more important threat later. Because power is like a good space removal. Like vigilance doesn't kill most of the units in this matchup.
Yeah, but Power would be able to kill this Lando's Falcon. Oh, but there's Avenger. Bernardo in some trouble here for sure now.
Yeah, so this is going to be hard to recover from at this point because you're not at like that life total
Yeah, he
where
hasn't
you can like cheese out the Kira, right? Like it's too much of a buffer.
he hasn't really been able to go wide here, and that's a really big problem with an Avenger on the board. Lots of resources being spent for something. Home one, okay. Home one into a fast Falcon.
So I think you have to claim because if you attack, then the Han just claims and hits 7.
Right. So with this attack, it's like sort of awkward, but I presume you send Avenger into home one here. Just got to get
Well,
that
he
off
has
the
the
board.
ambush. He has the swallow ship.
Oh, yeah.
So you could do that. Another reason I would have wanted to attack that super laser tech is that having the extra resource here, like being at 11 here, would have been pretty helpful, I think. Oh, but he also has a Devastator. So now that space is in
This is
trouble.
probably it. I mean, I don't know. Devastator Avenger is really difficult to come back from. There is a fell, but now Avenger can just swing base, clear the Falcon at the same time. I don't know. I don't know how Bernardo is going to get out of this. I suspect he's not, and we're going to see a game 3. Now, if you're Bernardo, do you scoop for time here?
I think there's enough time, probably. I'd play quick and just see like if I have an out.
Looks like 14 damage on base. No further play from Bernardo that turn. 21 damage on Zach's base.
What do you think
Out
of
of
the out of
aspect fell
aspect
the
fell?
dragon.
We just brought it up at the same time. Another
There's
one.
another.
Yeah, but when you're
I
tasked to be doing this against Kira, you're just in trouble because Kira's gonna have a handful of bombs right now, and you just spent 6 resources to do that, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's not looking good for Bernardo here. Yeah, it did get those capital ships off the field, but at this point, like you said, Kira has all kinds of bombs. There's a Kira unit. The problem with this is that increasing the cost of most stuff at this point in the game doesn't actually prevent it from being played.
Yeah, we're just gonna see Maul run that over regardless of what gets named here.
Yeah. Yeah, there's so many resources here that if Bernardo says Maul, Zach has at least 10 resources and can just play Maul anyway. This is one of the downsides of Kira relative to regional governor. Yeah, you get to see their hand and make like a tailored selection, but it kind of stops being very effective in the late game when there's just too many resources.
Yep, so he named Maul, but Maul comes down anyway.
Bernardo in big trouble here.
You can shield that Maul too.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Okay, I mean,
so yeah, I don't think there's really an avenue that Han can come back in this one.
Sea Raptor thinks it's time to scoop for time. Looks like Bernardo is going to keep fighting, though. Waylay on Maul. I mean, that's not amazing.
Nope.
Only 10 HP left now for Bernardo.
Yeah, waylaying a mall is not a solution to the problem.
Yeah. I really do think it would be prudent to call this one, but oh yeah, L3 countered by Snoke.
Yep. Another good reason that Snoke's good in this matchup, because L3 is actually one of the most pesky units to deal with late in the game for
Yeah.
Kira.
Shields can mean a lot.
It can guarantee like 4 or 5 damage with a buff, right? It's just like one of those things that almost always requires 2 actions to kill for Kira.
Yeah.
But Snoke answers that cleanly while also just answering the space.
Yeah, they play an L3, especially like after a bunch of stuff's already been used for the turn. Often, as you said, takes 2 actions to deal with. Maybe they bring out a hot shot or a surprise strike or something. Unit Han ambushing but can't kill Snoke because he's shielded, so I guess no ambush or you kill the super laser tech. Maul kills Han. Bernardo should really scoop this.
Yeah, we've been spending a few minutes on a lost game here. But this is lethal for Kira. He has 8 in play.
There's the Falcon, but the Falcon doesn't really matter here. It's debuffed by Snoke, so it's only 1 power. And Kira's base is not close to being defeated, whereas Bernardo, like you said, is staring down lethal. Zach does clear the Falcon.
So now it's a little bit of a time crunch, and this probably hurts Kira a little more, because for Kira to win, it usually will take a little longer than for Han to win. So there could end up a situation where Kira's starting to turn the corner, but doesn't have enough time to actually win the game.
Yeah. Now, the Too Many Hans podcast wants to know if you have any tips for beating Kira in this matchup.
Yeah, you want to ramp. Resupply is your best turn 1 or turn 2 play. You don't want to really pilot too often in this matchup. It's usually not. It's just much better to have Chewies on the ground a lot of the time. You want to just go as wide as possible, and just keep poking damage every turn. You have a lot of ways to make multiple units in one turn. It really taxes Kira.
Yeah, wide not tall, I think is the name of the game here. And unfortunately for Bernardo in that last game, he was frequently kind of playing on curve, one large, powerful unit, and then Zach would just have a removal piece to answer it.
Yeah, and we saw him take 18 from the Chewie chip and then basically never take damage again. And kind of what can put your eggs in that basket. There was one turn, though, that if Bernardo had the home one, it was his own 7 resource turn where he could have ramped down. It was after Zach no gloried the tech, which was probably the weakest turn that Zach had all game. His 6 resource turn. But Bernardo, unfortunately, was not able to deploy 2 threats. All he did was play Big Han, which is exactly what Kira would have wanted to see, right? On that turn, if he had done multiple threats, he wouldn't have been susceptible to a larger. I think that was the turn he played Han. I'm trying to.
This is interesting.
Think it in my head, but
turn 1, Bernardo brings out a Phoenix Squadron A-Wing, and Zach doesn't have any play, but then uses Power of the Dark Side to clear the A-Wing turn 2. There's a resupply from Bernardo.
Whoa! So we've seen the Han ramp and the Kira not, and those are the very difficult games for Kira to win. Those are the ones that feel awful for me. When I can't ramp and they ramp. They happen very infrequently because you're playing twice as the Han player. So
yeah, twice as many ramp cards since you have the resupplies and the super laser techs.
But we're going to see a completely undisturbed 7 resource flip turn here from Han, and this can be very difficult to recover from.
Zach does play out a Dr. Pershing. Let's see what Bernardo does in response. We could see a blue leader immediately kill Pershing here.
Yeah. instead of going for a 7. Yeah, that's
Yep.
what's happening.
Blue leader clears Pershing. Initiative taken. Han going for the temporary resource. Probably we're going to see Han deploy and swing here, and then if
He has
Bernardo
a
is
2-drop.
lucky, yeah, a 2-drop here, an L3 or another A-wing or something would be very strong in this situation. Does he have that follow-up play? Looks like no. So still not a great scenario for Zach though. I do see a super laser blast in Zach's hand, but it's going to be quite some time before that becomes a playable card. A little bit less than 10 minutes left in the match.
No glory. We're just going to see
Okay.
Han. Does Han have a U-wing? Because if he does, this could be a world of hurt.
Yeah, so no glory does clear out blue leader, but it also uses up all of Kira's resources, which means we're not going to see a barrage this turn. I mean, a 7-cost Han here would also just immediately kill Kira, as would a pilot Han. It's going to be a pilot Han to kill Kira. Still has 2 resources. Does he have that L3 or that A-wing or whatever? Looks like no.
He's still in this game. If he can remove the leader here with like a vigilance. So he can remove the leader, heal 5, and now his new plan could be get to Super Laser Blast, which he does have one in his hand.
Yeah.
So he can just be working towards that new objective. He hasn't taken a lot of damage this game.
Yeah, it's been unfavorable for Zach, but you're right. Unlike those like A-wing Chewie rushes, there just hasn't been all that much damage actually landing on the base though so far.
Yeah, I mean the Han has not actually played 7 resource cards, right? He could have done a 7 resource play, but all he did was the blue leader. The next turn he could have done a 7 again, but all he did was pilot Han. So he's actually kind of left 4 resources floating between those 2 turns. So if he had done like a U-wing into like an Enfys, this would be a very different game
Enfys
right
nest
now.
here would be pretty brutal. Devastating gunship from Zach is going to clear out the pilot Han that had ambushed Kira. Bernardo swings in, making a temporary resource.
I think I would have vigilanced because this lets the home 1 come into play, which is very dangerous.
Looks like a shield and damage from Kira on that devastating gunship. Extra good play. Extra value there because the devastating gunship does have grit. But let's see what Bernardo does. Kira units, that is going to be an obstacle if we are going for the super laser blast plan. But Zach has a really good hand there.
He has to name Vader here, no question about it. And let the vigilance go through.
Yeah. That Vader is an unwelcome sight for Bernardo, I think. Hopefully, if Bernardo doesn't have some other play this turn, he may just lose to not being able to use his resources efficiently.
Yeah, it's been like that for a few turns. He has to have something, right? I think he's going to smuggle a tech or something.
Smuggle a tech.
Or a droid.
Oh, it's an L3. Okay. And does provide him some insulation against a potential power of the dark side or whatever, but not exactly the spiciest use of resources necessarily. And there is still 21 HP on Zach's base, which is really quite a lot, especially with a vigilance going to land soon.
Yep, I expect. Yep, that's what we see. Heal 5, kill. And he knows about the super laser blast, right? Which means he can't just like slam 4 units down this turn. I like that play from the Han. You're just going to push damage with what's in play already, as opposed to like recommitting.
Yeah, hot shot doesn't develop more units, but does actually increase your threat, pushes some damage. First attack to land on Bernardo's base of this game, with Zach swinging for 5 with that devastating gunship. Now, what will Bernardo play here? Fast Falcon.
Yep.
Initiative taken by Zach.
I think that's a good play. And what I would do too is bounce that Falcon back to my hand after this turn ends and just not have it unplay to get blasted.
Surprise strike on the Falcon, followed by a swing from L3. All of a sudden, Zach's base HP is looking a bit low. We only have, I believe, 13 HP left, but that super laser blast may be on its way to clear things up.
Yeah, but if he puts that Falcon back in his hand,
right?
Yeah,
and he does. Yeah, Bernardo sees. I think he had seen the super laser blast with his Kira, so he knows that's a threat. Bouncing your Falcon against removal decks can sometimes be a really powerful play. What options does Zach have here?
Can't see his whole hand, but he could do like gunship. I think he has one to kill the droid, but then he doesn't have a follow-up play for that.
He just fires the blast. That does clear Kira, and now his Vader is in play as a potential counter to other ground units. But I have a feeling, but it's going to be Ewing plus that fast Falcon. I think that is really not what Zach wants to see. Low on time here, about 3.5 minutes. It is possible that Zach will actually stabilize this game, but be unable to turn the corner fast enough to actually secure the win before the game goes to a draw.
I see a Chewie. Is there a
This
2
might
drop
not
to
be
go
the
with
best
the Chewie?
Ewing.
I mean, he can
Kira
again.
attack, that's pretty good.
So he should, at this point, I would just name Super Laser Blast and then just play the Falcon from my hand, I think.
Yeah,
I know the Super Laser Blast is not in their hand, but it's the only punishes you. Like, Vader is not scary for you anymore.
Yeah, Vader would kill Kira, develop some other thing. Could be worse, maybe.
It would probably kill
Super Laser
Kira
Blast
attack,
would
but
be
you would
pretty
still
bad.
have units in play.
And yeah, he's going for the use Han into that fast Falcon. Another 3 damage on Zach's base. 10 HP left for Zach. 25 left for Bernardo. But
so what do we know what he named? Does I wonder?
Let's see if maybe Claire heard that. Vader was the
Vader.
call, according to Claire.
Okay. Well, he drew a Snoke. But the problem is there's a tech in play right now, which means it's almost certainly a waylay in the resource, something like that to interact. So
out of aspect, Phil the Dragon could come out against Snoke. It's looking grim. Now, Clear 1000 in chat says they're probably wishing they scooped game 2 earlier because this is going to be close. Yeah, I do think that Bernardo probably should have conceded in game 2 to get more time for this match, but we'll see what happens.
I think they'll probably be okay on time. I don't think there's much based on the Kira's hand. I don't think
the
there's
main
a lot
scenario
that
I would worry about is one where Zach manages to stabilize but can't close the game before time.
Yeah, but
it does look like Bernardo's favored here.
Yeah, there's not much that he can do.
Bernardo does bounce his Falcon.
Makes sense.
Got 5 damage on the board, plus we know that Falcon's in the hand. That's not quite enough for lethal this turn, but if it were paired with some pumps, it could be. And we do have that tech opening up quite a few options from the resource row. Avenger shows up.
Yeah, probably knock the Kira out and then go to town with tech.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be Zach's only play this turn. Avenger using all the resources here. Bernardo, I think, looking at those resources to see if he had stuff that he wanted to play with tech. I guess perhaps there was opts to remove Kira.
I see a fell.
I don't think you want the fell here, though. I think you want to push damage, especially because
Yeah,
they're
I
about to run
agree.
out of time.
Well, they are. Yeah, it just did hit 0.
So they'll finish this phase and then the next phase. This game could be a draw.
He could play Falcon like twice this turn.
Yeah,
Hit
so if he did that, that's still only 8 total damage. He'd be off by 2 unless he had some other pump. We got a home 1. Does he have a Falcon in discard? I don't think he has a Falcon in discard, although he could bring back that Phoenix Squadron A-Wing maybe.
I would just bring back the droid if I didn't
Oh, he's
have
got a blue leader.
because
Okay.
it's a shielded unit, but
Yeah, that the shield on that droid would be useful against a potential barrage. Swings in for 2,
so they have 1 turn
25.
left.
Yeah, so I think there may have been a time extension or something, but I believe that time has been called. And if so, the question now is basically, does Bernardo win this turn or do we have a draw? Super Laser Blast, that's going to be a draw.
It's going to be a draw, yeah. He top decked the blast.
So that's going to, so let's see. He could potentially play Falcon. That would be what, 3 damage. Falcon Surprise Strike doesn't make it. He would need 2 more damage. Falcon Surprise Strike, Falcon would win. Falcon. No surprise strike, so it's just Falcon.
Goes to 28.
5 HP left for Zach. Unless they have another action phase after this, I think we got to draw.
Is there a conversation going on? I can't tell.
Perhaps, I'm not sure. And there's a handshake. I don't know if either of the players scooped, but if not, I think we ran out of time there. And in some ways, Woo, I think that match is, kind of a demonstration of the importance of scooping for time in some scenarios.
I do think that Zach scooped though.
Oh, you think Zach scooped? It's
I
possible.
believe he did.
Yeah, Claire says Zach conceded.
Zach conceded the game.
That is honorable gameplay from Zach. I think that's sportsmanlike under the circumstances. As C Raptor says in chat, though, I really do feel that if Bernardo had scooped game 2 earlier, he could have won this match outright.
And not have to rely on his opponent doing that.
Yeah, so it's a sportsmanlike move from Zach, I feel, but yeah, I do think it might have been possible for Bernardo to just win normally without having to have it come to that. Interesting scenario. And yeah, I mean, that's a cool matchup.
And I will say, I don't think in that scenario it's necessarily like something you should expect your opponent to do. Like,
oh yeah, I agree.
Like Zach was within his right to accept a draw there. He had just drawn the super laser blast. I don't think he was entirely.
It's not guaranteed. Like, he wasn't out of the game. He was losing, but he was not out of the game. And it's possible he could have stabilized that and turned it around. It's very possible that could have happened, actually. Would I say Han was favored in that position with those base HP and so on? Yeah, like absolutely, I'd say Han was favored, but it wasn't over yet. Now, it would be interesting to watch that back and see how much time would have been saved if the Han player had actually conceded when we first started talking about scooping for time. I suspect it would have been minutes.
It was 2 to 3 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, that could easily have been enough to get that game to a natural conclusion. Now, the importance of scooping for time varies based on what deck you're playing. If you're playing Sabine, it probably doesn't matter very much. But there are decks where that's actually an important skill that you should be considering in terms of, how worth it is it to play out a very negative scenario in the hopes of an extremely rare chance coming off and allowing you to win? Like, how valuable is that compared to having a guarantee of more time for your next round? I think in a lot of cases, the time may actually be more worth it, at least if you have a deck that tends to go longer.
Yep. I'll tell you, I probably scoop more games than games that I lose that go to their natural conclusion.
Mm.
Um, like I don't need 33 damage or 30 damage on my base to tell me that I have lost a game. And I think that's, you can only control what you can do, right? You can't control your opponent, but especially if you're going to play slower decks, you have to get in the habit of knowing when you've lost and like not playing minutes extra
Right.
just to like eventually die anyway. It does.
Yep.
Yeah, like it's an important thing to like work on and understand in these matchups sometimes. And
Yeah. And, this is also something that I think players who aren't as familiar with tournament gameplay may not realize. So if you've been mostly doing, like more casual games or untimed games for practice or similar, this isn't a skill that might necessarily be apparent. But in the context of a tournament with timed Swiss, I think it's something that can be very relevant. Well, previously we had quite a bit of time between our round two concluding and the start of the next round, but this time we are not going to have as expansive a break, as I believe round four will be commencing fairly soon. We are going to have for this round four, we are going to send in a new guest commentator. We will be joined here. I believe Woo is going to take a break. Thank you, Woo, for your contributions to the stream so far. And
yeah,
I
I'll see
believe
you
we're
later.
going. Yep. Woo will be back later on in our broadcast if all goes well, and we're going to substitute in a guest commentator, TD Tata, also from the KTOD tournament team, and someone who's had some impressive results on the McClunky Gaming stream before. Tata, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, Tower. Happy to sub in for Woo here while he takes a little break.
Yeah. Tata, what did you catch the last round? Were you watching or doing something else?
Yeah, no, I watched all that game 3 at least.
Yeah, yeah. What do you think about the Kira versus Han Green matchup?
I think Woo summed it up the best there when he said that if Han ramps and Kira doesn't, it's kind of rough for Kira, and that's pretty much what we saw there. Kira was short on resources the whole game, just trading one for one. Han ramped and was able to just kind of flood the board with this, just like just random units, and that's all it takes to win usually.
Yeah, it's interesting how that dynamic can work. As Wu had mentioned, your odds of being the player who misses ramp while the opponent has it are not that good if you're playing Kira. I mean, most of the time you're the one who's more likely to have the ramp since you have more ramp cards than the opponent. But
Yeah.
but in that situation, you can sometimes end up being fairly behind.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of excited to see what we'll get here in round 4. It looks like I was kind of peeking at standings. Looks like there's a lot of good players towards the top. Let's see, Jeff in chat saying that we're gone from a regional winner to just a regional top 4. Sorry for the downgrade, but I do also have a sector top 8, so maybe those combined can be equal to Woo's full power.
You also have, I mean, I think you had that SCG 2K win that we had on our stream earlier, and you've had several pretty good events pretty good results at SCG events, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, I've won 2 of the 2Ks actually, and then one of the 1Ks.
Nice.
So we've been doing pretty well in that circuit.
Now, what deck are you playing at this phase in the meta, Tata?
Well, I'm still on Ray right now. Just changed a couple cards from my regional list, the Ray Data Vault deck. So I'm a
Okay.
pretty big fan of blue-green villain or hero at the moment. So we'll see how
Y-
that holds up moving into set 5.
Cool. And are you thinking you're likely going to stay on Ray or move to one of the new leaders, or have you thought that far in advance?
Not really. There's a couple new leaders that look interesting. Obi-Wan looks very good. Maybe something like Revan could be interesting. So we'll just have to see what new leaders can really kind of peek into the meta game. There's only 2 or 3, probably tournament playable leaders every set for the most part. So we'll just have to see what breaks out from set 5.
Yeah, it should be interesting to do that testing. Now, I have a request here to ask you about underwhelming barrage.
Ah, yes. So this is actually the first time it's being talked about publicly, but it is a new YouTube channel for a Star Wars Unlimited like game show slash debate podcast. It's going to be in the style of the ESPN show called Around the Horn, uh, where I just kind of have a rotating cast to where we just debate hot topics, cards, decks, anything going on in Star Wars Unlimited in about a half hour to 40-minute game show type format. And I think the first episode should be airing towards the end of this upcoming week.
Cool. And that's called Underwhelming Barrage on YouTube.
Yes, Underwhelming Barrage on YouTube. The
Uh,
YouTube page actually just launched this morning. I think we're already up to about 50, 60 subs. And yeah,
yeah,
so
I
check
just
it out.
went to it. I'm adding my own subscription, so I'm excited to see what the show has to offer.
Yeah, can't wait. The first episode will be having Lego Pizza Ian from Botha Network. One of my teammates, Chrono, is going to be on there. We'll just have, you know, always have a rotating cast. It'll be fun.
Yeah, I think we saw Chrono in the chat earlier as well. Also, very experienced competitive player, known for playing Sabine. What do you think of Sabine these days, Tata?
I still love the deck. I've moved off it in recent sets just for various reasons, but I mean I still think it's one of the best decks. It's hard to really argue with the results that Chrono CJ always has with the deck and other players as well. Still probably the best deck.
Yeah, I mean it's going to be interesting, I think, to see, especially post rotation. I feel like Sabine has almost been sort of the definitive Star Wars Unlimited aggro leader thus far. And we've seen some other leaders that can be faster than Sabine, so like Kylo from set 2, for instance, arguably Ventress from set 3. But the decks that can be faster than Sabine often also end up being way more fragile. While Sabine has that reach and has that ability to win a game even after the opponent has stabilized to a degree.
Yeah, I mean it's just her stats. Like she's a 2/5, comes out on 4, and just the cast that comes with her, like the Poe, the Wrecker, the 3, like the Cassian, the K2, all of the red hero cards are just very, very good supporting for Sabine. And moving into set 5, I think that she's still going to be very, very good. Possibly with a different angle. Maybe you can do like a 4-space Sabine. There's just a lot of different things that you can kind of shoehorn into that shell. So I'm really curious how she looks with set 5.
Yeah, it's an interesting question. The one thing that I want to know more about with respect to the base selection is whether we're going to see a bunch of elements that allow you to use that force token in a more aggro composition and kind of put the pressure on people.
I've seen like a fair few force token cards that seem like they're pretty useful in kind of a, I don't know, like like in a more mid-rangey or control-oriented situation, but I haven't seen as much that allows you to really push damage to the opponent's base or like have units come into play ready or some other like very aggressive style.
Yeah, like the most aggressive one we've seen is what, Vernestra Row? She comes in as
Yeah,
a
she comes into play
three,
ready. That's
four,
right.
three,
That's right.
five. Yeah,
If you use the force, but
yeah.
she's
She's
also
also
in
yellow.
cunning.
Yeah, right.
Right. Now, I personally have liked cunning Sabine. And I think, maybe I don't know for sure, but cunning Sabine currently tends to be on 30 HP. I could see a world where that goes to 28 HP and we try to bring in aggressive use the force cards, although I don't know for sure if that'll happen.
Yeah, it's possible. Losing green, which for me is kind of the main draw because green has Gungi plus General's Blade. There's a few other cards in green that really complement that kind of strategy well. But
Yeah.
maybe yellow could work as well.
Yeah, I do think that General's Blade is a card that looks to potentially be gaining a lot this set, as I have a feeling we're going to see a lot more Jedi.
Yeah, that's going to be a pretty big winner with set 5. I think people are going to have to really be ready for General's Blade.
There was already kind of a dispute about whether General's Blade was already better than Darksaber, and
Yeah.
I think insofar as we see a lot of new Jedi units that are things that you want to be playing, that could easily tip the scales further in the direction of General's Blade.
Well, it makes it pretty easy when we also have a 2/5 one drop or a
Yeah.
one play now. So
Yeah, I think Gungi is going to be a very strong card. I'm a fan of, I'm a fan of strong vanilla cards, and now you have two. You have Gungi and of course the classic Battlefield Marine, which remains a good card even now.
uh, Frank in chat there is saying if Claire can turn me up, I'm soft spoken like all Sith Lords, which makes perfect sense.
Good to see you. Good to see you in chat there, Frank. Well, the players are getting seated, and I suspect that means our next match is going to be coming up soon for the fourth round here. And I believe there is a scheduled lunch break after this round. So we will probably have a bit more of a break in between this and round 5.
Yeah,
But let's see how we do.
we'll have to see here. So I bet that this Quinlan is Clueless, Chris Lewis. He's playing probably his newly won Quinlan showcase from the regional that he just top aided. But we'll have to
Nice.
see if I'm right or not. Oh, Claire's saying it's not. So I have been incorrect already.
Frowning Pandora in chat saying, Hantu Blue, the re-uprising of that deck. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I think that Han 2 was really suffering from the Tarkin Town meta that we had earlier, and with fewer Tarkin Towns in play now after the Django suspension, he's been making a comeback. However, I note that he's lined up with a Tarkin Town here.
Yeah. So Quinlan Tarkentown against Han 2 Blue. What do you think about this matchup?
Well, I haven't played this I haven't played this in great detail. It's kind of interesting. I think that Quinlan was a deck that a lot of people thought was falling off, but still seems to be putting up at least some results. And having a Tarkin Town is very helpful when your opponent is running Han 2, as it can really sort of punish him for using his leader ability.
Yeah,
Also,
I'm
here
really
we're seeing why you
curious.
should do odds or evens rather than high
Yeah,
rolls, because
just
they've rolled the same
rolling
thing multiple
forever.
times in a row.
I'm really curious how this Han 2 player, I don't have names yet, so I'm not sure who's playing what here, but I'm really curious how he kind of maneuvers these first few turns to try to play around this Tarkin Town. We'll see how it goes.
Now, one interesting thing about this is that the ability to use Quinlan's ping is actually diminished if you're using Hantu's ability,
Right.
because Quinlan has to match costs, but you're playing into the Tarkin Town with or without Quinlan's ping, so it creates an awkward scenario. On the other hand, they can only use Tarkin Town once.
Yeah, exactly. So, the question is, do you want to try to force the Tarkin Town turn one by playing something like a Cassian or a Yoda, for example, or do you want to try to drag the game out? It's make them save their Tarkin Town for later. But if you do play on curve, then of course Quinlan can just ping a lot more. So
Right.
we'll see.
It's kind of a situation where both options are risky. Using the ability opens you up to the early Tarkin Town. Not using up the ability opens you up to normal Quinlan pings.
Yeah.
But it
So me,
looks like Ryan playing first here and playing out in L3.
wow, starting with a force throw. This is pretty aggressive on the Han's part.
Very interesting. I wonder if Shane is running I wonder if Shane is running kind of a hand attack package here.
Yeah, I can't. Well, there's his hand. I guess he just didn't have a turn one play because he just drew the Concord Dawn. So his hand is kind of 4 and 5 drop heavy. So that was, I guess, just his only play.
Yeah, it might be a scenario where it's just like, well, yeah, I mean, quite frankly, it might just be a bad mole.
Yeah.
Cassian Andor from Ryan here, putting a point of damage onto Shane's Conquered Dawn Interceptors, and he opts not to use Tarkin Town, which I think is a pretty prudent choice. Conquered Dawn
Yeah.
Interceptors is not an exciting card here.
No, yeah, that's a great call by Ryan. Just ping it. No big deal. Like a Falcon or something can kill that later, or you can always Tarkin Town it later to make room for your Falcon. So that was a good call.
Let's see what Shane has to try and get in the scenario here.
I know he has a K2 in his hand. He also had a Poe. Poe can't be Tarkin Town per se, but this ground is pretty cluttered right now.
Yeah, and we could also see something like an L3 swing into Poe and then you use Tarkin Town. Looks like Kira's coming out for glue, showing Shane to be fielding Mace Windu, Poe Dameron, K2SO, and Karabast in hand.
Yeah, I think if I'm this Quinlan player, I probably name the K2. I mean, that's the only thing I really care about. Like, I don't care if my opponent plays Poe here with 2 damage. I mean, my old board can take care of it. But I think he might have named Poe because that's what Shane kind of showed off there.
Right, and it looks like we're seeing K2 played. So I guess it was Poe that was named there. Now K2 is also pretty vulnerable here. Like Cassian and L3 can just both hit him, but it
Right.
will trigger that ability, and under the circumstance I suspect would lead to Glue losing another card from hand.
Yeah, because like if you name the K2 there, then your opponent has to play Poe probably, and then you can Tarkin Town it then and then send the lead into it.
Right.
But this is probably still fine. I mean, he still has Tarkin Town. Like, let's see, the K2 makes some discards, so that's interesting.
And now Tarkin Town is used on that Conquered Dawn. I'm not sure I agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe he just wanted to just not lose tempo with the Tarkin Town there, but that that seems odd because that Concord Dawn wasn't doing anything, just 1
Oh,
damage a
you
turn.
know what? I do see a Millennium Falcon in Ryan's
Okay.
hand.
Yeah, that
It's
makes sense.
possible that he did that Tarkin Town kind of preemptively, like you said, avoid losing tempo, open up space, allow him to go aggro with that Falcon if need be.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Oof.
Yep. So there's
Uh,
the immediate defeat of the leader with the Plo ambush.
Mickey D says, got a good Quinlan player, top decked Plo when
Yeah,
needed.
right on
Plo
time.
is a very relevant card.
Hey, good players draw good cards.
Now, Karabast using the damage on that, I think it's what is it, the Blue Squadron X-wing,
Yeah.
to remove Plo. So cool use of Karabast there. A very synergistic card with Han.
Yeah, that was a solid play. But the problem is here now is that he's not winning any race. I mean, he's
Right.
already behind on damage, and the board is just getting very quickly out of hand.
Yeah, I mean the problem is, yeah, like you said, he's wildly behind on board and he's behind on base HP. Shane's got to get something big to make the comeback here. Karabast efficient in this case, but not enough to make him actually gain the advantage.
Yeah, Luke's pretty
Han's
good
ability used
here.
for Luke. Luke Skywalker Jedi Knight, very strong card.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that this Luke can get cleaned up pretty easily here, but it does save him a lot of damage, I think.
Yeah, it might at least slow down the pace of the attack here.
Yeah, and we do know from earlier that Shane does have a Mace Windu in his hand, so that could be pretty good too to clean up some of this board.
Looks like a Cassian was smuggled out by Ryan, and so the Cassian and L3 trade for Luke, while Kira and Quinlan attack the base.
Ooh, another Luke drawn for Shane here. So this could be a big turn. Does he still have that Mace Windu? No, it looks like he might have resourced it because that Mace would have been pretty good here.
Yeah, Mace here immediately killing Kira would be pretty solid. Oh, he does have it.
Oh, he did have it. Okay.
Now, interestingly, it looks like he used Han's ability there.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter that much since Quinlan can take it out anyway, but
I wonder if he has something to do with that last one resource.
I don't know.
Mace Windu, one of the few legendary cards from set 1 that hasn't seen a lot of play, but still a good card in the right circumstances. Ooh, that's rough.
So yeah, so good with the ping. We're gonna get a discard here. It's probably gonna be the force throw. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but force throw not doing much.
Maybe that was Shane's plan for what he
Yeah.
was going to do with that one remaining resource. Force
Yeah.
throw to just get a card from hand.
That's what it looks like. And now I think Shane has like a handful of Fell the Dragons and things that aren't doing much at the moment.
I think this is going to be a Quinlan win. It's looking. I'm just not sure what the real recovery option is here for
Yeah,
Shane.
he needed one of those Lukes or a Mace to really stick, and unfortunately it didn't. So
Maybe
we
Luke
still-
here kill Quinlan.
yeah,
That's not
Luke Hill
terrible.
Quinlan's a good start, but we're at what 22? We got 8 left.
I think there was a hot shot blaster in the row, maybe, which would mean that Shane is dead. But looks like maybe there's not, or at least Ryan doesn't opt to use it.
Yeah, I thought I saw a hot shot. Yeah, there's one right there on top. So that was curious. He could have just won the game, right? 3, 5,
Yeah, Ryan
8.
may
Yeah.
have missed lethal there. Force throw. Gets another X-Wing. There's some damage on Luke. What is that?
Boomer.
Red? I think it's red 5.
Yeah, red 5.
Okay. All right. So, Ryan, I believe, missed lethal there. That does mean that Shane has an opportunity to at least swing with Luke, take out Ahsoka, heal 3.
Yeah.
But
So
the damage is still getting pushed right back on there from that space arena.
opting not to attack with red 5 first to take out the Luke, which opens up a force throw. Yeah, that was a little bit of a misplay by Ryan there.
Yeah, a bit of a sequencing mistake by Ryan, I think, but I would say he's still quite favored.
Yeah, these space units are going to take over the game. Okay,
Yeah,
there's
Falcon.
the second Falcon.
Second Falcon overriding the first Falcon. That A-Wing played to stall. Probably could have won the game on the previous turn by using that hotshot blaster, but still in a position to win it. And we're moving on to the game 2.
Yep. So maybe just a few sequencing errors. He also might have just figured he had it wrapped up, so he was playing quickly.
Yeah, or he may have wanted to avoid letting his opponent know he was playing that for future rounds. I do think that Hotshot Blaster is such a good card that there's a pretty high chance someone is playing it. So I'm not sure that it's the card you must need to hide, but
I mean,
there is that psychological element.
Yeah, there's something to be said to not playing your tech cards, but I think Hotshot Blaster is one probably pretty safely, probably okay to play.
All
Looks like
right,
he's sliding in the Sparks. What is that yellow card? Is that Hidden Sharpshooter? If I'm not mistaken.
I think it was. I think it was the. So Hidden Sharpshooter is it's a 4-cost clone. It's just a 4/3 ambush, no text.
Right. Yeah. And it looks like he's just sliding out just random cards. Which I'm not hating on. I mean, I do that all the time. Like I just side out, random cards here and there. But I don't know if I like cutting the Ahsoka and the Kira here, but Sharpshooter is probably pretty good in this matchup, I have to imagine.
4-3 ambush is, I mean, there's the ability for that unit to pick off a lot of things that we could see Han play with that 2 damage. So, 4-3 ambush, you can just trade that for their Poe, for instance. If we're on 4 resources and they play Poe a turn early, you can just trade.
Right. Yeah, that's pretty good. Now, I didn't see what the Han player is citing. He still has his cards out there, but I'm not sure what's coming in or out.
Yeah, it's interesting.
So I don't love Fell the Dragon in this matchup because there's just usually no targets for it. Like they have like Big Han, and that's usually about it. Um, I guess you can always fell something that has a blaster, but that's just really not very efficient. So I'm curious if he keeps all of them in, or maybe cuts one or two.
Yeah, there's some interesting choices when it comes to what cards to leave in your deck and which ones to sideboard out. I mean, interesting choices in a lot of games, but with Wooooo, the resource system can make some of this even more interesting, in my opinion, because you have the ability to play cards that might be marginal or situational and resource them in situations where they're bad. And then on top of that, you also have normal sideboarding.
Yeah, yeah. And I'm curious if he's going to bring in this Profundity. I mean, I guess it's not good in this matchup, but that's a really spicy sideboard card for the Han Blue deck.
I wonder if that's like part of a discard package there.
Yeah, I bet you're right. So I think let's see if Shane makes Ryan start with the. Nope, he chose to start. Okay.
That is default, but I think that in this matchup in particular, at least when I'm playing against, sorry, when I say this matchup in particular, I mean against Quinlan Tarkentown in particular, I think going second is often better.
Yeah. So Shane mulligans immediately, and I did see the Profundity. So he actually does have like at least one in his deck at this point.
I kind of want to see that being played here.
Yeah. Ryan's hand, I mean, we see Sabine unit, red 5, Plo. So pretty good curve for him already. Waylay. Pretty solid hand.
Someone in chat suggests that Vader 4 blue is the best non-meta deck. What do you think about that, Tata?
I love Vader 4 blue. I almost played it in Richmond, then
Oh,
decided
for
to
real?
opt into Kira. Yeah, I mean, I've always liked Vader 4, and blue is usually my, aspect of choice in that one.
So is that more of a control deck, or how does that play?
Yeah, it's more mid-range than the yellow version.
Oh man, Sabine Explosives Artist into Sabine
Yeah.
Explosives Artist. Normally this highly favors the player who played first.
Yeah,
What? Quinlan Tarkentown.
I'm actually really surprised he Tarkentown there. Just because, well, no, his opponent had the initiative. Never mind. Yeah,
Well, he could have just done the Quinlan ping, and then at that point, you're in a
right.
scenario where if your
Just
opponent
trading one
attacked
for
into your
one.
Sabine, it's a trade, right?
Yeah.
Now this is interesting. K2 played with the discount, but that means that Sabine can trade with K2 while dealing 1 damage to Shane's base.
Yep.
I assume you opt for the discard at this point in the game.
Yeah, you opt for the discard. He's probably going to pitch.
No, damage to base. Okay.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Red 5 on the field.
So red 5 is pretty good here because it's really going to make Shane think twice about, using Han's ability to play something like a Poe, for example. But he has entrenched, so it's a pretty good answer for now.
Green
Ooh,
Squadron A-Wing here.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, that was unfortunate for Shane that he didn't have a 2-drop follow-up, but I guess
Looks
all
like,
Ryan had was an A-wing, so
yeah, both players kind of missed some resources. Oh, but that A-Wing
yeah,
means coordinate
that's
is
rough.
on for Plo Koon.
But this does give Shane a chance to just slam this Poe. Like that's going to make it pretty tough for Quinlan to flip and really do anything. Okay,
Now it's going to be a
we're going to
K2.
K2 instead. We'll have to see what he can do here with this.
So if Shane had played Poe, And you're Ryan. Do you just claim to immediately trade Plo for Poe?
You can, yeah. I mean, that could have been an option. I mean, I don't think I would have just flipped into a Poe, so that would make sense.
One of the things I think that makes this game very interesting is how important sequencing can be. And the back and forth and initiative system here, it really leads to some dynamic gameplay that you don't always see in TCGs.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. It's my favorite part about this game is just like all of the sequencing.
Yeah. And we have cool and interesting sequencing without having a scenario where there are a million timing windows or whatever.
Yeah. So
Ooh,
this is really unfortunate for Shane. It looks like he was setting up. So he resourced the Poe and he wanted to set up a Han activation on
Han
Luke.
into Luke
Yeah,
gets
but it didn't work
denied
out.
by that spark of rebellion. Does fire the Carabast off of K2 to remove the Green Squadron A-Wing. Now we have a fast Falcon.
Fell the red 5. Okay.
Fail on a unit that already has. I don't love that. It's already entrenched. There is
Yeah,
some risk
like I
that.
said, there's just not a lot of targets in this matchup, but I don't
Yeah.
know if that was really the play.
Maybe the thinking is like, oh, I'm gonna do this to get that off the field because if he draws upgrade removal, he'll get another card into
Right.
a
Yeah.
relevant state.
So can we get a crate this turn? How many resources do we have? 1, 2, 3. So we have 7. Okay, so we can't quite get a crate. So he doesn't really have a play this turn then. It looks like
K2 crashes into Quinlan. Quinlan hits the base here. Now,
yeah,
interestingly, Ryan did bounce his Falcon. What do you think that means?
just probably trying to keep it safe from just, random removal. I mean, I don't hate it. Like Ryan doesn't really have any other plays, so
Shane is attacking the hand here. Pillage. And Ryan opts to discard the Falcon and I believe another copy of Plo Koon, then plays a Lando's Pride Falcon.
yeah, just trying to set up a board with multiple large units. And it looks like Shane's hand. What do we have? We have a Profundity, a Crate Dragon, and a Mace. So
Those are some powerful cards.
yeah, yeah. And Ryan then has a Mace of his own and a Sabine unit.
Unusual circumstances when both players are playing Mace Windu.
Yeah, so we could see some Mace on Mace action here. Because I think Shane's best play here is probably just macing Ryan's leader.
Yeah, that seems pretty reasonable. And then Ryan could counter with his own Mace Windu.
Yeah, he could just slam this crate alternatively, which nope, he opts for the
Oh,
Profundity. Interesting.
Profundity. Here we go. That is not a card you see every day.
That out of the 3 cards in his hand, I think that might have been the one that I wouldn't have played. But this line is interesting because it is kind of representing. Let's see, what's he at? 25. I guess now he can go. Well, oh man, this is brutal. Like, I was curious how Shane's line would have worked out here, but it looks like we're just going to get Cassian with the blaster to. Oh, not quite lethal. Okay. Yeah, that was interesting. I wanted to see how that ended, but I guess it ended with a blaster on Cassian.
I feel like this whole discard style, it can be effective against like more control oriented decks in particular, but
Right.
if the opponent is the aggressor, sometimes you play discard. Like if I'm playing Sabine and someone plays Pillage on me, I'm often like, I don't care. Like whatever, man. I would rather have you playing something I think it would be better for you if you were playing things that actually affected my board.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think Shane was in that bad of a spot until the Cassian. I mean, once the Cassian came out, it was like, just taking so much extra damage. But, that was a really cool matchup. I mean, it went really quickly, but it was really cool to see the back and forth and the sequencing.
Yeah, quick relatively quick victory for our Quinlan player Ryan here. I do think this is not a matchup you want to see on Han 2.
No, I mean, any Tarkentown deck is not exactly what you want to see, so that was really unfortunate for Shane.
I do believe that we could potentially see somebody take a loss here, come back, win other games, make the top cut, and see where things go from there.
Yeah, do we know what table that was? I was just curious what these guys' records are. So looks like that was table 1. So those players were undefeated. So yeah, so they could easily just win out and make the top 8.
Yeah. Well, that was a quick one, Tata. It was nice to have you on casting, but we didn't have the longest match to comment on.
That's okay.
That might have actually been faster than the earlier match with Sabine versus Vader.
Yeah. No, I mean I'll be around all day. I assume Woo's not feeling 100%, so I'm sure long day with between 7 rounds of Swiss plus top 8.
These things do happen, and I do think this is also going to be I think this is also going to be a scenario where we're going to have a longer break here with the lunch break coming up. Not all tournaments have lunch breaks, but I can tell you that for those that do, it's often much appreciated by the players.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean just in this camera shot, you could see quite a few very good and successful players here. I mean, you got what Tyler from McClunky's playing right there. It looks like at one of the top tables. You got RT Chomp. Looks like a pretty tough event.
I think we've seen, and I know we saw Titanic walking around a bit. One of the Titanic and Claire, of course, are the ones that make these streams possible by doing the on-site logistics stuff. So big shout out to Titanic and Claire for doing the setup for the stream.
Yeah, and just great people in general. So big shout out to them always.
Very cool. All right. Well, thanks for coming on here, Tata. I think we're going to take a break, and it is going to be a bit of a long break, I think, because I believe there is a 1 hour lunch break, which is kind of long as these things go. And there's still 30 minutes left in the round. So I think the next round probably isn't going to be for about an hour and a half or more.
Yeah. What's that?
However,
4 o'clock Eastern? Yeah, crazy.
the McClunky gaming stream will return after that lunch break to cover the rest of Swiss, followed by the top cut here at Red Seal Gaming. So stay tuned for more. I'm TowerNumberNine, joined here by TD Tata from the KTOD tournament team, and we will see you guys later. Welcome back to McClunky Gaming's coverage of the Red Seal Gaming Planetary Qualifier. We are about to conclude the lunch break at this event, and we have a top 8 standings for you here. Right now, we have Alex in first place with Quinlan Tarkentown, Lucas in second place with Quinlan Tarkentown, Brandon with Kira in third. Fourth goes to Christopher on Quinlan Tarkentown. Fifth also to Quinlan Tarkentown, this time with Ryan. Justin with Kira Datavault in sixth. Han Solo, the Crystal City in seventh. And Pasquale in eighth with Ray Datavault. Tada, what do you think about this?
This is not too unexpected, I think. There's probably a couple Quinlans in there that I wasn't expecting. It's no surprise to see Cluis in there with his Quinlan. One other Quinlan would make sense, but 4 Quinlans is quite a bit. No Sabine is, a little weird. No Han 1, but we see Quinlan, Kira, Han 2, Ray. Makes a lot of sense.
Now, we do still have a lot of rounds, or a few rounds to go. I think there's
3 left. They're playing 7, and this is after
Right.
round 4.
Yeah, someone in the chat was asking that. These are the standings after 4 rounds of Swiss, 3 more rounds of Swiss to go, plus then the top cut.
Right. Yeah. And we see Pasquale on Ray. He won a PQ 2 weeks ago, I think, with the same deck. Of course, we saw Shane on stream a little bit ago. Who else did we see? A few of these guys have been on stream already.
Yeah, and for me, the biggest surprise is the number of Quinlans, but we'll see how it goes for him.
Yeah, that's a little surprising to me too. I would expect to see maybe a Sabine ECL or a Han 1 green in this list, but it's probably on the outside currently.
Yeah, or for that matter, the jump to lightspeed Vader builds.
Yeah, we're missing that too. It just seems like there's a lot of, of the mid-range or more control type decks. Seeing the Ray, the Kiras, of course Quinlan's more mid-range. So yeah, I'm excited to see how this all shakes out.
Yeah, it should be an exciting event. Thank you to Claire for preparing those top 8 standings for us here. Now, I believe, as you can see from the video, not everyone is back yet from the lunch break. In chat, we have someone saying, if it ended up this way, I would be thrilled as Ray to see this many Quinlans. Is Quinlan an easy matchup for Ray?
Ray is definitely pretty favorable into Quinlan. There's not a lot that the Quinlan can do to really put pressure on the Ray early. And then you kind of transition into the mid and late game, and they don't really have anything to deal with your, onslaught of Lukes and home ones. And they can't really apply enough pressure because all they really have is just a bunch of small guys. A way that they can win, and a way that I lost one of my games in top 8 to Cluis on his Quinlan build, is that they're able to have a really explosive flip turn that involves some number of force throws plus Kira unit. And that really kind of slows down your mid game and you can't catch up. But outside of multiple force throws and Kiras, there's really no way for them to really get you.
That is interesting. I don't know whether or not we're going to end up seeing that matchup on stream, but thank you for the insight into it there. I think Quinlan's an interesting leader. The for a while, I think Quinlan was popular as a potential sort of counter deck to Sabine. There was a time when a bunch of these like early ping plus Tarkentown decks were like being floated as a way to stop early aggro, but even with Sabine not being as big a presence, we still have a bunch of Quinlan players doing well.
Yeah, it's actually kind of weird or interesting how the meta has shaken down in that, say, a month or two ago, Tarkentown was really well positioned. And then there was like some shift to all these data vault decks, and now Tarkentown itself is actually not very well positioned because there's just not a lot of like unit-based decks anymore. And the ones that are more late game, like Kira or Ray. So while you're still decent into something like Sabine or like a Han 2, it's actually kind of weak into, quite a bit of the meta.
And it looks to me as if the players are now proceeding to their seats. Maximus Mitch says, "Love the commentating team. McClunky always does a good job with their streams." Thank you, Mitch.
Yeah.
We appreciate the support.
Eric Hunter in chat saying Quinlan has such a good matchup against Kira. That's an interesting take. It depends on the player's skill and builds, I think. I don't personally have too many issues in the Quinlan, but I think with two good players, the matchup actually is pretty close.
A lot of one thing that I think is interesting and that not everybody is necessarily on top of is that a lot of matchups can really change depending on what level the players are at, which
Right.
is not like intended to be an insult to any group of players,
No.
but
Oh,
there are some situations where if you just play it the default way, one side is favored, but with more sophisticated play, another one is favored, which is it's interesting how things like that can go.
yeah, and that matchup certainly isn't lopsided, either way. It's actually quite close when, both players know what's going on. So it looks like we're getting into our next round here. And we have a Han 1 green against a Sabine ECL. So a pretty classic matchup here. One we've certainly seen before.
Han 1 green versus Sabine ECL. So this matchup, I think, has recently been, there have been some changes in this with some of the more aggressive Han 1 decks that we've seen recently. I think previous dynamics here were actually fairly different. How would you assess this? How would you assess this particular match, Tata?
So the Han 1 green deck is definitely favored here.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, there are draws that the Sabine player can have, but they usually involve things like Sabine's Masterpiece or multiple timely interventions. But Sabine's Masterpiece is one of the best cards in this matchup. So I think if I was in this Sabine player's position, I would be looking for a turn 1 green unit, followed by possibly a turn 2 ECL on the Sabine's Masterpiece.
Yeah, that's a great way to deal with cards like the Falcon, unless the Han player is playing Pilot R2, which is not something everyone's playing, and for those who are playing it, it's not always a main deck card.
Yeah. And then from the Han side, you're definitely looking for early Falcon. That's obviously one of your best tools to slow down the Sabine space. You're looking for some ambush units early on, like you really want to try to control Sabine's flip turn as best as possible, as well as having your own big flip turn into a 7-drop. Like that's how you really swing this matchup.
One card that I think can be very effective against Sabine here is Blue Leader. Not only a card that can answer a bunch of space plays that might be made, but also potentially one where you can bring it in on 5 resources and ambush Sabine's flip, especially if you either ramped or used Han's ability to go up a resource. Yeah. Blue Leader is, in general, just kind of a crazy card. It's funny that we see you know, they previewed some new card that's like a conditional 5-cost 5/5 ambush. And it's funny to me because we already have Blue Leader, which is not only a 5-cost 5/5 ambush, but also a 3-cost 3/3 ambush in space. And then there's those rare situations where you get both, like you ambush something in space and then go to the ground. And the amount of flexibility and strength that card has, plus the extremely relevant rebel trait, it's a lot.
Yeah, definitely. While they're shuffling here and chat, Ian, to answer your question, Alex is 3-1 going into this round. Looks like there's still quite a few 3-1 players.
Let's see how we do here.
Let's see what this mulligan looks like. So if I'm Matthew, I don't want to start in space. Like I really want to be looking for like Battlefield Marine or like Luke Skywalker pilot to put on the ground. Let's see what he has. All right, that's not terrible because it is green. But the problem is if Bernardo here has a Falcon, this game is going to get out of hand very, very quickly for Matthew. He's thinking on the Han resource here. Can't see his hand. I don't know what he has, but so there's the ping, which makes sense. Let's see if he has the Falcon or something else. All right, he has slow Falcon. All right.
Yeah, it is a Falcon, but it is the jump to light speed Millennium Falcon get out and push, which is probably a worse card in this scenario. I think the fast Falcon from Spark of Rebellion just showing up and killing that A-Wing would be pretty strong. But this Falcon becomes actually a bigger threat if
it does, yes.
If you get those pilots on it and it's left unchecked.
So it's kind of like a game of give and take here. So now if Matthew does have Sabine's tie, this game is going to get very, very out of hand. Like I don't know what yep. So there it is. Right
I think
on
I
top.
see it.
He has a Sabine's tie. So, and he has the wing leader, which is very good here too.
Yeah, and you know, it's an interesting scenario with Sabine's Masterpiece. You really want to specifically lead with a command unit first, but Matthew had the command unit, has the Sabine's Masterpiece. Now he can use ECL, ambush that Falcon, and now he's suddenly in a very favorable position on board instead of a pretty dubious position.
Yeah. So that just shows you how swingy this matchup can be. Like if Bernardo had that turn 1 fast Falcon, then this game would be significantly different. And the fact that he did,
or for that matter, if he had that pilot R2, play that on there on the first turn, all of a sudden Sabine's Masterpiece not only can't defeat it in one ambush, it wouldn't survive an ambush. Very different scenario. Bernardo brings out L3. That is not the type of aggression you necessarily really need to see here.
Yeah, it's not terrible though, because now if he has a surprise strike in his hand and he can just bait his actions long enough, he can surprise strike into the Sabine leader and defeat it. But
that's a good point. And unless we see like timely intervention into Sabine Explosives Artist or Fighters for Freedom or something, Matthew probably can't deal with L3, but it looks like Bernardo's taking a quick swing, which is going to make the scenario significantly less threatening for the Sabine leader flip.
So if he has like, I was going to say, if he has Rebel Assault here, this is going to be a ton of damage. It's what, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10 damage here?
It is, quite a bit. 10 damage. Yeah, so 10 damage from one card being played.
That's
you have to have the units, but Bernardo now almost at half HP. Matthew's base barely damaged. Now, if we see a Han trigger without any cards being played, that could signal a blue leader ambush into the ground arena to take out Sabine. And it looks like we are seeing that at least being threatened. So let's see how Matthew responds.
Yeah, Matthew's obvious response here is probably just ping with Sabine.
Ping, yep.
Yeah.
Make him. And so if Bernardo sits there passing, that would be a sign that he's waiting for that blue leader ambush. Sorry for the brief alarm there. That was my fault.
Let's see what he's thinking about here. He might be thinking about passing, which is kind of risky.
No, he's gonna play something.
Yep. So there's the ambush Han. Not
Pilot.
exactly what you want, but
No. Without using the ambush, he paid 5 for a 4/5 no text. That's not really much of anything.
yeah.
Wow, and then Matthew has a wing lead.
got a
This
wing
game
leader.
is going extremely poorly for Bernardo.
Yeah,
Bernardo.
this is like the Sabine dream draw versus Han 1. Like anytime you can do
Bernardo's
something like
actually going to
this,
scoop it
that's
up. Okay.
yeah. Yeah, this is the best you can possibly do. Like you couldn't pick out the cards from your deck better than what just happened. Like that was perfect. And it all fell apart when Bernardo had the wrong Falcon turn 1.
Almost the only thing that could go better for Matthew would be like throwing some metal ceremonies in there or something to just, amp it up even more. Now, it looked to me like I saw for a moment there in Matthew's deck box, it appears that he actually had some copies of Open Fire, which is interesting because I think that's a card that is specifically played in part for taking out Falcons in this matchup.
Yeah, and it's also very good in Takira because you can take out
Yeah.
Kira as soon as she flips. So that's
Knock her out before she fires that barrage.
right. Yeah, those are two spots where it's very, very good. So but
Normally
they're
not
probably
something
coming
that
in.
normally not something that a Sabine deck really wants to play, as it's, Sabine's game plan is normally not to be playing removal cards and stuff. You want to be the aggressor, but there are some specific matchups where it lines up really well with some of the most important threats.
Yeah, Claire pointing out that the top 3 tables here were all mirrors. So I think table 1 was a Kira mirror, and table 2 and 3 were Quinlan mirrors. So some of those will get knocked down at least.
Some mirrors can be very interesting. Some mirrors can be not so interesting. It really depends.
Yeah, the Kira mirror is one of those that are not interesting. The Quinlan mirror is not that bad.
What's the problem dynamic in the Kira mirror?
Well, you kind of just stare at each other because
Right.
you just, kill everything on the board and you go back and forth that way. So it's
Gotcha.
just kind of about sticking like a Vader or a Maul, which just doesn't usually happen. So it just kind of drags on forever and someone gets decked eventually.
I do think one of the things about this game that is a little unusual is that the way that control decks in this game work means that control mirrors are quite strange compared to what you might see in other games.
Yeah.
In particular, there's no like counterspell or other permission type effect in this game, really. I mean, I guess arguably you could say relentless, arguably.
Yeah.
But it's not really the same thing. And so you end up in these weird scenarios where the decks have more removal than they have actual threats, and there's not really a very good way to protect your threats from removal. So
Yeah.
sometimes you end up actually milling out, which is kind of wild.
Yeah. Someone pointing out in chat the recent Ray mirror is kind of looking at each other too to see who draws Unity first. Yeah, I mean that's true too. I mean that's kind of why I play Unity at the regional. I don't think anyone else was at the time, but now it's probably very different. But yeah, mirrors can be tricky. So when Matthew was shuffling there, because of the way he was shuffling, I could see that he's definitely sided in Open Fire and Confiscates. So those are two cards that are pretty good against Bernardo here.
What are the main confiscate targets here, do you think?
Mainly the pilots, like
Yep.
Chewie, Han. That's one of the ways that Han can kind of snowball a game.
Yeah. Confiscate, nice card for its cheap price. If the opponent plays, some comparatively expensive pilot and you play confiscate and then spend 3 resources on a wing leader or something, that's that can be a very swingy turn.
Yeah. So Matthew not finding the green unit turn 1, but still not all bad. It's definitely a, pretty good unit still in her own right. And Bernardo having the fast Falcon, so this game's already looking very different.
Fast Falcon means a lot. Damage already getting started on Matthew's base here.
Looks like we're going to just go ahead and do the masterpiece play anyway.
Yeah, so a weaker form of the Sabine's masterpiece play here because Matthew did not have a command unit, he had an aggression unit. So instead of being able to give an experience token on attack, Sabine's masterpiece was able to deal 1 damage to a unit or base on attack. Now that's still enough to get 3+1 up to 4, clear the Falcon, but it would be a much better scenario with the command to buff that masterpiece up
Right.
to a 4/4.
Yeah. I don't necessarily love that line, but I don't see Matthew's hand, so I can't really tell if he really had anything else.
Yeah, it
You
may
don't
have
really
been that was
have, yeah,
all there was. Now, Bernardo played, I believe, a blue leader no ambush, which is not exactly the finest play in the game either.
right. Yeah,
So both players may be
it looks
stumbling a bit
like
here.
Matthew didn't really have much else because playing the A wing in space wasn't doing anything. So
He
just
just
clearing
drew
that
the wing leader.
yeah. So just clearing the Falcon's pretty strong. Bernardo is going for the Chewy play, so it doesn't look like Matthew has the confiscate, unfortunately.
Yeah, that buffed blue leader now is 6/6, and the damage is going to start adding up on Matthew's base pretty fast.
Did Han pay for Falcon or did he have a resource left over? I don't know if he set one down last turn with Han or not.
It was the first turn, so he has to have used the ability. And he doesn't have a Falcon now. This is blue leader.
Oh yeah, okay. They're talking about last turn. All right. Yes. he
Okay, so
pulled the one
then
that he defeated.
Sabine ping, followed by blue leader swinging on into that base, 6 damage with Chewy, which is pretty tough. Matthew flips Sabine. Bernardo just taking the initiative. Darksaber, and this is a spicy Darksaber, is actually getting its
Yep.
secondary effect, which very infrequently does anything. But with small Sabine
Yeah.
on the board, there's an experience token to be given.
Yeah, and I think he still has a wing leader in his hand too. So, worst case scenario here, he can just wing leader, pump something else, keep going face. So he can
Darksaber is
definitely push this.
interesting. I honestly consider Darksaber a bad card, but it is so lined up with Sabine's flip that it ends up being quite good anyway.
Yeah.
And to be clear, when I say Darksaber is a bad card, what I mean is that it gives below curve stats for its price, and its ability usually does nothing. If there was a card that was 4 for +4/+4 no text, that would not be an amazing card, and it would be better than Darksaber a lot of the time. But however, it lines up so well with Sabine's flip that Darksaber has still seen substantial competitive play for quite some time, ever since it came out, really.
So Han coming down, using his ability. So we're going to have a flip turn here into, I assume, a 7-drop. But the question is he going to still be alive? Because we're hitting for, man, this is 7 to put him to 23. And
Yeah,
then,
and it's now buffing that small Sabine yet again, so now able to swing for an additional 5, which is not quite lethal, but with a pump it might be.
yeah, I mean, this is not looking great for Han.
If there's a fleet lieutenant, this is game over right now.
He resourced one turn 1. So I don't think he has another one. He has a wing leader, though.
Oh, he's going for the wing leader. He's gonna bump up that Sabine even further. And if Bernardo can't deal with it this action, another swing from that small Sabine will end the game.
Yeah, I mean, even if he does deal with it, like he still has this giant Sabine with a Darksaber. Like, is this?
Yeah,
Can't imagine he's getting out of this.
Bernardo's in a very difficult position here. Yeah, and there's the fist bump. Matthew wins really quite convincingly in what we were discussing as probably an unfavored matchup for Sabine. The power of Sabine's masterpiece on display.
Yeah, I mean, he had the Sabine's masterpiece. That's the main card in this matchup, and he had it both games to take out. Game one he snowballed with it, and game two he was able to take out the Fast Falcon, which cut out all of Han's aggression.
Yeah. Now it was interesting too because he did not have the ideal. He did not have the ideal command unit start into Sabine's masterpiece, which is actually so good that Sabine players have been changing their early unit composition to put more command in there. That's how good command into Sabine's masterpiece is. But
Yeah.
even with the aggression version where the masterpiece doesn't get to stay on the board, he was still able to really check his opponent's momentum and then take over the game with that Darksaber.
Yeah, I mean that was just a very well played game by the Sabine player Matthew. It just kind of cards lined up in his favor and just snowballed with it. Well played.
Yeah.
Let's take a look. Let's see. I want to peek at standings to see. Got quite a few 3-1s. 3-1s go all the way down to 26th place at the moment. Let's see. Yeah. So 3 rounds to go. We already have, let's see, the Sabine player now, I believe, is 4-1 now. I don't
Yeah.
know the standings, these guys. Oh, that
I
was
bel I
that was
I bel
Matt. Yeah, Action League Matt. He actually almost top aided the Richmond sectional.
was that also running with Sabine at that time?
Yes, yeah, he was playing Sabine at that event as well. He was undefeated after day one, and then just missed the top eight. Actually, that was table 4, so I believe he was undefeated.
Interesting. There's there's some cool stuff with respect to some of these decks, even in the matchups that you think might be unfavorable. There absolutely are plays you can make.
Yeah, Stream needs more of Matt's hair. Yeah, Matt does have some pretty wild hair. I I can't speak from my own experience, but pretty crazy.
I don't exactly have the world's most mainstream hairdo myself,
Yeah,
but
I mean, I have to say is that the Star Wars Unlimited hair game is a pretty big step up from some of the other games I've played.
yeah.
Love to see it.
I will say also, I think that we have a pretty fun and positive community, which is something that Fantasy Flight's other games have been known for to some degree. So
Yeah.
the old like LCGs, the Netrunner scene, stuff like that, I think often had a reputation for being friendlier and more more welcoming and so on than you might see with some of the more hardcore tournament type games.
Yeah, I certainly agree. Coming up these last several years, I've played the Game of Thrones, both versions card game. I
Mm.
played the Warhammer game somewhat, and I have to agree that very welcoming communities.
Yeah. So was that the Warhammer Fantasy one, or was that the Warhammer 40K Conquest
Uh,
LCG?
I actually played both of them. I played the
Oh, cool.
Warhammer Conquest and then whatever the other one was. Oh,
Yeah,
well,
I think
look
it
at
was
this.
Warhammer Invasion and 40K
Invasion.
Conquest
That's
or
it.
something.
We actually get a bonus game. We get
Yeah.
fresh off his top 8 from the Minnesota Regional. We have Cluis on the left here, and he's playing against Alex A on the right. And it looks like this is game 2.
Yeah. So Alex A on the right was able to score a win over his Bothan Network opponent in that first game, and our match that we were doing with Sabine and Han was over so quickly that we're going to be able to finish out this other match here on the stream. So bonus games for y'all. Let's see how this Quinlan mirror will go.
Yeah, we'll see. Someone in the chat. Well, a diverse deck list? Nah, diverse hairlines? Yep.
Well, hey, we have I feel like we have both of them in the meta right now.
Very much.
A lot of deck lists, a lot of haircuts.
So let's see how this one's going to play out. We were just talking about this mirror. I do think that this mirror is interesting. It looks like that Clueless has decided to give the initiative to Alex here, which
I
makes
do
sense.
think initiative is probably a downside here. One of the
Yeah.
few scenarios where it is. A lot of I think by default having the initiative is more or less just better, though there's some decks that care about it more than others.
Looks like both players just passed turn 1.
Oh man, are we going to see a game of extreme brinksmanship with neither player wanting to be the first one to move?
Yeah, well, turn 1 isn't super important. I mean, the L3 droid is very good, but if you don't have it, it's oftentimes not worth just playing a 2-drop just to get Tarkin downed.
Yeah,
and then
and
going into turn 2, it's like if you don't have a 3/5, like Cassian, for example, then it's also kind of the same boat, right? Like you just don't want to play a guy to get a Tarkin downed.
yeah. Now, one other thing I'll say is that the L3 does die to land speeder plus Quinlan ping.
Yep.
But okay, Kira,
So it
after both
looks like
players skip all plays for the first 2 turns.
so we have our own Kira, we have Cassian, Sharpshooter, a couple 2-drops. You know, it's possible here. I don't know what Alex is going to name here, but Clueless could also just go Sabine unit, A-Wing, and go into next turn with 2 units. He has a couple different lines here. He could play his own Kira if Alex doesn't name it. Quinlan is definitely favored here. Yep. Hard to argue that. See what he decides to do. So it's also been pointed out that Alex has top-aided the Rogue State PQ with Quinlan just a few weeks ago, actually.
Okay.
So not a slouch in his own right with this deck, it seems. Yep. So there. So Clueless does decide to just go with the double 2-drop plan, which means Alex may have named Kira.
I think
Okay.
Claire's saying
Hidden
Hidden Sharpshooter was named. I guess the Hidden Sharpshooter could have just traded with Kira, and Alex wanted this game to actually move towards any kind of
Yeah.
results.
Makes sense.
Does mean Clueless here actually not in a bad spot necessarily.
No, this game's still pretty even. Let's see. So Alex has initiative, it seems. I have to assume it's going to start off with, yeah, I was going to say, like, start off with an attack of some sort. That one works. We're going to ambush the Sabine and ping with the Quinlan to defeat it. So it is worth noting now, though, that Clueless does have access to his Plo.
Yeah.
It seems like it's going to be online, because I don't think that Alex can do anything to defeat this Quinlan first action.
We could maybe see a forced throw and discard an expensive card from his own hand.
Right, yeah. Outside of that, I think we're going to see a Plo here.
Red 5, I believe, there from Alex, pinging the A-Wing, which now sets it up to be removed by that on attack ability, but there's that Plo Koon we were just discussing, Quinlan off the board.
So Plo combined with the Quinlan ping will do 7 total damage to Alex's Quinlan. So that's a pretty big tempo swing for Clueless here.
That ability to ping plus do an additional damage, or I'm sorry, to ping plus do the ambush damage, it can be really nasty and allow Quinlan to hit tougher targets than you might expect him to be able to deal with some of these plays.
Right. So we're going to see Kira take out the Plo, and then the Quinlan take out the Kira. So a little bit of board posturing here. Now Alex has a pretty clear red 5 attack next turn to take out the A-Wing. I think Cluis was debating there if he wanted to target down Alex's speeder, but opted not to.
Yeah, it's an interesting matter. I think both players are hanging on to their Tarkin Town despite having targets. In Alex's case, I think he has a very clear path with. Now, why was Quinlan's ability used there?
So Alex ambushed a Plo,
Right.
and they combined with Quinlan's ping to take out the opposing Quinlan. Well, I guess he didn't
But
need to, right? Because they
I
already had
guess he
damage on
doesn't have another play this turn anyway, so it's fine. It's one of those
Yeah.
things where it's like it doesn't really do anything, but he probably doesn't have 1-drops in his deck, so whatever.
Right. Yeah.
Um,
So for the moment, it appears Alex is ahead on board, but this Plo can get Tarkin Town pretty much at any point.
right. And there's that hidden sharpshooter taking out the damaged land speeder. Now, if you're Cluis here, is your Tarkin Town going to be headed for Plo, or is it actually going for Red 5? Because Red 5's on attack can kill. I guess
Yeah,
this Tarkin Town is used, which
Right.
deprioritizes Red 5.
Correct. Yeah. And then,
L3.
Yep. So that's going to get a shield, and then it's interesting to see what he's going to Tarkin Town here. I think Plo is probably the obvious one. Yeah. Okay.
Plo has more numbers.
Yeah.
The Red 5 is very good with Quinlan, don't get me wrong.
Yes.
But under the
Very, very
circumstances. It would have been interesting though to also see ping off Red 5, Plo won't have coordinate, and then maybe try and take him out with L3 plus a hot shot blaster or something.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. So we got the attack for 3. That only puts us up to 6 damage. So it looks like Alex's hand is still full of quite a few good cards. Great
Okay.
play by Clues here. We're able to take out the red 5 with the Quinlan ping.
Yep. And the gorilla soldier also landing some indirect damage, I believe.
Yep.
Only to be picked
3 to
off
the
by
base.
Han before getting a chance to hit the base, but Cluis just takes the initiative immediately, which makes me wonder whether he has his own Han waiting.
Yeah, that's the only way that you do that so quickly. Like, he snapped that off real fast. So he definitely has one of his own.
One of the weird unit interactions here is that Han Reluctant Hero will kill another Han Reluctant Hero and take no damage in return. So drawing more copies of this card is super important, as we're seeing here.
Man, claim again from Cluis. So it would appear that, does he have another Han? Or at least
This
that might be a way to
time
check
he's
this out.
pretty tapped out. He may be just hoping to draw into something that counters this Han. And it's like you lose the 2 damage from L3, but that's not as extreme as if you were not using a bunch of resources. And he does. Wow. Now, does Alex have his
third
third
one?
copy of Han to just really make this go wild?
Yeah,
That was 4 Hans. Han
Right.
after Han after Han
I
after Han.
I figured with the way that Cluis just snap claim there that he had a second Han. I mean, I can't figure out any other reason why he would do that. So now Alex is in a bad spot because this Han is going to eat pretty much anything he plays. Like, he has a hand of, I think, 2 Poes, it looks like. I mean, those are going to do absolutely nothing right now.
Yeah, very, very tough spot. His best bet might be to try to go to space, try to have. I mean, I don't really know. Han is such a dangerous card because that ability that prevents him from taking damage is on attacks where he defeats the defender, it lets him get immense value if the opponent doesn't have some way to either remove him, put direct damage on him directly, or kind of flood the board with small units.
Yeah, it looks like he has a force throw, but no force units right now. He has a Poe. He's got a couple small units. He could potentially maybe display some small units, see what happens.
Multiple
But
small units is probably better than playing Poe and just having him immediately
yes,
get killed.
for sure. So there's the elite droid.
Pings
Yeah,
off his opponent L3's shield.
right. Yeah, his Quinlan was exhausted when it shouldn't have been, so they recognize that. But this
It's
Han is
funny,
going to be a huge problem.
L3 is the card that is a counter to the comparatively infrequently seen capture mechanic. But she is also just so good that she sees substantial play even in a meta where capture is rare.
Yeah. Yeah, 2/2 shield is just a good stat line, it turns out.
Oh, but there is the counter with one of those land speeders from Cluis. Playing the land speeder allows Quinlan's ping to be activated, knocking the shield off, and then the 2/3 ambush stat line is enough to defeat L3 while remaining alive.
Yeah.
Alex played a Falcon, but did not attack with it before just taking the initiative here.
Yeah, he has to figure out a way to deal with this Han. You know, if he doesn't, I think the Magic 8 Ball says we're going to game 3 here.
Yeah,
Probably
if
the
Alex
turn or
can't
two.
handle this Han this turn or maybe next turn, I think that's it.
Alex looking at his resource row to see if there's anything there he could pull out. I don't think. See, what, he
Maybe,
has 2 force throws in his hand now? It looks like he really needs to just stick any force unit, but I don't think he's going to be able to.
yeah. I mean, this is where you want that Anakin Skywalker from the Anakin Skywalker from the upcoming Legends of the Force set that has shielded and hidden. You know, get him
Yeah.
on the field. Now, this is interesting. Cluis bringing out a hotshot blaster, pushing base damage with Han. This may be the opportunity Alex needs to connect with those force throws.
Yeah, definitely. Clues deciding that it was time to turn the corner and be a little bit more aggressive, and let's see,
Force throw hits another land speeder.
2 more to the base, puts him at 18. So now this Han is lethal if Alex can't get rid of it right now. He has a second force throw. Yep, there he goes.
Force throws his own Poe Dameron to get the
Yep.
guaranteed kill.
Let's see if Cluis has anything to smuggle here.
Cluis still has a lot of resources.
He does. Okay,
Wow,
Mace Windu.
brutal.
Yeah,
That's probably the game.
that's probably why he didn't mind being a little bit more aggressive, because he had something like Mace, still in his pocket. And Alex deciding that he has seen enough.
We're going to game 3, ladies and gentlemen. Cluis versus Alex. Final battle. Well, unless they meet in the top cut.
So I wonder if Alex had named the Plo with his turn 3 Kira, if that game had, may have gone maybe a little differently.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's a good chance that we would have seen the hidden sharpshooter ambush Kira in trade.
Right, but then there'd be no units in play, which means no one would
Right.
have, I guess, an active
Might
Plo.
have been a longer game.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting.
Plo no coordinate is really not so good. Plo with coordinate is pretty awesome. It's kind of funny. The coordinate mechanic hasn't been a huge success necessarily, but there are still definitely some relevant cards. Plo Koon, Sanctioner Shuttle, sometimes Isla Secura.
Yeah. Yeah, I think from a competitive standpoint, coordinate, I guess you can say that it was successful, just maybe not in the way that they had imagined. Like there's no coordinate deck per se, but
Right.
you have a lot of the better coordinate cards seeing play in most every deck.
Yeah, it's just something that kind of gets, it kind of gets splashed in. And there are there decks that don't run anything with coordinate? Yeah, sure. I think Kira generally doesn't, for instance. But Shanksner Shuttle, that's a card that's making an appearance in a lot of those Vader yellow builds. Plo Koon is a pretty common card for Cunning Heroism. And there are also, I know that the Captain Rex Unity of Purpose builds can run some coordinate stuff more than other things do, although I consider those not to be fully competitive. They're fun, but it's not it's vulnerable to a lot of things. Like sometimes you play against a Sabine deck that's just fast enough to defeat you before you do the combo, or sometimes you have a deck that can attack your hand and take your Unity of Purpose or whatever.
Yeah. So something interesting happened there is that Clueless passed and then Alex claimed. So I think what would have been better is if both players just passed and kind of kept Clueless with the initiative. But
You could be right.
I think Alex may have valued this Guerrilla Soldier play pretty highly, and it might work out. We'll see.
Both
Clueless
players,
with a soldier of his own, a true
both
mirror.
players with those Guerrilla Soldiers. Alex putting 1 indirect on his Guerrilla Soldier, 2 on the base, I think knowing that his soldier will be removed soon anyway.
So I would say that Clueless is ahead just purely because he has a hyperspace Guerrilla Soldier.
Alex
So
swings.
just sending his in the base. Clueless just taking the trade. So he now just has a soldier with 2 damage. A little behind on damage, but ahead on board.
Now, if Alex plays below curve here with a 3-drop, he could ping off the opposing Guerrilla Soldier and potentially be in a good spot, although it would depend on what the 3-drop was and whether he had a 1-cost card to follow up.
Something like a red 5 would be very good here, I think.
Yeah. Could be very relevant and probably a little bit more difficult to remove than a ground unit might be.
Yeah, so we're going to take out the soldier, which leads me to believe that Alex has something like a Kira that he wants to play this turn, because you really can't play the Kira just, right into the soldier. Clueless with an Ahsoka, which is pretty safe. Flooding the board here. Okay.
Multiple small units for Alex versus Ahsoka from Clueless. Clueless still having that Tarkin Town unused.
Yeah. So what I have to think is going to happen here is that this Ahsoka is going to take out the Sabine unit, because then it can't be taken out by the L3 droid. Yeah, so that's just his first action. That makes sense.
Quinlan flip.
Yep.
Alex
Quinlan
now
flips
has
him right away.
Plo Koon enabled.
Yes, but force throws here. Yep, there we go.
Ooh,
Oh,
force
that's huge.
throw.
Force throw a
Clueless
Han
gives
to
up a-
take out Quinlan.
Yeah, now those Hans are really precious if you get into the Han trading, as we saw in the previous match. But taking out your opponent's Quinlan like that is a lot of value.
Yeah, I mean that makes Han a little worse because now Alex has to figure out how to deal with this leader. So we're going to pull into the Ahsoka. Let's see what Clueless has to follow up. Oh man, this is just getting out of control now. So we're going to the 6th resource turn. Let's see what Clueless does. Takes out the Plo. So now Alex is 2 turns away from really playing his own Hans.
If Alex had been able to make his Quinlan stick instead of getting picked off by that forced throw, this could have been a very different situation.
Yeah, absolutely.
But that Plo Koon, instead of being able to remove the opponent Quinlan in 1 hit, ended up getting used on a lesser target. Now here we have another Plo Koon no coordinate, but this time with Quinlan's ping, it's able to defeat the wounded Quinlan there.
Yep, that's exactly what he needed. So now his Hans are significantly better. Like the Han is a lot worse when you're behind on board. Now that the board's either even, oh man, and he had the throw. Yeah, this is
Alex maybe mounting a bit of a comeback here. Takes out an opposing Plo Koon as well. And now
Smuggle something? Smuggle the Smuggle
Landos
Okay.
Falcon.
Yeah.
Okay. Now in
So
chat we have someone saying exploit never really made it because they overpriced the cards. There were some exploit cards that see competitive play. You still see people playing Geonosis Patrol Fighter in particular. I think we saw it earlier this stream. For a while, that spider or the snail tank thing was quite a popular card for Django. Actually, it was so strong there that Django's been removed. Now the Tarkin Town was used there to clear Plo.
Yeah.
Another L3 from Alex. Cluis keeps the pressure on with a swing from Lando's Pride.
Yeah, this Falcon's going to be pretty big here because Alex really doesn't have any ways to get rid of it. And it kind of nullifies Big Han.
Cluis brings out an L3 of his own, knocking off Alex's
number
L3
3.
shield. Yeah, Alex has seen all 3 Plo Koons, and none of them have had coordinate so far.
So I don't think you ambush here. Maybe he's thinking about it. I think he's deciding not to ambush. Yeah, that's the correct play, I think.
Yeah, I don't think it's worth taking the 2 damage just to knock off a shield here, although I could be wrong.
Right. No, I agree. So Clueless with the initiative. Have to assume the Falcon goes in, yeah. And then if he has a blaster here, is that enough for game? No, not quite.
A land speeder from Alex would be really nice, but
Poe.
no,
Okay,
he's just, ooh,
see what he has. He's Big Han, so he has another
Big
Han.
Han.
Yeah, so this
Alex in big trouble.
This one's over. Alex has to claim just immediately. If he doesn't draw a Big Han of his own, and even if he does,
Even if he does,
yeah,
Cluis has lethal on board, even assuming that he has a Big Han to clear his opponent's Big Han.
yeah, this was very well played by both players. But Cluis having the force throw on his own Han to kill Alex's Quinlan was definitely the big game.
That was a massive play. He also had a slight advantage with respect to the initial plays, I think. You mentioned earlier the scenario where Alex took the initiative instead of passing. And, I suspect Alex would have liked to have that guerrilla soldier interaction go the other way. So,
yeah. So both players showing that they had all 3 Plos, each of them. Cluis had all 3 Hans that game. He had the Mace, he had the Big Falcon. They both had several force throws. This was just a pure mirror, as they would say.
yeah. And so Cluis with the comeback victory when he joined our stream here. He was down 0-1, but he won both games, got the win, and still has some time to spare before we move on to the 6th round of Swiss.
That was round 5? Yeah. So
that was round 5, I
2
believe.
more rounds. Yep.
Then we will be cutting to a top 8, I believe. Top 8 cut, as is standard in this game.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. So we know Matt won with his Sabine. Looks like Pasquale won with his Ray. So he moves to X and 1, I believe. Looks like Alexander the Greatest is also 1-2-0, so he is now 4-1. RT Chomp looks like 4-1. Tyler Mersing 4-1. So quite a few very strong players still in this tournament. So that these last 2 rounds should be pretty exciting.
It'll be interesting to see what happens and who end up being the players that make our top 8 cut at this event.
Looks like Claire has some deck stats up here. With a disclaimer, I think. I don't know if this is every deck or not, because I think some people might have submitted by paper, some might have done through Melee. But just regardless, we have Sabine and Kira as the 2 most played decks. and Quinlan as the third most played. There is basically no surprise here at all, correct? I don't really see anything that really stands out.
Hmm. Yeah, a lot of Sabine. Sabine is often a very popular deck, even in situations where it's not necessarily the top performing. I think Sabine is really kind of a very standout aggro leader, such that players who gravitate towards aggro tend to gravitate towards Sabine. Then we have Kira Data Vault, also a good deck. The deck that the deck that Woo just won in Minneapolis with. Quinlan Tarkentown. That's a deck that has, I think, been perceived as on a downturn recently, but maybe making a bit of a resurgence.
Yeah, Quinlan's
And
always up there among the most played leaders. So it's not really a big surprise. And then of course we see Ray Data Vault right after that, which makes sense. I mean, that deck's been making a pretty big, turn here in the States as well after its
yeah,
success in Europe.
Vader, jump pilot Vader 30 HP, and then Han Solo from Shadows, blue 30 with
Blue,
4.
that's something that I had overlooked. I just saw Han Solo Shadows and kind of kept scrolling, but just assuming
I
that it was Data Vault, but it's actually Vigilance. That's
I
surprising.
yeah, I believe I believe in Minneapolis there were, I forget what the final number was, but I think there were maybe like somewhere between 7 to 9 Han 2 players who made the top 64. And of those, I think all but one were on Data Vault. One was on Vigilance, but the Vigilance player ended up actually
Yeah,
making it the
top 8.
furthest.
Yeah, he made the top 8 actually.
Right. Whereas I believe none of the Han 2 Data Vaults were able to make the top 8 in that event.
Correct, yeah.
And
So
then,
that's crazy. Love to
yeah.
see it.
Interesting also that the Spark of Rebellion Hans have really been not on the Data Vault trend, even though like they're running command, they're not running ECL, but the 30 HP command base seems to be the right choice for these players, or at least that's how they've decided to go
Yeah.
into the event.
Yeah, and I don't think that the Han 2 blue decks are going anywhere anytime soon with set 5, because it picked up quite a few very powerful cards, especially for a force build. The new Grogu is very good in that deck.
Yeah, that new Grogu
So,
is like a insanely powerful card in that build, I
yeah,
suspect.
yeah.
And
So
the
that'll
other,
be exciting to see.
it's not just Grogu too, if you did you play Jedi Survivor, Jedi Fallen Order?
Yep,
Well, good old Ogdo Bogdo
yep,
is that guy is going to be kind of a menace, I think, for some.
yeah, yeah. That's another great turn 1 play. We have the new Ezra unit that is a 3/5.
Yeah, buffs
That-
creatures and
Yep.
specters.
So that'll be something that we'll definitely be seeing quite a bit of in set 5, I believe, whether it's the force build with the force base or something more just like play big chunky units.
If you
So
do go for the Force build, the Itinerant Warrior, who's a 4-cost 4/4 Jedi with shielded, and you can use the Force to heal 3 from a base when you play it. That seems like, playing that as a 4/2 shielded for 3 seems very strong.
yeah. So yeah, of course, last week it was Cole. I was trying to think of his name, but it was Cole from the Canadian team that made top 8 with his Han 2 blue. So shout out to him, and I think we should expect to see more of that deck moving forward.
Yeah. Now, are there any cards that you especially have your eye on for the next set as things that you think they might have to, ban or restrict or otherwise take action against?
Not at this point. I know quite a few people are, might have something like Force Throw on their watch list, but
Yeah.
I personally don't think anything really needs changed at this time. Maybe keep something like a Force Throw or a General's Blade on like some sort of watch list, but um, I'm I'm pretty confident that there's nothing that really needs,
Yeah, I
banned
think
per
Force
se.
Throw is already an extremely strong card and is going to become much more prevalent as we see many more force units entering the game to act as enablers for it. But I don't know that that means it has to be suspended.
Yeah, I agree.
Additionally, a lot of the other force payoff cards are not really all that good, and I think it's fine for force to have good payoffs.
Right.
Um, but force throw is going to be kind of crazy, so we'll see what happens.
I'm curious to see what, like, we've seen about half of set 5, I think, maybe a little more than half at this point, slightly over. And we're still missing about half the legendaries. I'm sure quite a few rares and uncommons. I'm really curious to see what the other force payoffs are. At this point, red seems to have the best ones with like Kiadi Mundi, Mace Windu. We'll have to see what else is really in this set. But the new Vader and the new Anakin, like blue is just getting so many good cards. Shatterpoint. It's just not that blue needed help, but these cards are going to be very, very impactful on the new meta.
Yeah, that new version of Vader, the blue Vader, when coupled with Energy Conversion Lab, is going to be just a total menace. Can kill, I think, any leader in the game, unless, I think it actually just kills any leader in the
Just
game.
kills any leader with ambush. Yeah, I mean, not even just with ECL. I mean, you also have timely intervention. You have Xian Flurry. There's just so many ways now to give him ambush in pretty much
Yeah.
any color combination with blue.
So that's going to be a terror.
Excited. Yeah, I'm pumped. Can't wait.
What do you think about Avar Chris? My apologies if I mispronounced that. First 9 deployment leader. What do you think?
I love her, mostly because she's my favorite character from the new books from the
Okay.
High Republic series. But aside from that, I think she's a very interesting leader in the fact that you can just gain the force anytime you want. But again, it kind of comes down to what the payoffs are.
Right.
Right now, it's like you have a pretty active Jedi Consular, which is pretty busted with her. And then after that, it's like you probably have to go into like red or blue. So we'll see how she plays out, but I think she's really interesting with just the ability to gain the force at will.
Yeah. Yeah. Also, having your leader be an 8/10 overwhelm is kind of nuts.
Yeah, and you can also maybe build her as like some sort of one-shot deck with like dogfight and the new Jedi dogfight or the Force dogfight, um, to try to put like a lightsaber on him, on her, and then just try to run over all their units for overwhelm. So a lot of cool things you can do.
Yeah.
Looks like we got some matches still going on. Yeah. All right. So why don't we break here, Tower, for these last few minutes? I'll step out. I think Woo's going to step back in. And you guys can be right back for round 6.
Sounds good. And thanks for jumping in here, Tata. Good to have you. Good to have you in the virtual casters booth.
Yeah, I might step back in later if Woo needs a break, but I'll be around.
Sounds good. Thanks again for dropping by. Do you have anything you want to plug before you back off? Any channels? I know you were talking about your new show.
Yeah, no, that's good for now. If you haven't subbed or followed Underwhelming Barrage on YouTube yet, I suggest or recommend you go do that now. We'll have an episode dropping this week. And yeah, look out for that.
All right. Thanks again, Tata. And this is Tower Number 9. We're going to be on a quick break here before we move to the 6th round of Swiss here at the Red Steel Gaming Planetary Qualifier. Be right back. Welcome back to McClunky Gaming's coverage of the Red Steel Gaming Planetary Qualifier. We are about to move into the 6th round of Swiss play here at Red Steel Gaming in New Jersey. I'm TowerNumberNine, joined here by Minneapolis Regional Qualifier Champion Wooooo. Wooooo, how are you doing?
I'm feeling good, ready to get back in the action now.
Sounds good. Now it looks like our matchup here is going to be a Ray Data Vault versus what appears to be Gar Saxon 30 HP Cunning.
Yeah, this is gonna be pretty cool because it's not one you're gonna see very often.
What do you think about Gar Saxon, Woo?
I think it's a fun deck. Like I think it's powerful. It has some shortcomings, right? Because it's very linear. But when left kind of undisturbed, this deck can pour insane amount of damage really quickly. And Ray might not have all the best tools to deal with all these shielded units that are about to come out of this deck. It has things like Takedown and Fell the Dragon, but outside of that, not really interact with these units. So we'll see. We'll see if he can just get through that 33 health buffer.
Yeah, that blue removal. Now our Gar Saxon player looking to be wearing some kind of fingerless glove with an eye on the back. I'm not sure if that's like a team item or what exactly is going on there. Now looks like we have a special treat for y'all, which is that our Ray player is actually Pasquale from McClunky Gaming. We've seen this player win a PQ with actually, I believe, this Ray Data Vault deck. I think it was an earlier version of it. There's probably been some revisions.
It's in Connecticut, right? He won the really large PQ there.
Yeah, so an experienced player. Let's see if our Gar Saxon player can get the win over a experienced tournament competitor here.
Yeah, and I've gone back and forth with Pasquale about the Ray deck and matchup claims. So he of course thinks it's favored into every deck. As you should feel when you're playing the deck. I think that's a good place to be.
I do think it can be helpful to have awareness of your weaknesses in terms of planning your sideboard in particular.
I do believe when I saw him shuffling the deck that I saw the Unity of Purpose, the tech that we saw in Minneapolis for this Ray deck, to sort of like a mirror breaker kind of card to just, slam it, do a billion damage in one turn. So don't think it's likely to come up in this matchup, but cool little card.
Let's see here. Unity of Purpose it's funny because Unity of Purpose was not considered a good card when it was first previewed, and it turned out to actually be so good that it created an entire deck archetype around it with those Rex Unity. And now it didn't end up being a super competitive archetype, but it's not a total joke archetype either. You can just get destroyed by that deck if you're not ready.
Yep. It's not a joke of a card. I still think it's very fringe, but it's something.
Wow. Dr. Evazan, another card that it might be the opposite story of Unity of Purpose. Dr. Evazan, when first previewed, was considered likely very good and ended up being pretty marginal. I think the downside of that ability is very real against some builds.
Yeah. And when playing with Gar against decks that play Fell the Dragon, you need to be very careful about actually buffing your units into the 5 power range. That those tokens sometimes actually cause more problems than you'd like.
Yeah, you gotta watch out for those Fell the Dragons. Now, we have a user in the chat saying, "I'm interested in what Gar deck Logan's running." There are 5 different decks or 3 different decks floating around. That's interesting. I've not been following the Gar Saxon decks, but I do see the Lurking TIE Phantom And Pasquale is going to need to put something in the space arena here, or maybe play a perilous position if he wants to deal with that.
Yeah, that can be a tough one to deal with. Array is primarily a ground-based deck. It's why it sometimes has some issues with the Vader deck, because it doesn't interact up there particularly well. But he does stick a restoring unit on the ground here, which is actually pretty effective.
I'm a big fan of the Clone Deserter. I think that can be a very, like you said, a very effective card, especially in more aggro matchups. You know, if you play that on the first turn and then buff it with Ray, you get a turn 1, 3/4, restore 1. That's kind of crazy.
Now, I believe these two players are local to each other because Logan also is. I know he talks in the New York Discord with Pasquale. So,
Ooh, Krennic Shuttle
oh,
stealing
he
the
steals the
from
experience, which kills the
C-3PO.
3PO.
Not only does C-3PO die, that experience then goes to the lurking TIE Phantom, which now means that a -2/-2 card will not kill it. That is a revolting development for Pasquale.
And pretty effective to be in space right now because the grounds looks to be kind of walled off.
The Nema Outpost Constables show up for Pasquale to create a barrier on the ground, but in space, it looks like he's in some real trouble.
It's a 6 damage swing there.
R2 chips some damage into Dr. Evazan. I wonder if Pasquale is going to trade his Clone Deserter for Evazan to get that bounty, get all his resources back, and play something else.
Yeah. He does lose his restoring unit if he does that, so he could try to
Right.
wait a turn, but
And it would also give Logan a card from the built-in bounty on that Deserter. This is an interesting call.
yep, he does
He's
do
he's
it.
doing it. He's doing it. Both bounties resolve. Logan gets a card. Pasquale gets to ready all his resources.
He can ramp.
Spark of hope. Okay. Now losing that restore might not matter so much because next turn he's going to be able to get Rey on the board with her Mighty Restore 3. And now we see Mon Mothma finding a Luke. These are some spicy plays here from Pasquale. Now,
Yeah.
in chat, someone asked, I wonder why Pasquale didn't put a +1/+1 on R2. I believe he did not have any resources available,
Yep, he didn't
at
have any.
least in this turn.
He paid 4 for the Nema.
4 for the Nema Outpost Constables. Okay, this is a weird opinion. What do you think about the prospect of changing Nema Outpost Constables for the good old Cloud City Wingguard?
The 3 cost 2/4.
Yeah, the 3 cost 2/4, but because then if you use Ray's ability on it, it ends up being a 3/5, which I think is at least arguably better than a 2/6.
Well, you could just play the ATRT at that point, right? And just get it with.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, I kind of like that ATRT, honestly. It doesn't synergize with Ray.
He found a blue leader. That is.
Look, it's a little awkward that it ends up trading. Moving that experience onto the Phantom was a very strong play, but I think Pasquale is very happy to have that Phantom off the board.
Yeah, I think Pasquale is about to turn the corner real hard here with Ray. He's got the ground completely walled off, and that lurking tie was really Gar's way of kind of winning this.
Now, we have someone in chat saying that the Ray Data Vault gameplay needs to be deleted from the game. I don't know. I actually think this is a cool deck. I like the way that it sort of like buffs up some units that you normally wouldn't see much of and creates kind of some fresh dynamics there. Buffed Mon Mothma taking out Greedo. Logan fires the top deck but misses. We did see a TIE Advanced buffing the shuttle there, so that shuttle is now quite powerful, but I believe it is also now in range of Fell the Dragon.
Mm-hmm. It's also in range of Luke if a unit dies on Ray's side, because it has 6 health.
All right. Well, Pasquale has a pretty solid board on the ground while Logan controls the space arena. The heavily buffed shuttle plus a tie advanced in space, but Pasquale has Rey, Mon Mothma, R2, and the Nima Outpost Constables all on the ground. And with Rey there in particular, there is a lot of restore possible here for Pasquale to slow down his opponent's momentum. Logan contemplating the resource decision. Choosing the right card to resource is a very important skill in Star Wars Unlimited.
See, he's playing Cunning in his deck.
Tie advanced, swinging in for 3 damage. There's Fell the Dragon taking out that shuttle. Now, I believe when defeated, it could grant one of those upgrades to the tie advanced. Is that right?
It can steal an experience, right, from one of the units, but I don't think it can give the...
Am I misunderstanding what this card does? Is it a miss trigger?
Well, it's a May trigger. Okay,
Yeah,
and he
okay.
does move the experience off of the Mon Mothma to...
Yeah, and that makes more sense than taking his own experience. He could do that, but it's a stronger play here to get the experience from the opponent's unit and take them off the field.
It's just so hard to race this Rey. That 3 heal a turn is really difficult.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Rey is her stats are actually not really that good for a leader that flips on 6 resources, but having Restore 3 printed on your leader is kind of crazy. And additionally, as long as she gets even 1 attack, she gets to buff her own stats to a more acceptable level. Still a little below the curve, but that Restore 3 means a lot. Oh, okay. And people in chat are saying you can't take experience from the shuttle on its own when defeated. Okay, I misunderstood how that ability worked. Thank you for the correction. It is not a card I play much of, to be honest with you. Gar Saxon getting a hotshot blaster to clear out the Nima Outpost Constables. That would only put him up to 6, but his ability giving +1.
Now, he could consider just claiming early here so he can kill the Rey, which might be completely necessary, but it's not a great place to be in either way, especially because you know the Rey has a Luke in their hand.
Pasquale's base now has actually more HP left thanks to being Data Vault. Both players with 10 HP on base, or 10 damage on base, but that means Pasquale has 23 left while Logan has 20. Still several unspent resources here for both players, though, but not enough to make any huge plays. However, we might see some solid mid-cost units. Ooh, I think that's a Pilot Boba on Logan's tie advanced, which is going to deal a damage when attached and use that to clear R2. Pilot Boba here, when played as an upgrade, you may deal 1 damage to your unit. If attached unit is a transport, you may deal 2 damage instead. And Pasquale sends in the Village Protectors, a card that has seen quite a lot of play ever since it first got introduced.
Yeah, the Village people are a staple card of the heroic Vigilant decks.
Yeah, and maybe even better here in a Rey build where you can easily get them an experience token, as we may see if Rey gets a chance to attack this turn and buff them up.
Six damage. 6, 7 damage.
Hmm. Okay. Both
Really
sides
difficult.
with some buffed units here.
You know, any little unit you play can just get killed by Luke here. And then you're dealing with 2 units that have Restore 3 on the ground.
Director Krennic. Luke is a very powerful card. As I'm sure some of our viewers are already aware, Luke Skywalker Jedi Knight is probably one of the best cards in the game. But Pasquale is going a different route. It's going to be tech that sees play here. Gar Saxon, despite his powerful hotshot blaster there, still kind of stuck behind the shielded village protectors. All right. Mon Mothma finding home one. That's one of the biggest plays that Pasquale has. Home one being played. Or no, it's not being played yet.
Just revealing.
Yeah, just being. I was thinking, how do those resources line up? But I think we're going to see home one being played shortly, and I don't think that will be a positive development for Logan. Although now Logan could very well also be playing cards like Fell the Dragon here. Gar Saxon is a blue villain deck, even if it tends to play differently than many others.
Yeah, but once you're pivoting into the control role against this Ray deck, I think your avenues to winning are close pretty fast.
Well, the village protectors don't have their shield at this time. If Logan defeats a unit, there's potentially going to be the -6/-6 from Luke. But if Logan doesn't defeat the village protectors, the ground arena is sort of just stalled. Cunning. There was discussion earlier of us not having seen Cunning on a stream in a while, and here it is. Out of aspect Cunning, which is even rarer. Out of aspect Vigilance is common, but the other double aspect legendaries are normally only seen in double aspect decks. Huge buff on that tie advanced, and Pasquale now playing a U-wing reinforcement, maybe trying to find something that can
Off the
stop
tech.
that. Oh, I didn't even realize that. U-wing reinforcement from the row. Tex
Bright
smuggle very strong.
He's looking for a Sentinel most likely just to eat up 10 damage.
Yeah, what might he have here? Bright Hope, Conquer Dawn Interceptors.
I don't think he plays Concord Dawn, so I think it's just Bright Hope in space.
Conquer Dawn has a tendency to be very bad if your opponent isn't like actively in space where it's defending. It just doesn't do very much. Bright Hope's more flexible and allows you to have some nice card draw. I'm not sure that Pasquale found a Space Sentinel here.
No, he might just have to go like 3 units on the ground here.
3 units on the ground, one of them Akbar is kind of nasty.
That's 7 damage to something.
Ping now he can ping Gar Saxon off the field, I suppose. Replaces his previous defeated R2 with a new one, and one of those units is also a fleet lieutenant, so he can swing with one of his, like maybe swing with Mon Mothma here as well.
Yeah, I suspect he'll clear the Gar. That hotshot goes back to hand because of Gar's ability.
Here in Colombia, we call the village protectors the witches. For me, it's one of the best cards in the game. That's interesting. I am not too familiar with what the Star Wars Unlimited scene looks like in Colombia, but thanks for tuning in.
All right, we're gonna be a giant chunk of damage in space here. That's what 10. That's a 10 damage swing potentially.
Fleet Lieutenant was actually used to swing with Tech and have Tech knock the shield off of Krennic here. That's interesting. Yeah,
Taking the shield off means that Krennic can't kill the village protectors anymore.
right.
But with that one
Saxon.
resource, Logan was able to play an Inferno for Krennic's ability. So he's doing that before Krennic dies.
That makes a lot of sense.
He's going to get that 10 hit. He can do 11 this turn, which puts we'll put Pasquale at 25.
Now, in the chat, someone is pointing out that Tech is not a rebel, and while Tech is not a rebel, you are allowed to attack with a non-rebel unit using the Fleet Lieutenant ability. You just don't get the power buff, and he didn't need the power buff because he was just knocking off a shield.
Mm-hmm.
The Fleet Lieutenant and Snowtrooper Lieutenant notably work differently than the kind of more modern versions of those cards. So they are allowed to get things that are not in their trait. It just doesn't get the stat bonus. Whereas I believe like Republic Tactical Officer, for instance, only works with Republic cards.
We'll say that like if Pasquale can't deal with this right now, he's in danger of losing the surprise strike, because even with healing 3 here, he'll go to 9, but a surprise strike off that tie advance does 9. So if he can't kill it, which I mean, there's a lot of ways he can. I think Fell. Well, is it just Fell? It has 6 health, so it's not takedown.
Yeah, so I think Fell would work. I think if he's playing any of the like heavier removal, the Rival's Fall or whatever, that would work. A Space Sentinel would probably work, but it looks like he doesn't immediately have it. Ray swings.
So if he has a surprise strike, it is lethal here.
Does
but I think
Logan
he would have
a
probably
surprise
slammed
strike?
it if he had it. So, but hitting 6 here is, I mean, he still has lethal showing.
Akbar is another point of restore.
Which is not enough.
Not quite enough.
Because there's 10 damage in play here.
Pasquale does have, but I'm not sure it's fast enough. There is the potential for a home 1, which then gives everything on the board restore.
All right, and now we're in this kind of check situation, right? Because if you ever let Logan deal with the tie advanced, you will lose, right? So it's a little bit of game, like sort of like that check, like who do I have to claim early? Can I spend my resources? And he's also in check because there's 2 lethal attackers in play, right?
Pasquale needs to find a solution. Now, an attack with Admiral Akbar is going to restore 1, which now means that, but we could still see, there could be a snapshot reflexes here, for instance. I think Pasquale is in a lot of trouble here, despite his very powerful
Pasquale
ground
also
arena.
has lethal, right? There's 5, 8. Yeah, he's got 10 damage showing on the ground. So
Logan's
I think
faster,
Logan needs to attack with the Inferno 4, so that Pasquale has to kill his Onyx Squadron, which will then heal him 2 and take him out of lethal range.
Interesting point.
Because Pasquale has 10 damage, which can put Gar at 31, but with a 2 heal, he'll actually go to 29. So your next attack needs to be the Inferno 4, not Onyx Squadron, or you can go for a different kind of lethal play.
Inferno 4, Iden Versio pilot. Actually, wait, no, it's on the Onyx Squadron. Okay. So now that 1 card is threatening lethal, and if it's cleared, we will get that heal. Does Pasquale have an answer either in hand or in that resource row via tech? Iden also shielding that, which means that if we did see a Bright Hope, the Onyx Squadron Brute would be able to attack into it and clear it in 1 hit.
I don't think he can have an answer. If he had an answer, he would have used it on the tie advance, right? This still has over 5 health, so takedown is still not an answer for this. he didn't have wasn't representing Fell the Dragon because he had the opportunity to use it.
This might be a win. Well, wait, no, I mean, there's other stuff. We could see like
A Sentinel.
Yeah, Luke to debuff, but he would need to have something else to deal with Inferno 4.
Luke to debuff doesn't do it because it's still 3 damage. It's still upgraded.
Oh, that's right, with the upgrade. Now, what is this?
It's Unity of Purpose.
Right. Well, Pasquale had all kinds of lethal, but Logan was that little bit faster. It is going to be a win for Logan, and this is a tough situation for Pasquale to be in because not only was he defeated, but that was a very long game. If they proceed at this pace, I'm not sure that they're going to be able to complete 3 games.
That was a wild one. I thought Ray had this game turns ago when they kind of bricked up the whole ground and had Ray just kind of uncontested. But I think that turn when Pasquale U-winged from the row and couldn't find anything to interact with space set him so far behind. He just couldn't find a bright hope. I don't think
tough
we saw
development.
Like he wasn't able to get that Luke down on the ground. Like maybe if he had played it instead of the U-wing and just like got that extra restore unit on the ground, it might have been able to be different. But that was crazy. And, sometimes you just got to make him have it, right? Like,
yeah, that's interesting.
Can't say I know what the Gar will be boarding in here.
No, I mean, it's a really weird situation. I don't know what the yeah, I mean, I don't know what the play is exactly.
I mean, if you have things with Saboteur, if you have like breaking ins, maybe that's like a card you look at. I don't know if he's playing them, but it might be like if you're bringing Gar into this meta, maybe you do need to be bringing some ways to get through shields and sentinels and stuff like that. So there might be some of that stuff. Trying to think what else. Waylay, maybe, if he's not playing in the main deck. That's another way to just kind of get rid of these big walls. It was a question of why he didn't home one to Blue Leader. The problem with that is it would have killed one of the ships, but then all his resources would have been gone, and Logan would have just claimed, and then first action could have first action killed, I think, with the TIE Advanced, right? Or any buff on the other space unit would have been lethal.
There's a lot of weird stuff that happens with the with these decks where there are a lot of upgrades. You can get some units that are performing well beyond their normal specifications. And it looks like now what is that? What is happening here? Claire, do you have any insight into what's going on? I think we saw Pasquale leaning down onto the scene. Is there a deck check or something happening here? Just shuffling up. Okay.
I mean, if he had, like he would have had lethal by playing home one, but he would have been dead to any buff, which was what would have happened anyway because of the Iden, right? Like he would have basically had to exhaust all his cards and just hope that Logan didn't have an upgrade.
Home one would have given a lot of healing, but it wouldn't have been that fast,
Yeah, he still would have just gotten chunked for 7 or 6 damage at once after the upgraded unit came out.
Yeah. Well, I think we're about to be moving into game 2, and here we go with Pasquale leading us off. It is the Moisture Farmer. Logan brings out an Inferno 4. Looking at those top 2 cards, Pasquale is going to use Ray's ability to grant an experience to the Moisture Farmer. And is that being taken back? What's happening? Oh, okay. I guess the Inferno 4 search wasn't finished yet.
Yeah, just shortcutting a little bit, which I think is fine, especially because there's nothing else that could have interrupted that action anyway.
Yeah.
Now, Moisture Farmer can be a really annoying card, right? That's just, again, with these like repeated heals. All right, make him have it, right?
Iden Versio on that Inferno 4. Pasquale buffs the Moisture Farmer again. Heavy hit here from Inferno 4. I believe that's 6 damage.
Yep.
But some of it's going to be healed by that Moisture Farmer immediately.
I think we should
Ooh,
place
Pasquale has no other
wagers.
play. That is
How
not
much
where
will
you
this
want to be.
Oh, he missed it. Missed the follow-up.
There was no other. It was just the buff on Moisture Farmer and Swing. Nothing to do with the other 2 resources. That's not great. What were you wagering
I'm just curious,
on?
how much will this Moisture Farmer heal this game?
Well, it's going to be.
This is about to be 4.
It's a surprise strike from Logan, so even more damage being pushed by this Inferno 4. I think that's 9 damage. That's really quite a lot for this early in the game.
Yep, it's hit for 15 already. Oh, the confiscate
on Iden. So that's going to limit the damage that unit can push, but the shield is still granting it a +1 power. Logan plays Akbar. Pasquale pings off, or I'm sorry, Logan plays Krennic. Pasquale pings off Krennic's shield with Akbar and then uses the Moisture Farmer to clear Krennic, also restoring 2 from the base. Five resources to 4 resources here. But I think that's just because Logan has not yet decided. I don't think we've seen either player actually ramp. Yep, and there's the 5th resource for Logan. Okay, that is a what's that card called? Snapshot
4.
Reflexes?
Yeah, snapshot reflexes hit for 4.
Snapshot Reflexes swings on in 4 damage to Pasquale's base. Pasquale now has a bunch of restore though. It looks like Logan is once again going to steal an experience from Pasquale using that shuttle. Snapshot Reflexes is a card that saw at least kind of some play early, but works way better in a Gar Saxon deck where it's essentially 1 for a +2/+1 if you're in a if you're on a unit that doesn't already have an upgrade.
So we might see a takedown here on the shuttle, which would steal another experience token, or you could just take down the Inferno for have that happen.
It's going to be a Fell the Dragon targeting the shuttle.
So you can steal another experience.
Experience transferred from the Moisture Farmer onto the Inferno 4 there, but Pasquale has a huge amount of restore. So not only is there 3 restore already on the board, once Ray flips this turn, it's going to be up to 6 restore.
Mm-hmm. This Inferno 4 is in range now of takedown and Fell the Dragon.
Yeah, because one of those is a shield.
Hits for 5.
Swinging on in. That shuttle is pretty nasty in this matchup. Yeah, it's very likely going to have an experience token to steal. Ray's ability used. Shield sent over to, or I'm sorry, not Shield, Experience sent over to Akbar. Akbar now a 3/6. What? No, okay, No Good to Me Dead is used on the Moisture Farmer here. That's very interesting. I wonder if there's another No Good to Me Dead here for Ray. There isn't. I think I see a Cunning in hand for Logan.
Mm-hmm.
Ray is going to swing at something. Looks like it's going to be an attack into Gar Saxon. Ray taking some damage, also doing some major healing. It's funny. This is a war of the like comparatively weak but buffed up units right now. Super buffed Inferno 4. Wow. Pasquale's base HP is dropping fast. "21 damage on that base. That does mean there's 12 remaining, so we're not quite in range of a surprise strike. Fell the dragon. Whoa. Wait a minute. Okay,
He meant to
takedown.
play takedown. But he also telegraphed that fell now, which means Logan knows coming.
Yeah, Logan now aware that Inferno 4 might not be as safe as it looks. Akbar restores an additional 1. With all the restore, we are now at 20 damage on Pasquale. It's funny, Logan has had a very fast game here, but Pasquale has had so much restore that this is a not by any means a game that's over, despite the large amount of damage that Inferno 4 has been pushing throughout.
Yeah, I think he's healed 11 this game.
Okay, so this time we do see No Good to Me Dead. It's going to exhaust Ray. Fell the dragon, defeating Inferno 4. That does mean Inferno 4's ability gets to go off here, which will potentially allow Logan some filtration. Looks like there was an Asteroid Sanctuary and something else, but I think those cards may have been sent to the bottom. Greedo hits the field. Akbar hitting the base here. I think I would be somewhat inclined to kill Greedo, though I could be wrong.
Looks like he has a Village Protectors, so I don't think he's that concerned with the ground.
Yeah, maybe thinking that's going to be able to lock things down. Okay, I can see it. Akbar is, of course, also a restore unit, so we're up to perhaps 12 restored here by Pasquale. And there's those Village Protectors that you saw. Ray still exhausted thanks to No Good to Me Dead, but there's still 3 restore that gets to ready up this turn, and Logan does not have a clear path to the base here. I think this one is looking... It's looking like Pasquale is stabilizing here, but it's by no means over. Greedo crashes into the shield of the Village Protectors there and misses the top deck to remove them. Krennic's shuttle makes another appearance, stealing an experience from Ray this time.
So much healing.
Akbar swinging base. I believe the shielded on that shuttle may have been forgotten here. Oh.
Well, Luke wouldn't kill anything, right?
I don't know. I don't know exactly what happened. It looks like Pasquale showed that he had Luke, and in response, Logan scooped. I wonder if that is just in response to, like, the shuttle was nice, but the amount of healing that Pasquale was doing was so high that I think the amount of damage on base was decreasing overall. And Luke would have added a bunch more plus some power. I'm not entirely sure what happened there. It did seem like they were playing that rather fast. I believe it was a scoop from Logan for that round, and we're going to move into the final. This does give them some time in which they are going to perhaps have a better shot at actually concluding this match. If that game had been fully drawn out, I don't know. Now, someone in chat suggests that Logan actually conceded before Pasquale showed Luke. That's also possible. Like, it might have been like, oh, I don't think I have this. And then Pasquale is like, yeah, I had Luke or whatever. One way or another, though, that was the end of game 2 of this match. And we're going to be moving on to the third and final game. Will Logan be able to get the damage through, or will Pasquale hold things off here? There is also the prospect of a potential tie. No 30-minute break between rounds for playing Sabine this time. What do we think here?
This is I think if Pasquale is able to like chain all the restore units, it's just a real uphill battle for Gar. Like, I don't think he's built to do like 50 damage in a game. If he doesn't open with like moisture into like another restore unit, there's gonna be like more room for him to spike a win though.
Yeah, the moisture farmer in particular is a bunch of restore, and it's a bunch of restore that's on the board very early. I do think Pasquale's space defenses are not that strong. So if Logan is buffing up some of those ships with pilots or whatever else, Pasquale kind of needs to draw removal in order to get them off the field. I do think there's a bright hope in there. There's probably 3 bright hopes in there, but
and blue leaders, but they're not particularly good against the shielded space units.
Oh, here's an interesting question from the chat. So you guys think it's worth maining disabling Fang in this meta, or should it still be in the side? I will say some of the decks that I'm playing these days have main deck disabling Fang Fighter. Upgrades seem very common these days.
Oh,
Moisture Farmer versus Krennic here. Those are the opening units.
Yeah, I think if he has a shuttle here to steal steal that experience, potentially put it on Krennic so that then Krennic can hit for 4, that would be huge.
Yeah, that would be a pretty sick play.
Oh, he's got a lieutenant. He could actually kill the moisture farmer here with that lieutenant, which might be the correct play because we saw that moisture farmer heal like 8 damage last game.
Yeah, I think you do it. Roughly speaking, the calculation to make about whether or not, no, but that's not initially the way it goes. It's going to be Inferno 4 played for 1 thanks to Krennic's discount. Generally speaking, the calculation that I think you want to make with some of these units is are they going, like, you have to think about how long will it take me to win the game at this point. So in this case, probably quite a long time. And is the amount that they're going to heal across that time more than the amount of HP that they have? And if it is more, you want to kill the unit. That's my rule of thumb.
Yeah, I really would have liked to see that lieutenant come down because now it can't kill the moisture farmer anymore.
Yeah. Moisture Farmer's buffed out of range there. So Logan is going to play the lieutenant and is still going to crash into the Moisture Farmer, but because of that experience, it isn't going to be lethal. Dropping the Moisture Farmer to 1 HP.
So he just goes to base instead. Okay. Yeah.
Tough spot.
I think I would have sequenced it the other way and just played the Inferno for a second.
Yeah, I do think that getting that Moisture Farmer off the board could have been big here. Now, Pasquale does attack with the Moisture Farmer into Krennic, removing the shield. This does mean the Moisture Farmer is perhaps in a vulnerable position.
Still has 3 health, which means it's still able to soak either of these attacks unless they get upgraded, right? So it's just a really awkward position now.
Someone in chat asking why he paid 1 resource for Inferno 4. It's because with Director Krennic in play, the first unit you play in a turn with when defeated costs 1 less, and Inferno 4 does have a when defeated ability. So Krennic gave the discount there that enabled that play. Yeah, the first unit you play each round that has a when defeated ability costs 1 less. Now, it's interesting that this is not It doesn't have to be the first unit you play this round, period. It's just the first unit that you play this round with the when defeated ability. So I think I do agree with you, Woo, that it would have been desirable to use the Snow Trooper Lieutenant first, clear the Moisture Farmer, then you can play Inferno 4 after that, still for 1. I guess there's maybe some risk you get ambushed or something, but it doesn't seem likely.
Yeah, it would have just lined up real clean.
There is now a No Good to Me Dead being used to exhaust the Moisture Farmer for 2 turns. Boba Fett Pilot was played, allowing this Inferno 4 to hit pretty hard, but the Village Protectors are now a substantial obstacle for Logan in the ground arena. The Snow Trooper Lieutenant trading for the Village Protector's shield. Now, Tato says, haven't seen a single Entrenched from Pasquale. Crazy. Entrenched would be a very good counter to one of these buffed up space units. The Village Protectors swing in from Pasquale's side of the board, defeating Krennic. Logan then attacks with the Inferno 4, still piloted by Boba Fett. A Clone Deserter hits the field for Pasquale. That's some more restore. Onyx Squadron Brute and a 7th Fleet Defender. Logan is trying to push in space. Pasquale plays a resupply. That means Rey is now on the field, and there's even more restore. We also saw a second Clone Deserter. I don't know. Pasquale has 7 restore on the board. 7 restore is kind of a crazy amount. I think Logan's gonna have trouble pushing through all this restore. Now this Moisture Farmer should still be exhausted. Is that right? I think
not this turn. It should have been exhausted last turn. Right?
Gotcha. Well, it looks like it's going to be exhausted this way by a cunning double exhaust plus a. It looked like it was going to be a +4 power. Yeah, it's a +4 power on the 7th Fleet Defender. Let's see whether or not Pasquale has some removal option to get that Defender off the board. Luke would kill it. Takedown would kill it. Fell would kill it.
All right.
Yeah, there's Luke from U-Wing, and I think that almost locks things up here for Pasquale, but maybe Logan can make some crazy comeback. The amount of restore on the board is just ridiculous. It's crazy. Yeah, Pasquale has 10 restore on the board. That's more restore than Logan has total power on the board. Kwaishan Jin says this has been good fast play these last 2 games for sure. Yeah, Pasquale can play at a pretty fast pace when trying to get games in. I don't know, Woo. I think this is looking real grim for Logan. If you're Logan, what can you have? What can you even have for this ground arena?
I don't think you can. Unless you're playing like Super Laser Blast, but even that isn't.
Super Laser Blast, out of aspect bombing run. I don't even know.
I would say I think something that this highlights is like how micro decisions very early in the game can sometimes change entire outlooks of what happens, right? Because that's for lethal, right?
That's probably game over. There's a huge amount of stats. Logan just goes for the handshake. Pasquale wins 2-1.
Yeah, so like those early micro decisions, right? Like not doing the Snow Trooper Lieutenant to kill that Moisture Farmer may have actually changed the entire outlook of the game, because that's kind of why all these units were able to stick, right? If you were able to clear that farmer, he doesn't get to value trade any of your, right? And then you stick around, you have that Krennic in play, you have Snow Trooper Lieutenant in play, and you're able to kind of like keep tempo. But that Moisture Farmer basically able to stick all game, create value trades, really set back the guard's ability to kind of maintain any sort of board on the ground.
That's a good point, Will, and I think you're right. The different sequencing just on that second turn there might have led to a very different game. As it stood, that Moisture Farmer was around all game. Now, we did see some we did see some exhaust effects being used on it, some things that prevented it from getting maximum healing, but all of that is cards and resources that could have been spent on other things if that initial play had gone differently and cleared out the farmer. Well,
And Pasquale is a really good player. He got that PQ win with Ray, so not an easy feat kind of getting through him regardless.
yep. Interesting interesting situation overall. You know, that first round was honestly pretty tough for Pasquale, but rounds 2 and 3, it felt like he was very much in command, and that restore was just too difficult for a guard to get through. That was the 6th and second to last round of Swiss play. We are going to take a quick break here before we come back with the 7th and final Swiss round, followed by the top cut. I'm TowerNumber9, joined here by Wooooo, our Minneapolis regional champion. And this is McClunky Gaming's coverage of the Red Seal Gaming Planetary Qualifier. We will be right back.
See you soon.
Welcome back to McClunky Gaming's coverage of the Red Seal Gaming Planetary Qualifier event. We are about to move into the 7th and final round of Swiss play. I'm TowerNumberNine, joined here by Minneapolis Regional Champion Wooooo. How's it going for you?
I'm doing well, ready for this last round where we should have a couple matches going that are still winning ins, maybe one or two.
And we are hoping to get you one of those winning ins and see a intense match. Now, Woo, what do you think about the leaders we're seeing here? You know, fair number of Sabines, fair number of Quinlans. Han 2 moving towards the blue base, it seems, not seeing those data vaults this time.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing like the usual suspects. Gar was a kind of an unusual suspect a little bit, but yeah, not like major surprises. I like Han Blue. I was working on that a few weeks ago. I think that deck's really solid. That leader is just really powerful, right? And especially when like Tarkentown shares were coming down a little bit, it's not surprising that Han 2 started getting a little more popular. Whether you like green or blue, I think they both have some really powerful interactions. So
yeah, that's a good point, Woo. And what do you think about the difference between green and blue for those builds?
yeah, so the most powerful thing that blue has for going for it is just Luke a turn early. Like you said earlier, it's one of the best cards in the game, and well, when you pay one less for it, it's also still one of the best cards in the game. And you also get to play like the removal without needing to splash for it. Like you see the Data Vault Han play Fell the Dragon out of aspect, but that blue version just gets to do it up front. It gets to play Force Throw because it's getting the blue Force package. So that's probably like the biggest appeal for that deck. Whereas green gets the just like heroic green grind package, which is really, really powerful, right? Home ones, like it's a lot of them play like Mon Mothma Bright Hope, which just powers up their hand, makes their hammerhead so much better. Blue Leader is just a really powerful card, and Poe. Both of those are just like standouts when you play them a turn early. Poe Pilot also is what they both can play the big Poe, but Poe Pilot on turn 1 can be really scary.
Poe Pilot
turn two.
Yeah, you can play him and then he takes the 2 damage, and then you can just choose to have him go onto the ship anyway if you want. So the disadvantage basically doesn't do anything.
Yeah, you either get a stolen AT hauler without the downside, or you just get 2 units on turn 2.
Yeah, pretty strong indeed. So both of those relevant decks. Now, I haven't seen as much cunning when it comes to these Han 2 decks. It seems like blue and green are the popular aspects.
Mm-hmm.
Wonder, I do think there are some cunning units that would be pretty nice to have early, but I wonder if blue and green just have better overall options, or what exactly is going on there.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because it probably plays very much like a Sabine Yellow, similarly to how Han 2 ECL plays kind of similarly to a Sabine ECL. It just turns out that it hasn't really pushed forward. It might just not be fast enough. It really does become much more of a hard aggro deck. Yeah, everyone's favorite is we got it. A Kira Mirror.
Kira Mirror. All right. What do you you're a very experienced Kira player. In fact, I think you popularized Kira to at least some degree. What do you think about the Kira Mirror, Woo?
Oh, you got to be patient with this one. You need to find ramp. That's like primary goal. Purging, of course, on turn 1 is the best thing. You probably don't want to be feeding early units. Like I don't really play any non-purging units early. And they do both just skip turn 1, which is not unusual. And then it's just who can sequence these bombs better. You don't want to be the one that plays them first. You want to be holding your powerful removal as much as possible in this matchup.
Look at that.
And not resourcing them.
Both players ramping. We see the Super Laser Technician on the left and the resupply on the right.
And he has to kill his Super Laser Tech here immediately because otherwise he sets himself up for a no glory.
Yeah. No glory on a super laser tech is like catastrophically bad. Like borderline, you just lost the game level.
Ooh, and
Another
a
super
double
laser
ramp.
tech.
See, that is being able to ramp over your opponent is really powerful in this matchup.
Who knows though? We could see that no glory.
So he claimed, so he might have the no glory. That might have been why he did it.
That would be a huge play here for Harrison.
Especially because it keeps him off of Vader and Maul for this turn, which is kind of where that's kind of where the action starts, is on 7. It's when like you really start like actually exchanging big units.
Does Harrison have the no glory only results to steal? He doesn't have it. He does not have it. That is big. That would potentially be a massive play for Harrison, but Lau is going to get to. Now, why would he ping off his? Why would he do that instead of just crashing in? Am I missing something?
No, I don't know why.
Oh,
he
no,
did crash it. No, he didn't.
No, he didn't. He pinged off his own unit.
I'm not sure because he kept himself off of being able to play Vader or Maul this turn.
It's also just like 2 free damage on your opponent's. Yeah, I think that was a bit of a misplay from Lau. And hey, there's your good old Agent Kalish showing up and trading with Lau's Kira, it looks like.
Yeah, I think losing that resource that for this turn may have actually just swung the favor into Harrison's favor, right? Because he basically blanked an entire turn by using the Kira to kill his own super laser tech instead of just taking the freebie on attacking with it.
Yeah, no, he may not have had a 7, but I do agree that was really
Well,
unfortunate.
he has a Maul in his hand, so
oh, rip.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see if he can.
Did he not
back.
resource this turn? Because if he exhausted all 7, it means he doesn't have one open.
I would normally assume that you're resourcing in this matchup because I think the point is to kind of try to get to the big capital ships, at least in theory.
Yeah, he just paid 8 for it. He has 8 resources, so he just paid 8 for the Maul.
Okay. So maybe just an error then. And then it looks like these malls are going to trade.
So there is like this angle, like a lot of these games don't end with like milling, but milling does sometimes come up with them, and that's why I've opted at times to include restock in this deck, just because if it does like it's a 1-card insulation from losing to that plan.
Yeah,
but most of the games do just result in like who can stick the bigger threat and like play that mini game of like whose ship kills whose ship. And like be the last man standing with a relevant threat and potentially get your opponent locked out with a relentless, which is kind of its own mini game that you try to set up because you need it. Not only you can't be the only unit you have it in play because then Avenger kills it,
right? And
you want it shielded so that Devastator can kill it. So you need like another unit in play and an opportunity to get to get a shield on it. But if you can set that up, it can be really difficult.
Incidentally, this was a bizarre turn. It looks like Lau played a reinforcement walker, healed his base, and then Harrison defeated it with an "Oh Good to Me," a Power of the Dark Side, but didn't have any other card to play.
He must have drawn a card, not healed, right? Did he heal?
No, he discarded a Overwhelming Barrage to heal.
Yeah, I would just be drawing everything ever in this. I would just stack my hand as deep as possible. There's very few situations where I'm healing with that. And you see, this Harrison, is, I will be honest with you, this is not where I would ever slam a Relentless. You have just set yourself up to getting that card Avengered or Devastated. It's just, I say never play your big ship into an empty board. Like, the only time I would is if that big ship is what's killing the other person's big ship.
I think we might see a big ship killing a big ship here because Lau is exhausting a lot of resources here. Let's see what the card is. I think that could be, Devastator. It destroys that Relentless.
And now that Devastator's also protected.
Ooh, but not from an enemy Devastator. Although
Nope.
Lao now could take the initiative and
just go right back to. If he has an
Avenger,
Avenger, that's the
Devastator.
cleanest. But if he doesn't, just a hard removal. A big tip I would have: never resource your targeted removal, like Fell the Dragon, No Glory. These are your big outs for these big ships. In fact, the worst removal you have in this matchup is Overwhelming Barrage. That card is actually cuttable post board in this matchup sometimes. It's just difficult to set up. And whenever you can use it, you should use it early to get value out of it.
Harrison loses that Devastator to a Power of the Dark Side because he didn't have any small units on the board, but now he's going to bring out Darth Vader, and we'll see if he can find some other units to accompany Vader onto the field. What do you think here, Woo? What are the best finds?
Super Laser Tech, most likely.
Okay.
Just to keep ramping.
If you could find Hylabon Enforcer plus Inferno 4, would that be better than Super Laser Tech?
No, I probably don't want to play a Hylobon onto this board because it just can get ambushed and then give your opponent more card advantage.
Oh, good point. Yeah, the built-in bounty is a major downside this late in the game. I say late in the game. They haven't been playing for that long, but they've progressed to an advanced resource state very quickly.
Yep, that's typical here.
Now, Lao
does have the Hylobon. He can bring it out. It's not terrible to bring it out here because it's protected by a Sentinel.
Yeah, his Hylabon Enforcer does have cover from the Pike Sentinel here. We could potentially see Kira's ability used to buff and shield it, which would then allow it to clear that Vader.
So I'm pretty happy if my Vaders get Felled the Dragon in this matchup because, again, those are your outs to the big capital ships.
Yeah. Especially when the Vader is, especially when a Vader is already damaged.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the shield going to the Pike Sentinel here. I guess that makes sense, holding off against enemy Vader. Also relevant to have in the event that there's a Maul in hand for Harrison, which could otherwise be a lot of damage going to the base.
Mm-hmm. All right, finally get that Kira flip from Harrison.
Oh, yeah, I'd actually forgotten about that. Harrison had not flipped his Kira early on. Bit of an interesting flip.
So, yeah.
A barrage here would be pretty decent, though. A lot of small units on the board.
You could only do 5, which is only enough to kill 1 unit, so it wouldn't do that much.
No, it's 6 damage, right?
Or even from the Kira. Sorry, I thought you meant from Lao's side.
Oh, I hear you. Okay, Lao now bringing out that Agent Callus, ambushing Vader and drawing a card. Another Vader hits the field from Harrison, though.
You might see a Super Laser Blast come down here now to just clean this all up.
Yeah, I did see that Super Laser Blast in Lao's hand.
I think a lot of micro decisions in this matchup involve resourcing decisions. I think if you resource removal early, like the big or any big units, like things like that, if you make some miscalculations with what you're resourcing and then end up short on some of that stuff later in the game, that can really punish you later.
These decks are not typically playing out of aspect tech. Is that correct?
No.
Okay, and there's the Super Laser Blast. Lao wiping the board here and honestly getting a pretty good exchange, especially since many of Harrison's resources have already been used.
So the bounty needs to trigger, and he can decide what order his opponent sequences.
Also, little fun fact, probably they don't care that much, but just from the perspective of...
Someone needs to remind the bounty, so...
yeah, Harrison needs to draw a card there.
Harrison needs to draw a card.
From the Hylabon Enforcer being defeated. But the Harrison sleeves are like not actually opaque. And at least at the Denver event, they were saying if you can see the Star Wars logo on the backs of your cards through your sleeves are not up to the standard. So just a this is not to shame Harrison or make fun of him or whatever, but just like a heads up, if you're going to a tournament, you should try to get sleeves more like Lau's, which are at least appear to be correctly opaque here. Rebel Resource, yeah, there was a built-in bounty on a Hylabon Enforcer to draw a card, and it looks like they just resolved that. I see a Devastator in hand there for Harrison.
And an
As well as,
Avenger.
I think there might have been another Vader and Agent Callus. Yeah,
I think he also has a restock, so I wouldn't be slamming Callus here. I would just be passing if I was in Harrison's position. He has the restock, so like I see no reason to like give threats away. He also does not have enough resources to play Avenger or Devastator this turn.
Inferno 4 takes the field here for Lau. The bases are barely damaged many turns into the game.
If he has another Super Laser Blast, we might just see another one come down immediately.
Yeah. I mean, Harrison's going to send in at least one more unit probably from Vader unless he misses. Yeah, Dr. Pershing, that's actually a very dangerous card where in this situation where card advantage is pretty important.
Bounty is a May, but you have to remind your opponent of it.
Yeah, that's correct.
You can't.
That
is your responsibility to remind your opponent of your cards dying so that they can trigger bounties.
Yeah, now your opponent can choose not to resolve the bounty, but I believe there is a ruling that says you have to remind your opponent.
Yes,
if one of your
most certainly have to remind your opponent.
Now, is this the right amount of damage? No, it's not, but they're fixing it. So Maul ambushed Callus, defeating him and dealing some overwhelm damage to the base. And we then saw Lau using Kira's ability to damage and shield Inferno 4. Lau ahead by a bit on base HP and behind by a bit on board. Devastator here from Harrison, clearing out Maul.
I would just blast here.
Yeah, I see another Super Laser Blast. If I'm Lau, I think I'm firing off the blast.
Kills the Pershing too. Yeah, like that's huge value. You don't get that much value from blast in most matchups in this matchup that often. Because he can even rebuild here. He could potentially play another unit.
Yeah, and he actually gets his own Inferno 4 trigger. Now, Harrison has at least a little bit to play himself. We're going to see a Pike Sentinel on the field, but Lau has a huge pile of resources. Devastating gunship, but doesn't get a kill. Still another unit, though, and one that goes well with Kira's ability.
So this could very well be the kind of this matchup where it goes into milling. And now Avenger's protected really well. There's a Pike Sentinel, so you can't Avenger the Avenger, which is a pretty big deal, but you can't Devastator the Avenger.
Do we have a Power of the Dark Side here for Harrison, maybe? That'd be pretty welcome right now. Yep, there it is.
So now I think both players have lost both their Devastators.
Ironically, now what is this? Okay, a Death Trooper. I'm a little surprised that Lau didn't send this Death Trooper to the bottom of the deck. It doesn't seem like the most relevant card to have in this situation.
That was topped with the Inferno 4?
Yeah, that's right. Now, we have a question for you in chat, Woo. A viewer wants to know, do you think that the new Blue Vader, I believe, from the upcoming Legends of the Force set has a place in Kira Data Vault?
Well, only if you're able to play Timely Intervention. That card has to be ambushing. It's not. I don't think it's a playable card without ambush. So either you pivot to ECL, you play Timely Intervention, or you can play it with Shien Flurry.
But I guess like conceivably you could have some crazy build with like Sneak Attack or something. But yeah, if ambush seems very important. All right, Lau bringing out Vader, going to clear out his opponents. Now, one thing I have noted is Lau has fired off 2 Super Laser Blasts. I don't think Harrison's played one. So if Lau does get a substantial board advantage, it will actually potentially wind up with Harrison being able to punish it.
Yeah, but I just don't think you need to play that deep into the Super Laser Blast. That card isn't that pivotal in this matchup. In fact, you don't usually even see it get that as much value as Lau has gotten out of it.
Interesting.
Right now, we do know that Lau still has 2 Avengers, and Harrison only has 1 left. And Harrison has also lost his Relentless. So Lau could potentially
just turn main deck here.
Not usually, but sometimes. Sometimes people play 1 in the main deck.
Oh, a viewer
Ooh.
says boring match, just as the players once again wipe one another's boards with removal.
I don't think this is boring, but
it's a different style of gameplay.
To each their own.
Different style of gameplay. I do find it very funny that was stated just before the board was once again emptied, though.
But it's been action-packed, right? There's been a ton of stuff going on. Just because it's long, I don't know if that necessarily means it's boring, but...
Yeah, there's a lot of maneuvering for value, you know?
Oh, okay. So this is the last Avenger in Harrison's deck. Once again, I don't love playing it naked, right? He has sequenced... He's lost his Relentless and Avenger to kind of just naked board states, which can be really difficult, right? When you're just kind of out of them now. There's just no more capital ships. I think Lau should still have 2 in his deck between the Avenger and if he's playing a Relentless.
Now, Harrison did have the Fell the Dragon to clear the Avenger that Lau played. But Lau now the only one with a unit on the board. Harrison plays a Death Trooper. Death Trooper with nothing to ping except itself, but it's at least a unit on the board to protect from a potential Avenger or Power the Dark Side.
Yeah, and now you just try to get as much damage in, because this may very well turn into a Vigilance battle, and then whoever's kind of ahead on base.
There's a Vigilance. Harrison fires Vigilance, milling. 3.
One thing we do know... All right, that's actually a pretty good mill for Lau. That's like a lot of chaff.
Losing the Vader. Yeah, I think he kind of pumped his fists there. Maybe happy not to lose his more important cards. The Vader there was good, but the rest of that stuff wasn't necessarily that important, especially with the enemy capital ships already being taken out. Yeah. So that Fell the Dragon is no longer crucial.
He has restock in his hand. No, not Relentless into this. Harrison has already played an event this turn, so if he has another event removal, he can just kill the Relentless outright. He can play it
here. This is a interesting fact with Relentless, but he doesn't have an event removal. He has another Vigilance, and there's the mill. Hylabon, resupply, super laser. Wow, that was like nothing, man. Like that arguably made Lau's position better. Like that mill did not get important cards at all.
No, and now the Relentless lock is in place. This at this point, Lau should be feeling absolutely fantastic. He even has the restock in his hand, so he knows he can't lose to just accidental mill. And yeah, now you're just in a fantastic position.
These decks are not playing the like super extreme mill tactics cards. Like I remember back in the day, you would have like Iden decks playing double out of aspect Spark of Rebellion just to like clip out the opponent's restocks and vigilances.
Yep.
But these aren't doing that. They aren't playing Bazine or Bounty Hunter Crew or anything like that, right?
No, not really.
Okay. Yeah,
sometimes someone might. If you're trying to one up, you can, but I don't think it's really necessary, because I don't like. You're about to see a game is not going to go to mill. Lau is going to win this game with damage, and a lot of games end that way. So I think if you over-invest into that strategy, you're going to weaken your deck overall.
Yeah, I mean, it also makes like basically all matchups other than hard control worse, since the cards are really bad and often being played out of aspect.
Mm-hmm. And they're not even amazing in the mirror either. They like insulate you for one angle of victory, but that angle of victory isn't what happens in all games.
Yeah. Really more something for the like oops all removal builds or whatever that barely have any win condition. Like they would have like Avenger only or whatever. Well, Looks like Lau has secured a substantial advantage. Let's see what Harrison can do to come back into the game. What do you want to do here, Woo?
I want to concede immediately.
Wait. Restock. I was about to raise this possibility. Restock, which gets blanked. I think he's going to follow this up with a super laser blast.
That was confiscate, but I think.
Oh right? Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, confiscate, not restock. So low impact event played. Now Relentless has been used. If he has that super laser blast, he can reset the board.
He can.
But
you asked me what I think I would do. I think I would concede.
Yeah,
because I need to win 2 games in 30 minutes, and every second counts now, right? So
no glory, only results. Targeting the reinforcement walker there.
I think you just attack for 5 with gunship. I don't know why he's playing out the pike here and not getting his 5 damage in.
Yeah. I'm not entirely sure myself, but I do think Lau has secured a very favorable board position now. Even if it was a super laser blast, Lau would have been able to rebuild with all those resources. Overwhelming barrage. Maybe that's why he was maybe hoping to see Harrison deploy something else that he could also kill. Now he gets to swing in for 7. Looking really, really bad for Harrison. Only 3 HP left and Relentless on the field. And now he's also getting milled. Yeah. He loses his own last vigilance.
You see, taking all these actions right now is really unnecessary because you are dead on board. There's a Relentless in play. Like, all these seconds, they count, and you're shortening your ability to win 2 games by continuing on in a game like this.
Yeah, now Caleb in chat asked, when a Relentless is out, do you feel safe flooding the board against a deck that runs SLB, or do you worry about what almost just happened?
I feel safe, and like, I'm not gonna just play every card, right? Because ideally you have like 2 units that can attack, right? And then you get an attack, they use an event, you get an attack, then they kind of have to do their super laser blast. Like, you don't want to like go so crazy, but I think him playing the reinforcement walker was a fine play there because the card replaced itself anyway. And then, like, his hand was redundant with more threats, so even he could have rebuilt after a super laser blast. But I wouldn't just like dump my entire hand out and just like lose to it. Like, there's like a balance that you need to strike there. And like, the Relentless lock isn't permanent, but it usually does enough that it just like puts you so far ahead, right? It pushes enough damage and forces enough cards out of your opponent's hand, and then also lets you rebuild afterwards that it even when it's not the one winning, like, they can get through it. It gives you such a huge advantage after you set that up.
Yeah.
Yeah, so post board, I'm just cutting like the Eager Escort, the Perimeter ATRTs. I'd probably cut things like Takedown and trim on like the high-low bonds. I don't think you should cut too many of your cheap units, especially the ones that come out of Vader. They're still important. You saw how important they were protecting from Avenger. You see how important they are just being able to play a cheap card to sort of pass an action, right? Like, you're at 13 resources, but you don't want to slam like a Walker into a Power of the Dark Side, so you like play a Pike Sentinel and just like force your opponent to kind of react. So these cards, although they're not cards you want to play early, they're cards you want at some point, and you don't want to trim too many of them, or you dilute your deck.
Now, one thing that I thought was interesting is earlier on in this game, we had this scenario where it seemed like Lau had maybe incurred a significant disadvantage in the earlier game when he opted to use Kira's ability to clear his own super laser tech instead of crashing it into the Pike Sentinel. But even though that was bad in the moment, his management of the capital ships and so on ended up being much more efficient, and he was able to really outvalue Harrison as the game went on.
Yes, he deployed his ships secondary, right? Harrison was losing his ships he lost one to an Avenger early. He played his Relentless when he had no way to shield it or protect from Avenger, so it got devastated, right? His ships didn't create much value for him, while Lau's gave much more value. Although I will still say that killing the super laser tech with his Kira was definitely not what he should. He should have definitely just crashed it into the Pike Sentinel and had 7 resources up that turn. But
Lost Ronin 911 also points out that Harrison did play into the Super Laser Blast to some degree. The Super Laser Blast from Lau did hit pretty hard.
Yeah, like when he had the Vader and Pershing in play, and then his first action was Devastator. And then he got his whole board wiped by a Super Laser Blast before he pushed any damage, including his second Devastator going down, I believe, was pretty big.
It's funny, Super Laser Blast is like a terrible card compared to what you would see in some other games, but it can still be very relevant in the right situation. Removal in this game is just kind of generally less efficient than in some other card games. In Magic the Gathering, the equivalent card to Super Laser Blast costs 4.
Wrath of God, right?
Yeah. And similarly, you have stuff like, the equivalent card to Vanquish probably costs like 2. There's just like really crazy removal in Magic compared to what we see here. But, that game also has a very different timing structure. That game also has some creatures that are nuts. So there's a lot of stuff in Magic that's different from this game. I like this one more. All right. The players are resourcing on up. Harrison already resourced, Lau making his decisions, and we're about to move on to the second game. They don't have a ton of time here, Woo, do they?
Well, they definitely have time to finish the second game, but if Harrison wins this one,
right, then I think we're headed for a draw.
Then we will likely see a draw, which might actually knock both of them out of the top 8 and let someone else in.
Harrison's going to lead us off with an Inferno 4. Lau brings a Hylobon Enforcer, which he buffs and shields using Kira's ability. If there's a power of the dark side here for Harrison, that could be quite relevant, not only killing that, but also drawing a card. But I think the priority, as you mentioned earlier, is probably ramping here. There's power.
Ooh, okay, so I would not be playing Hylobons. Especially
that would have been sided
out of anything except maybe Vader or to protect against Avenger very late in the game. This can really hurt your card advantage early if they once they remove this. It doesn't even have to be Power of the Dark Side. Like that card is going to die at some point. And
Lau doesn't have a play on 3 resources, so not a great start here.
Yeah, not a play. Gave the opponent a 2-for-1 with the Power of the Dark Side on the Hylobon. Like, I would have rather just not play the Hylobon and not give that card away.
Now, a viewer who's just joining in wants to know your primary game plan for this mirror. I assume ramp to Relentless, keep card advantage, don't get your restock milled, according to
that's
Kyle
some of it, but
Cashman.
we already did this early when the match started, so I'm going to try to conserve my voice a little bit.
Rewind 30 minutes on YouTube and check out our earlier discussion. We've talked about these tactics in some detail. But there's a Kira flip.
Did they both skip their turn 3 essentially? What? Their 4 resource turn?
I think so.
Yeah, I think they both didn't do anything on 4.
Weird. Maybe they both have hands full of big shot cards. Now, after that fairly early Kira flip from Lau, Kira's ambushed and defeated by Agent Callus, which draws Harrison a card.
But that's a nice follow up there to I don't hate Lau's position. I don't love that the Hylobon was played to give Harrison card advantage, but this is an okay board state here.
Yeah, that Devastating Gunship is an interesting follow-up here, where the 1 damage dealt to Inferno 4 by Kira's flip enabled the Devastating Gunship to kill it with the when played.
Mm-hmm.
And now if Harrison flips his Kira, it will actually buff Lau's Devastating Gunship via Grit.
Yeah, I try to get my Kira flips early. Like I just want as the early value with them. I don't find that I tend to save them very often, but flipping Kira would not be a particularly efficient play because there's nothing for Kira to trade into anyway.
Yeah, there are some matchups where you really want to like hold off on Kira and like, oh, my Kira flip will counter their leader flip or whatever, but this is not really one of those.
All right, Power of the Dark Side's gone.
Another Devastating Gunship.
Yeah, I like it. Just play a relevant but not super important threat.
Yep. And if Harrison ends up using some of the removal on this, it's removal that isn't going to go to remove some of the more powerful cards later on. Additionally, if we see, Caleb says, I can't believe FFG was right and printed Callus in the sector promos.
I wouldn't be shielding the gunship there because it puts it in vigilance range now.
I was just thinking that. Yep.
I just like keeping it as a 3/5 unless I know I'm getting the 5 damage off immediately.
We'll see whether or not Harrison has the vigilance to punish that. Harrison did also develop a unit of his own, but it is a Pike Sentinel, not the finest card in the world. But it gets the job done.
And he has the vigilance. You see, this is once you played enough of these mirrors, you kind of know what you need to look for in every single situation.
Lost a Maul
and an Annihilator.
Annihilator.
But he has a Palps Return in his hand. There's 3 in the deck at this point, so it's not terrible. Callus is a pretty clean play here. If he has a Vader, that would be the best play he could make here.
I assume you want to save Palps Return for the capital ships and not Palps Return Maul. Nope. But
yeah, I would be saving that Palps Return. I would have just Calloused there.
Okay.
If I didn't have a Vader or Maul in my hand, I would have just Calloused there because Callus still blocks the Kira flip. Like if he wants to do that, then it'd be okay. This once again puts the Maul in vigilance range now, so see if that's a punish.
Well, he might.
Although in this case,
I just played vigilance. He probably doesn't have 2, but it's possible he does have 2. Man,
did either ramp this game? I don't think so. Right?
I don't think we've seen ramp on either side. Okay, Vader presumably with no ambush.
Yeah, that's not a very powerful Vader.
What are you looking for here? You want a Death Trooper and knock off Maul's shield? You want to get a Super Laser Tech to try and get ramping?
I don't know. Like even knocking off this shield, you still end up just trading. So like
Phase 3 Dark Trooper, I mean, that's not nothing. But
yeah, like Maul's just going to walk right over that and deal 4 damage, and then he can play whatever he wants after.
No Glory only results played to remove Vader from the field.
Yeah, I would have just run this over and played Reinforcement Walker, I think. Because now it's getting shielded, right? Like he needed to run that over. That's a bit of a blunder, I think.
Now we could see, if you're Harrison, do you flip Kira here to trade with your opponent's Maul?
Well,
I guess the answer is no.
I am not yet. But yeah, I think not running over that Phase Trooper was a miss.
Well, you know, it's interesting. There's a lot of, one of the things about these really extended matchups is they often do tend to be these things where eking out small amounts of value over the course of a bunch of decisions can give you the advantage overall.
What this ends up doing is allowing the board to kind of reset, which is exactly what Harrison needed because he was behind. You see, so now they're at parity. And if Lau had like ambush mauled the Phase Trooper and played a Reinforcement Walker, he would have made it very difficult for Harrison to get back to parity. And now because Lau had to like spend 3 resources on power, he didn't have enough resources to play a big threat. And we end up in a situation where there's just nothing in play for either player. So we're just like back where we started.
Reinforcement Walker now from Lau. I will also say that Lau is somewhat behind in parity because Harrison has not flipped his leader yet and has less damage on the base.
Yep, and has gotten a vigilance off.
That's true. There's been some mill. In fact, yeah, just one, I think. Just one. Okay, so Reinforcement Walker drawing a card here. That seems very likely correct. Are there any cards that you would consider so bad that you would heal instead of
0?
I assume you
would.
Like,
I wouldn't even look at it. I would just put it in my hand. I wouldn't. Reinforcement Walker does not say anything other than draw a card when I'm playing it there.
All right, Power of the Dark Side clears the Reinforcement Walker, and now we're seeing Harrison using a Palpatine's Return of his own, bringing in Vader.
I like this play because now everything we talked about with Lau, where he was ahead and like kept forcing Harrison's response, Vader's the exact card you want to play to kind of rebuild because it puts multiple threats into play. Makes it very difficult for Kira to kind of answer cleanly.
We have a viewer saying, "Hi everyone, I'm new to the game. Anyone have deck recommendations that would be easy for someone to learn?" What do you think about that, Woo? I mean, I'd be tempted to say one of the more aggro builds. You know, I think Sabine or Pilot Vader or something would be comparatively easy. What do you think about that?
I think if for anyone who watches any of my content, I specifically try to avoid ever making claims about decks being harder or easier to play. I think all decks are easy or all decks are hard. And a lot of it involves knowing what your opponent is playing too. Like at a high level, you need to know what your opponent's doing, which means you kind of need to know how everything plays.
That's why I kind of like aggro. Your own game plan is more proactive and less reactive, so you don't have to have like as comprehensive a knowledge as if you're playing like a control deck that has, you know, regional governors and stuff.
That's fair.
Looks like we're seeing a Vader now from Lau.
Yeah, and he's really hoping for a Death Trooper here because otherwise this is just going to potentially fall apart for him.
No Death Trooper. It's going to be an Inferno 4.
Yeah, so I'm just pushing now. If I'm Harrison, I'm just getting as much damage into base. Probably trying to stick that Relentless. Like if he has Relentless, I'm just slamming it, shielding it, and like saying, I think I've got this game now.
Yeah, shielded Relentless here would be a huge problem. Lau's best hope there would probably be to do the like cheap event into Super Laser Blast.
Yeah.
Annihilate.
Okay, this is not what I would have played because if Lau has a no glory, you have just
there's some
he
trouble
had
there.
Relentless in his hand. I think not choosing to play Annihilator instead of Relentless is not it.
Annihilator is picking Lau's Vaders out of the deck. Harrison not choosing to see what all of Lau's cards are, but I guess he probably knows what all of Lau's cards are to at least some degree.
I mean, think about it this way. If you had played Relentless, you get your 7 damage in this turn and a guaranteed 8 with the Relentless next turn.
Unless it gets killed. Oh, no, he could shield it, so a Devastator doesn't even kill it.
Exactly. It would have to be cheap event Super Laser Blast, and between that, you get to attack for 8 in the meantime. So, and then you get to rebuild your board after your opponent spends 8. But here, you're not getting that extra 8 damage because it's about to get Super Laser Blasted off the board. And if he draws a no glory, if he had no glory, you actually could have just lost the game because of that play. That Annihilator, you steal it, you kill the Vader, and then rip the Vaders out of Harrison's deck as punishment.
10, 11 resources there for Lau. Super Laser Blast. Wiping the board.
So, no, Annihilator would not be able to target Inferno 4.
Yeah, I don't think that works.
No, it's a win defeated. It's a win defeated trigger. They're both already dead. There's nothing. An Inferno 4 is not in play anymore.
Some discussion of this scenario. What is happening here? Oh, Inferno 4 triggers resolving. Okay. They may be talking to a judge or something about how exactly the situation is resolved.
It's a when defeated trigger. This one doesn't seem that obscure to me.
Okay, well, now Harrison's taking a look at his own top cards.
And like the order doesn't matter either because it only triggers once it's in the discard pile. There's nothing in play at that point.
The active player chooses the order, Kyle, but it's not. I don't think it's relevant here. Okay, well, that wiped the board, but now Harrison is going to try and rebuild with a Reinforcement Walker, drawing a card. I think, as you suggested, Woo, I think he drew that card without even really looking at what it was. It was just straight to the hand.
Mm-hmm. We'll see if he has something cheap to play to kind of protect against the Avenger. Doesn't look like it, though.
There is a shield to protect it from Devastator, which is something, I suppose.
Lao does have Annihilator, though, so he couldn't rip this out.
Annihilator is
love
a
just
spicy card.
You don't love just exhausting all your resources is kind of the mini issue there. But I think if you got to do it, you got to do
Avenger.
it.
Avenger knocks the Reinforcement Walker off the field. Harrison has no glory, only results, clearing the Avenger. Lao spends a few resources to bring out a super laser tech.
With 8, can Harrison deploy a relevant threat this turn?
Now, Harrison does also still have the Kira flip.
Ooh, that's huge. 6 damage.
Now, Lao, for some reason, not resolving super laser tech?
Well, let's see if he remembers before it's too late.
I think it is a May. I don't know why you would choose not to do it. I think he may have just forgotten. Yeah, it is a you may. So Lao missing the trigger on his super laser technician, not getting that resource. That is unfortunate. The resource does matter at least somewhat in this game as it goes to the very late game. Harrison is now pretty far ahead, I feel.
Yeah, because he's also very far ahead in the damage race.
And he still hasn't deployed that Kira. Power of the Dark Side clears Maul. Vader.
All right, Harrison didn't miss the Annihilator when defeated because there's nothing in play when Annihilator is defeated. There was nothing to target with it. Super Laser Blast kills everything. Then Annihilator goes into the discard pile, but there's nothing for it to target at that point. So that it just the trigger evaporates.
Okay, Devastator answers Vader. Vader off the field, but there's still the Phase 3 Dark Trooper that Vader brought into play. Initiative taken by Harrison. I think Lao has no resources remaining, so we're just going to move to the next turn.
Let's see how he handles this Devastator now. So this is one where we're very likely to see a draw. If this looks to go the way I think it will, which is Harrison. So Harrison just hits for 3 and then takes 10.
That doesn't seem like a very good exchange.
He might not have an answer to Devastator. If he doesn't have an answer to Devastator, then maybe we're talking about a completely different situation than I'd expect.
If that Devastator gets to swing 2 more times, it's game over.
And there's an Annihilator in Lao's hand, so Relentless isn't...
Annihilator on Relentless here could be an extremely big play for Lao.
I'd feel pretty okay doing it too, knowing that there's unlikely an answer to either ship. Unless, like, Super Laser Blast would be the only one I'd be kind of concerned with, but...
Yeah, I think Annihilator here seems really good to me. Maybe worried about an overwhelming barrage, he activates Kira's ability to shield Devastator.
Now the Kira flip comes down.
That will defeat that shield, but it also does a lot of damage. Now, does Lao, if Lao has an overwhelming barrage,
I would just slam Relentless now. You can just slam your own Relentless.
Let's see what he does. 1. No, he's going. He may be trying to fire a Super Laser Blast or an overwhelming barrage. He plays a restock for no effect. Harrison fires a barrage first, clearing Annihilator.
He needed to play the Relentless.
Devastator. I think there's a blast, though.
Oh, there is a blast, though. Okay, we're back to reset.
Super Laser Blast pierces the defenses of that Relentless thanks to the restock that Lao played for no effect. And then Lao is going to play a Pike Sentinel to at least get some board and some kind of shield for whatever bigger unit he's going to play later. 10 minutes left in the match, and we are not even really that close necessarily to concluding game 2.
But the restock is out of Lao's deck now, so that does
leave him more vulnerable to mills.
Yeah.
Vader ambushes the Pike Sentinel.
have to remember that there's all these palp returns too in these decks, so
Yeah, I mean, we could see Palpatine's return from Lao returning a Vader to kill his opponent's Vader. That's a very possible sequence.
I would just take Inferno 4 here because you know you're going to ambush anyway, so I think
Yeah,
that's
Death Trooper. Imagine if Lao does Palpatine's return, plays his own Vader, and finds his own Death Trooper. How spicy would that be?
that
He's
would
gonna
be
play a
really
Death Trooper.
clean.
He plays a Death Trooper the normal way.
I
Pings off
like
his
it.
opponent's Death Trooper.
It's protecting against things like Power of the Dark Side and an Avenger now, right? You've added a chaff unit into play.
Yeah. Now I believe these decks are not on Merciless Contest. Is that correct, Woo?
Usually not.
Okay.
Yep. So just like you said, he was able to maneuver a chaff unit into play, and now maybe he can stick a real threat.
But he does have to worry about that Avenger potentially just swinging next turn. So if he has a real threat, he either has to have another chaff unit or it has to kill that Avenger.
Yeah, it's probably a Palp's return, is what I. Oh no, it's not. I don't think he
There
has
are
one.
2 copies of Relentless in Lau's hand, but he can't. I don't think he can really play them here.
It's going to take too much damage if he does.
Yeah, I mean, Avenger can just swing base in that scenario. Lao is like actually quite low. He has 11 left on base, so this is lethal on board if Lao doesn't find some kind of removal. Now, to be fair, this is a deck full of removal, but even so. Did Lao resource that Annihilator? I feel like we should have seen it by now.
Must have, because we did see one, right?
I know Harrison had an Annihilator. Maybe Lao didn't have one. I'm not
When
sure.
when we saw his hand, I was almost sure he had one, but maybe it was a mistake.
Now, what could we see here from Lao? He does have 2 Relentlesses in hand, but he needs to get a more favorable board state before playing them. Fell the Dragon, kill Avenger. Okay. Not the best, not the worst.
Get that 5 in. 27.
Rallick says one Annihilator got discarded from Vigilance, and I think he resourced the second Annihilator. 7 minutes left in the round. I think we may be headed for a draw here because Harrison looks very favored here, and the odds of them completing another match after this seem low. Okay, Pike Sentinel.
If there's a Maul here.
No. There's not, but there's an Agent Callus, which still clears the Pike Sentinel. I do think if Lao resourced an Annihilator, that seems questionable.
Yeah, maybe it was just the mill, and that's why.
Callus trade.
And they
both of them
draw
get to draw, I believe.
Yep. They both draw.
There is some chance that we get it. Oh man, that is bad for Lao though. Relentless again from Harrison.
That's a lethal attacker now.
Initiative taken. I don't know. What could Lao do to get out of here?
It has to be Annihilator, Palp's return Annihilator to kill the Relentless. Even that probably doesn't do it, but it's the only way you can even survive another action.
I think we're going to be headed towards a 3rd game, and unfortunately, I think a 3rd game is extremely unlikely to come to a natural conclusion. Oh, yeah, and Rallick in chat points out that he actually can't Palpatine's return because of Relentless. He might be stuck.
Oh, yeah, you can't even Palp's return. Yeah, I think I'd probably go for a handshake here and just go next, because I mean, I don't even know if they need to start the next game. It is actually impossible to finish one of these games in 4 minutes, but
they might. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they have a time extension or something. I think Lao probably should have scooped some time ago, unfortunately. Oh, and you know it's going to happen now. Well, we'll see if they attempt the game 3. Does look like they're headed for a draw.
One thing I've noticed in both these games is that Harrison deployed his Kira far after Lau did, like several turns later.
Mm-hmm. Just didn't line up. He didn't like. I basically will just deploy it when I can kill something with it. Like, nothing fancy. Not trying to accomplish anything fancy with Kira. Just like flip and kill a unit. It's like basically the like. If it's gonna make it past that mid game, it's usually like flip kill whatever Vader pulled, like a Pershing or a Sentinel or like whatever. Otherwise, you just do it earlier and you just trade with some mid game unit.
I think because we're cutting to the crowd camera, that indicates that match is over, which I suspect yep, and there's Claire saying it's a draw. Now, if someone says, per the rules, you have to start game 3. You can't agree to draw after the match starts. I believe that is technically correct. I also suspect that rule is not strictly enforced.
Yeah, I mean...
And I think under the circumstances,
yeah,
like, that's not manipulation. I mean, we saw the outcome and we saw how long those games took. The odds of finishing a third game between those decks seem extraordinarily low.
This does, if they did draw, this actually does knock both of them out of the top cut. They were playing a win and in, but because they draw, I do believe they are now 4-1-2, and there is going to be a 5-1-1 that may have actually been knocked out by one of them winning that will make it.
Well, one way or another, the Battle of the Kiras did end in a draw. It's a tough one. And it is kind of a risk of playing a control deck. Those control mirrors can go very long.
Yeah, you have to be comfortable.
Yeah. Is there any like strategy or method you can use to try to make those go faster, or is it just kind of the way it goes?
All right. Well, first thing we mentioned about like when you need to concede your game. Game 1 was played probably 5 minutes too long by Harrison, potentially even more. Like that was a game that he should have conceded a lot sooner than it ended up concluding. One thing you can practice yourself is just being quicker, right? Like all the actions you take, you just need to be quicker. Your Inferno 4 triggers, your Vader triggers. These are like mechanical things that you can play, and you just need to be as quick as possible. And then the more you know about the matchup, the more you can shortcut a lot of things, right? The less you need to think about what you're doing, and kind of roll with it there. I played 3 of these mirrors in Minnesota. One of them did go to time, and I was able to win in time. But for the most part, I've not gotten into very many. I've never actually drawn a game with Kira. I've never gone to like 1-1 draw. Just
never ever.
Never in a never.
Cool.
Not a single time. The only time I've ever drawn a match, I believe, was at a pre-release where it was actually buddy Zach, he's on your team, right? McClunky. We played at a pre-release, and he won game 1, and then game 2 we died to milling each other at the same time. So we had to play a third game, which I won, and then we couldn't play the fourth game. So it was 1-1-1. But not not the third. It was like 1-1-2 actually, right? That would be
actual drawn games, not drawn matches, but drawn games are very rare, but they can happen.
But yeah, I don't believe other than that I've ever gone to time in a match. I concede very early when I'm losing. Like I feel like I have enough experience to know when I don't think something is winnable. And try to save time that way, and then I just play very fast. So, and also politely, you need to encourage your opponent to do the same, especially in these matchups. Whenever I sit across from someone playing like Akira in a mirror, or an Aiden or a Thrawn or whatever it may be, from the start, I set an expectation, right? We're both playing slower control decks. We have to keep pace of play. I do it respectfully, but I do it every time. to make it aware that like I am paying attention to the clock, and that it's important that you do the same, right? That that is like a gentleman's agreement that we are both trying to get this game done in 55 minutes. That we have no interest in a situation where we need to draw.
It is a little bit better now that draws are draws and not double losses. It's not quite as harsh as it was earlier, but
yeah, it's not
even
quite as
so,
harsh, but it's pretty harsh. Like a draw
still
is very
negative.
close to a loss, in even with a point, right? It only helps you against like right on the cusp on breakers.
Yeah, if
But
you're
it-
on the bubble and one of your losses is a draw, you know, that's really favorable compared to being on the bubble with that number of losses. But, you know, there are a lot of times when you're not on the bubble and the difference isn't that big. Also depends, of course, on whether or not your event has prizes by standings or whether or not it's just like top X. Like, is there a difference between coming in 9th and coming in, 15th? For some events there is, for some it isn't, depending on the pricing. Yeah. Well, we are about to move on. However, I believe that was the last round of Swiss play. So we are about to have that cut to top 8, and we will have information on what the top 8 will be hopefully soon. Now, Gandork says getting stuck in the draw bracket with the other control decks can be a death sentence. I forget who said this originally. It might have been Loopy. I apologize if I'm attributing this to the wrong person. But I remember someone saying that, maybe you could use special tactics, play like a very aggressive Sabine deck, round 1 ID, and now you're in the draw bracket against a bunch of slow decks with Sabine.
yeah, you shouldn't do that.
No, that's like a gamesmanship tactic. I don't even
It's
think
also
it
a
would
terrible
necessarily work.
strategy. It's not. It's like
It would be really funny if it worked, but also, like, why would your round 1 person agree to ID in that scenario? It would be probably very unfavorable to them.
yeah, I don't know why you would ever want to do that. It's not like you even enter a bracket of favorable matchups necessarily. It's just you starting
I bet you do get probably better matchups, but the problem is it worth taking a draw? And I think probably not. Well, it's funny. I like that we had the Kira expert Wooooo on here for the Kira mirror. That is a good time to have someone with real knowledge on that. Now, I'm curious, Wooooo, what do you think about the different bases for Kira? So I know we were talking about how one thing that's very important is if you ramp and they don't. Does that mean that like a 30 HP Kira might be advantaged against a data vault because you're going to be hitting your ramp more reliably?
No, actually, I think it's kind of the other way because you're just going to have a higher density of big threats. In the 60 version, most of that 10 extra cards is just big units.
Got it.
And like Relentless in the main deck is something that it's harder to fit in the 50, like the second Devastate or things like that. Now, there is an angle where, like, yes, if you are the one that's like double ramping because you're like those games where you like do like Pershing double ramp or something, and like because you were a 50, you're more likely to do that. You're certainly gaining some percentages there. I think ECL though might actually be, even if you're gonna do that, might be the preference because now you're actually just starting with a bigger tempo game early. Also, you can kill like a Pershing easily. Lone Pike is a very good card in this matchup, but it's a card that's kind of difficult to fit in a lot of numbers in the 30 and 60 version. But ECL plays 3 copies of it, and
Nice.
it is a very difficult card for Kira to deal with. So there is a bit more of an angle there. And I played against an ECL in Minnesota, very good player, Andrew, and he took a game for me. That was the only time that we went to time. That the whole day was in that matchup, but Lone Pike was very good for him in that matchup. And I even boarded out of restock because I knew that matchup wasn't going into like a mill battle. He was going to be pressuring me much more than like a regular mirror does.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, the other thing is, what matchups are you targeting? Even if there's a scenario where you're like, I think this is better in the mirror, is it going to be better when you have to play against Sabine or something? I think that extra HP is really nice to have against aggro. As an aggro player, I do not love seeing people running high HP bases. Even even what's it called? Even Colossus, where you actually lose a card.
Yeah, Colossus is that's a lot of health.
One way I think of Colossus is like, okay, imagine that you could guaranteed swap one of your cards in your opening hand for a card that costs 0, healed your base by 5, and then you got to go again. Like, do you want to take that card? I think if you're playing against aggro, you almost definitely do. That would be an extremely strong card.
Mm-hmm.
And Colossus is like guaranteeing one of your starting cards is instead that card every game.
Yeah, but like that punishment, I think is much bigger than Data Vault's punishment. The one less card in hand, I think, is a much bigger downside than 10 extra cards in your deck.
Yeah, I agree.
So,
Data Vault like dilutes your consistency somewhat and is arguably even advantageous in some situations, like if you think you are going to go to mill. Whereas losing a card in hand is, I mean, that's pretty directly bad. It also makes your earlier resource decisions tougher sometimes.
so we should be hearing about what is in the top cut momentarily. There were a few that were kind of on the cusp based on how some of these last matches ended up. All right, we got it. So I see the top 8. Usual 2121, Red Dragon 252, Pasquale, the Ray player that we saw, Tetra Rain, the Quinlan that we saw, Reginald Sparrow, Alex Leon, who was also on Quinlan, Tyler Mersing, and Alexander the Greatest at 8. And Alex is the one that I think snuck in because of that draw that happened, because Blue Falcon, who is Harrison, is in 9th place. And if he had won, then he would have been in instead of Alex. So
Alex Blandon sneaking into that top cut. Very interesting.
So we see actually Pasquale is matched up against his New York buddy Alex Aza, because that's 3 versus 6.
So that's going to be Quinlan versus Ray. Now, this is not a rule in this game, Woo, but what do you think of the prospect of a higher seed gets to decide initiative rule?
I don't like it.
You don't like it?
Nah. I think I like just it's a fresh thing. Like the top cut is a fresh bracket. Everyone in the Swiss is fighting for that top 8, and I've always felt like that's just like that's the prize. The seeding is kind of random anyway, because like you don't know what your matchups are going to be.
Generally speaking, people that are in the top 8 in an event like this are going to be good. In like events that have big, like large cuts, there's sometimes the like strength of seeding in terms of, if I'm number 1 and I'm getting paired against number 64, that might actually be a much worse player than I would encounter if I was playing against number 8. You know what I mean? But in a cut to top 8, it's not as relevant necessarily. At least not if you have a field that has a bunch of good players.
So I don't know what everyone's on, but it'd be cool if we can find that out. So usual 2121, who's the 1 seed, Red Dragon, who's the 2 seed. Then I know there's a Ray, then a Quinlan, then another unknown, and then a Quinlan, and then 2 Han Greens are in 7 and 8. So there's 3 decks that I don't know. Oh, and now we know.
All right, Quinlan. We have 3 Quinlan Tarkin towns. One Kira Data Vault, 1 Ray Data Vault, 1 Spark of Rebellion Han Data Vault, 1 Spark of Rebellion Han Command Center, and 1 Shadows Han Dagobah Swamp. None of the Sabines or Vaders made it into this top cut.
So Tyler is on. I know he's been playing Han green, Han 1 green. So it looks like he pivoted to the Han 2.
Han 2 blue. Now, what do you think about this top cut? Would you be happy to be playing Kira here, given that there's a lot of mid-rangey decks?
Yes, I would be like. Yes, I would love to play Kira here, but I kind of love to play Kira everywhere, so it's okay. But but yeah, this is a good place for Kira to be. It's a lot of Hans and Quinlan's, a Rey and a Kira. Like, there's nothing here that like smashes Kira. Just a lot of like good, honest matchups.
What would you consider what you least would like to see when you're playing Kira?
Like some weird trench deck, probably. Like, I don't know. Like just some like grindy, impossible to grind through pile of cards. I don't think Palp is necessarily actually that bad anymore, especially like the blue ones, because Mill actually is a game plan you can take against them because you have more cards than them. And you have super laser blasts to kind of reset. Okay. Vader yellow is a matchup that I'm kind of concerned about. I don't think it's like awful, but it's probably a bit unfavored.
Yeah.
Like, we have the tools, right? You saw that I've put like Eager Escorts in, Supreme Leader Snoke, but like you kind of need your tools to line up a bit against that Vader deck. And they don't always, right? Like Lurking TIE Phantom can be a problem. Just various things that can kind of get you. But
I see. Lurking TIE Phantom is such an interesting card. Someone in chat says BRB building trench.
You know, I think if your goal is to beat like Kira's and Rey's, like trench isn't a bad idea. But if your goal is to beat anything else, then maybe it's not where you want to be.
Yeah, trench is really weird. He has this like super duper long game. Oh, well, I get to deploy my leader 10 times or whatever. But like, also, he actually costs resources to deploy and is not really that good. I mean, it's
yeah. Like, what are you going to do against Quinlan,
game,
against Sabine, against Han? Like, you're essentially playing without a leader in any of these matchups. So, like, that's even worse than Palpatine, right? At least Palpatine, if you get to 8, you can like flip. But like, when can you ever pay 3 to play a 4/5 in these matchups?
Yeah, I mean, it's odd. A lot of odd stuff.
Maybe if Trench didn't cost resources the first time you deployed him, that could have been like an interesting little twist. But
yeah, that would be cool.
this is a pretty cool top 8.
Okay.
I think 2 of these players made top 8 at the Rogue State, New Jersey PQ a few weeks ago, which is actually both Alex's. With the same decks that they're playing right now, they were both in that top 8. Of course, Alex Blandon has won many PQs and top 8'd many a more. I know Pasquale and Alex also already have their invites to Galactics, which means if either of them make it to the finals, they will be passing it down to the second place. There might be another one in this top 8 that has it, but I'm not sure, so I'm not going to speculate.
Yeah, I don't know exactly who does and doesn't have invites at this point. But we will see.
Oh, actually, Chris Lewis has his. He just got his from Minnesota. because he top aided with Quinlan. So that's at least 3 in here have it.
That's a dense field.
And in fact, they're all in different brackets, which, interestingly enough, if all 3 of them win their first round, the 4th player would automatically get their invite. So
Very interesting.
if Chris Lewis, Pasquale, and Alex Blandon all win here, whoever wins the match between Brandon and Tyler Mersing will get an invite.
Huh. Might not happen that way, of course, but could be
No.
interesting. Well, we will hopefully, I don't know exactly what's happening. I think they may be taking pictures and so on. Often
for
you
sure.
see events that are going to do the like, hey, this is the top cut players are all going to take a group photo together and stuff like that. So that may be what's going on at this time, but we'll have to see how it continues. All right. And Woo, are you going to be taking a break for the top 8 match here? Will we have Tata on here again?
Yep, we'll have Tata in for the quarterfinals, and then I'll be back for the semis and the finals.
Sounds good. Should be interesting to see what matchups we have for you at that time. We are going to do a quick break here, I believe. They're apparently doing the prizing and so on at present. And we will be back soon with myself, TowerNumber9, joined again by Tata, and then again by Woo in the top 4 and in the finals if all goes well. So thanks to y'all for tuning in, and we will see you again soon.
I'll see you a bit.
Welcome back to McClunky Gaming's coverage of the Red Seal Gaming Planetary Qualifier event. We are here about to begin the top 8, and we have the bracket for you here. I'm TowerNumber9, joined here by guest commentator TD Tata from the KTOD tournament team. What's up, Tata?
What is up? Pumped to be doing the top 8 here. Looks like we got some fun-looking matchups.
Well, looks like we got Quinlan Tarkentown versus Han One Green, Quinlan Tarkentown versus Han Datavault, Ray Datavault versus Quinlan Tarkentown, and Kira Datavault versus Han 2 Blue. A lot of Quinlans. And it looks like we're going to be seeing Han 1 30 HP green versus Quinlan Tarkentown.
Yeah, this should be a fun one. I can already smell the trophy husband shirt from here. So this is
Trophy husband shirt.
This is definitely the third best KTOD player, Alex Blandon, playing against looks like Quinlan Tarkentown.
Yeah, the third best KTOD player. How is that assessed, Tata?
Completely arbitrary.
Well, we will see if being the third best KTOD player is sufficient to take down this event. And honestly, KTOD is a really competitive team. I think.
Yeah, they're okay.
This is. We will see what happens here as Alex is going to play here against Lucas. Now, Tata, there are a lot of players in this event who actually already have day one buys to the Galactic Championships. I believe Alex, Pasquale, and Cluis all have those buys already.
Yeah, and it's actually really cool that they all dodged each other in the top 8, which means technically whoever wins the 2 versus 7 matchup, which I believe is Brandon against Tyler, they could just get to buy by default.
Yeah. Now that would require the other players who have those buys to all win out. So that's not guaranteed by any means, but it could happen.
Yeah, and this matchup here is probably going to be the hardest one to make happen because I know that Alex doesn't love the Quinlan matchup here.
Okay, well, we'll see if he can overcome that difficulty and get the win against Lucas on that Quinlan Tarkentown. Now, what do you think about the details of this matchup? What are some important plays to watch out for?
Well, it's really the discard effects. It's like the force throws, just all the pressure that Quinlan can provide, backed up by the force throw, by the Kira. Just the disruption is very, very good against Han.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. These Han decks tend to go low on cards in hand when using Han's leader ability, which then renders them more vulnerable to these discard tactics.
Yeah. Now, I mean, Alex can overcome that. Like with cards like Chewbacca right now are very good against Quinlan just because I don't think they're playing Waylay anymore. Maybe not main deck anyway. Not sure what exactly his list is, but I know that they were just comparing lists. So Alex does know if Chewbacca is safe or not.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Tata, but isn't Chewie immune to being waylaid? Am I wrong?
Oh yeah. Sorry, you are very correct there.
So there is one notable difference in these top cuts where players do get to see one another's deck lists, and that means the importance of surprise cards is reduced compared to in Swiss where those deck lists are not open.
Yeah, it's a really big deal. So you can see if cards, like Chewbacca, like I mentioned, are safe from things like Confiscate. It's like Alex's hand's got double blaster already. I'm curious to see if he's going to keep this. He has a Confiscate, which probably is pretty dead here. So he is keeping, and he does resource these blasters. I can't tell what the Quinlan player has, but I see a red 5.
Do you think we have any chance of seeing a spicy scanning officer here from Alex Blandon?
That is very unlikely.
It's kind of funny, scanning officer
hasn't seen a ton of play, even though Smuggle has been fairly widespread. I think the comparatively rare situation where people will play like dedicated Smuggle decks, like there aren't very many people playing Hondo. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So
Makes it a bit
this
of a gamble.
game is actually taking a really weird turn, which I think favors Alex in that these players have just passed back and forth the first two turns of the game. So Alex has successfully played around things like the force throws and the Kiras, like we mentioned. It has a grip of like 6 cards now.
Good eye there, Tata. I actually did not realize the game had started. I thought they were still like
Well, they were
resourcing
just
and
like
stuff.
powering through, pass. But so this Kira is probably just going to name the Millennium Falcon, which actually gets both of them.
Yeah, both Falcons hit there.
Yeah,
But
he
wait,
could
can't
also
Alex could temp resource into Chewie or temp resource
into
into
Blue
Red
Leader.
3 kill Kira or Blue Leader kill Kira?
Right. Yeah, it's possible.
Now you would just probably get it cleared by Tarkin Town in that scenario, so there is
Yeah,
that.
but forcing it this early would be, fine. Yeah, so there's
Mickey
that.
D in the chat suggests I like passing turn 1 as Quinlan, but on turn 2 gotta play it
Yeah,
out.
I agree. Like this favors Alex going into the long game. Alex has far more burst damage, and things like Enfys Nest could definitely just take the game over.
Looks like Lucas put, I think that's like a Red Seal Gaming epic action counter on there, I believe indicating that he was going to clear Blue Leader with Tarkin Town, but Alex has yet to remove it.
That or maybe that's the token to see who goes first.
Yeah, that's true. It could be the initiative. It could be the
Yeah,
initiative counter.
initiative.
Yeah,
There,
yeah. I think you're right on that. That is actually the initiative, and now we see an epic action token and that Blue Leader being cleared.
Yeah, I don't mind that play. He just wanted to see what he drew, before committing to the Tarkin Town play.
Looks like Alex is choosing to turn Enfys Nest into a temporary resource here, but maybe thinking over the decision, puts it back in the hand, opts for something else.
Yeah, Alex already has the Enfys Nest, so that's pretty good. So we're probably
Enfys
going
Nest is a very
see
strong card.
a flip is pretty safe here, I think.
He's
The
got
only
to
thing
watch for forced throws. There could be a forced throw with a 6 or 7 cost.
Oh, he had the surprise strike.
Oh, surprise strike. Well, that was not as safe as Alex might have hoped.
Yeah,
Quinlan should be exhausted here.
he should be. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they'll get there.
Mickey D says very hard for Quinlan to beat Home 1. And Home 1 is a high value card when it gets going. Ooh. Red 5, very synergistic with Quinlan because of its ability to damage damaged units on attack. Quinlan provides the pings, and Red 5 can provide that follow-up damage.
Yeah, I think Alex was really hoping to get this flip turn
5.
into wing, but
Yeah, so if you were able to execute the 5, 6, 7 there as Alex, which would it be? Would you be going for the U-Wing or for Enfys Nest?
in that spot, I think Ewing was much better.
Okay.
Just because at the time there was nothing to really balance with Enfys Nest. So pretty strong space presence by Alex now. He's going to really start piling in the damage here unless Lucas can figure out a way to clear this board. Alex is keeping his fast Falcon out, though, so the Red 5 can take it out if he wants.
Hmm.
Okay, interesting. He decides to attack into the hauler and ping the Fast Falcon for 1, which means he's probably looking to play something here to deal the last 1 to the Fast Falcon. So Alex is probably going to do something with that first, if I had to guess.
Hmm. Now, what will happen next here?
If Alex has a pilot, that could be pretty good here too. Just makes it so that the Quinlan leader can't just ping off the last damage on the Falcon. Decides to just take his damage before it gets defeated. Makes sense. Okay, decides to play another red 5 and ping the Hauler. So now this Hauler is one away from death.
Yeah. Now we could, if Quinlan can stay on the board, it shouldn't be too difficult for Lucas to ping that hauler off. Ironically, the hauler's low cost, which is kind of its upside in this state, being a disadvantage because it will be comparatively easy for Quinlan to match or exceed it.
Probably just playing something and yeah. So he played a 3-drop, ping the Hauler.
And he can now play that hauler from Alex's discard pile.
Yeah, which Alex might try to get back with this Infus in his hand.
Hyperspace Cube asks, when did Millennium Falcon begin to be called Fast Falcon? So Fast Falcon is a convenient distinction between the Spark of Rebellion Cunning Falcon and the Jump to Light Speed version of the Falcon. And I guess also Lando's Pride. But so technically you could call them like Piece of Junk, Lando's Pride, and Get Out and Push, but Fast Falcon is easier to say.
So
Enfys Nest bouncing red 5.
yeah, so this should ping the Falcon, right? Yeah, by playing the Hauler. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
But Alex can claim and just put Lucas to 15 and get back his Hauler. So I think he's feeling pretty okay about this.
Yeah, Enfys Nest bouncing this hauler is really nice because when you bounce a card, it goes to its owner's hand, even if another player currently controls it. And that does mean actually a similar thing happens if a card comes back after being captured. So bounce effects and capture effects can be effective against this sort of thing. And that's, maybe one of the reasons that we've been seeing a bit of a comeback for capture recently with the Sanctioner Shuttle seeing a lot of play.
Yeah. So I would be shocked if Alex's first action isn't attacking with the Infus. Now, he might have a blaster. Nope. Looks like he might. Oh, no. Okay. So he's. Wait.
Enfys is going to bounce Cassian here and defeat Quinlan.
Quinlan, yeah.
That does mean the hauler stays on the field.
Yeah, for now. Alex must just think he's pretty safe here. Now, if Lucas does have a big Han, that could maybe put a little wrench in Alex's plans. Yeah,
and he does. Enfys off the board. Lando's Pride. Is that from hand for the ambush? It is.
Yeah,
That's rarely seen. You usually see that card from Smuggle.
Yep. So now we have 2 more space units.
Yeah. So maybe Alex didn't bounce that stolen AT hauler because he knew he had a way to get it back. So now we've sort of switched things up with Alex now strongly in control of space, but with Lucas having that powerful Han Solo reluctant hero in the ground arena.
Yeah, but fortunately for Alex, he is totally just dodging that Han right now by just having 9 power in space.
Yeah.
So nothing to really worry about at the moment.
And Lucas doesn't have a ton of HP left on that base. Looks like only 15 left. However, we do see an Ahsoka Tano forcing a discard, and it is a unit, so that does allow Lucas to exhaust Lando's Pride there.
Yeah, I think Alex's last card is a U-Wing. He definitely didn't want to discard that.
U-Wing Reinforcement is a very powerful card, and I think there's a very good chance we will see that played.
Yeah, it's something big, whatever it is. It's either U-Wing or something else that's very large.
He's on what? Oh, is it a home one?
Oh,
no.
So I guess he resourced the U-Wing. Okay.
But the blue leader got hit by a forced throw there.
Yeah.
And luckily for Alex, he did have a smuggle play set up with a tech. I think we're going to see Han clear tech here. Not really something you can afford to keep in play for long.
How did that? Maybe I missed how the Lando's Falcon died.
They
know
had
this one
erroneously
for-
not put the damage on Lando's Falcon from when it when
Oh,
it
okay.
ambushed the hauler, and then it died to the
Gotcha,
forced throw.
Gotcha. So it looks like Lucas is at 14. This hauler is 18. So the surprise strike in Alex's hand isn't quite lethal. It's only 21. So he's got to
Yeah,
figure out
so
how to get out of this.
we're now seeing this scenario. If Lucas has more discard stuff available, he can keep a lot of stuff out of Alex's basically just off of Alex's board by choking the hand. But
Yeah.
he's not in a super stable place in terms of base HP. He's about to take 7 more damage.
Yeah, but this is the part of the game where Quinlan kind of wants to be in because, Alex has basically no hand. Quinlan's applying a ton of pressure. He just has to dodge like random falcons.
Another forced throw here would be crushing.
Yeah, I kind of thought earlier that Alex should have went base with the Infus Nest and kind of just avoided Lucius Quinlan. But I guess Alex thought otherwise.
So Red 5 can actually trade with the stolen AT hauler here because it will be able to use its on attack ability to deal 2 damage. That would then allow Lucas to replay the stolen AT hauler. I think Alex may have passed here.
Yeah, he might be waiting for this Red 5 to attack.
Ooh, another stolen AT hauler.
That's pretty good.
Red 5 can clear one of these, but not both, and they can both swing for lethal. So Lucas needs to have another answer of some kind here.
Yeah. Alex has him in check right now, so we'll have to see how Lucas responds.
And I believe this deck does not have Space Sentinels, as it does not incorporate either command or vigilance aspects, which are typically needed for those. I guess there's like some very limited chance that he would be playing the Corellian Freighter, but that seems highly unlikely.
Yeah, there's nothing game 1 at least that Alex has to worry about.
Corellian Freighter, by the way, is another card that was reprinted from the first 3 sets. I believe it was reprinted in Jump to Lightspeed. Not a very relevant card in terms of competitive constructed gameplay, but actually is quite strong in draft sometimes. Hotshot Blaster on Han Reluctant Hero.
Yeah,
That's going to throw 8 damage onto Alex's base, but Alex isn't really that close to being defeated here.
That's 8 damage, which is a lot, but it doesn't do anything to stop Alex's lethal.
Does not advance the win condition. Does Lucas have an out?
So I think Alex claimed. Yeah, I mean, this is going to be game, right? I mean,
But
Lucas
yeah, it
can
looks like
get
it's just
Alex
game.
to, let's see, he's at 14 now, so 17. He can go to 20, but
it does ping that one. I don't know though. I don't see a path to victory here for Lucas. He would need to clear both of the haulers.
Does he still have a force throw in his hand, or did he use it? I think he used it.
If he still has a force throw, this could be a different scenario because he has a Han Reluctant Hero in hand. If he forced through his own Han Reluctant Hero, he could get the kill. That should also be exhausted.
Yeah, he
Alex catches it. Okay. Is there that force throw? Yes or no? Looks like no.
So
There's the swing from Alex, and that's the game.
Yep, that's game. All right. So game 1 goes to Alex, just barely, but he did get there.
Lucas had an overwhelming board advantage, but Alex had got enough damage done to take the win, and that's actually how a lot of these matchups can go when you're more aggressive and the opponent is trying to control you. It's like this with Sabine. It's like this with other kind of more aggressive builds. You get into this state where the other person's position is overwhelmingly stronger, but their base is really low, and they need to lock you down completely in order to actually get the win. Being almost completely locked down is not good enough.
Yeah, both players just discussing, just the last few turns of that game. Alex is always very animated and very willing to discuss how, the game ends.
Yeah, it seems like a high energy guy if his if his mannerisms here or whatever that we can tell from an overhead view or anything to count on.
Yeah, I think high energy is putting it lightly.
Now we are about to go into this second game. What do you think about the sideboard tactics here, Tata?
So I'm not too familiar with what Han 1 Green has in the sideboard, so I'm not entirely sure what Alex really has for this matchup.
That's fair.
The Quinlan player, kind of the same deal. Like, I don't know what their sideboard really looks like for the Han matchup. I mean, Confiscate's probably pretty good for the pilots if he has it. But of course, Alex won that game with no pilots.
Pilots can be very effective in the right situation.
Yeah, it looks like Alex is looking through a sideboard here. He's bringing in the R2s, which are really good here. And he might bring in the extra Infus too. Let's see what he decides to take out. Going through his deck here, looks like he's taking out the 4-drop Poe unit. He's taking out Confiscate. He might take out the other Poe as well. Let's see, already took out one. Looks like he has 4 cards set aside there. Taking out a U-Wing, that's interesting. I guess if you take out Poe, then U-Wing is a little worse. Yeah, so he's taking out the other Poe as well. All right, so he's cutting his Poes, he's cutting a U-Wing, and he cut his main deck Confiscate. And it looks like he's putting in R2s and maybe the Infus Nest.
Someone in chat suggesting that Alex side out the fourth Hokage playmat, and I do not think that's forthcoming. I've seen him use this playmat many a time, I believe.
Yeah.
Unless he has multiple Naruto playmats, which I suppose is possible.
Nope, that's his one and only.
Is that from a different game or some sort of event or something?
It's a very rare playmat from that game. Like, I think
Interesting.
that playmat is worth several $100s. He just likes to
Oh,
play
cool.
So I can't tell what the Quinlan player, just kind of peeking here. It's like he's cutting a couple 2-drops. Just kind of expecting a pass game again. It's like he wants to bring in 4 or 5 cards there, it looks like. We'll see what he takes out. He's bringing in or taking out Kira's. Yeah, he's on like the 3-pile system here. I don't know what's coming in or out. I don't even know if he does.
we would hope he does. But sideboarding can be an important part of competing in some of these bigger tournaments, and it's something that not everyone is necessarily practicing for. So I
Yeah.
think that if you are planning to attend some of these major events, it really makes a lot of sense to go and practice some in that best of 3 format with sideboarding.
Yep, definitely. So I saw a hotshot blaster go in one of these 3 piles. So maybe that's like the keep pile. Can't imagine you're siding out hotshot blaster.
Hotshot Blaster is such a good card. I doubt it would be cut, but I'm not an expert in either of these decks, but Hotshot Blaster is just so good.
Yeah, I mean, this might be his. Okay, there. He puts the hot shot back in. It's like we have some 2 drops in his side that he took out. He took out an Ezra, some waylays.
Ezra's an interesting card. I think kind of one of those cards where the value of that ability is very difficult to assess because sometimes it's amazing and sometimes it doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
And it kind of depends on what else you have too.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can live the dream and swing with Ezra, hit Metal Ceremony on the top of your deck. Feels good.
Yeah, definitely. So it looks like he put in, like, was that a Han pilot I saw and some bamboozles?
Interesting.
Yeah.
Now, one card that's also great to play if your opponent force throws you or to have to discard is Metal Ceremony. Feels really good when someone hits you with a force throw and you discard a card that costs 0.
Yeah. Yeah, Mike pointing out that this was about 6-7 minutes of sideboarding now from Lucas trying to figure out how to make
Yeah, a
these
bit
changes.
more of a sideboard break than we normally see. But maybe I mean it's a high stakes game. He lost the first round of the match and he's maybe really trying to make sure that he gets it right for this second one given the importance of the scenario.
Yeah. Yeah. And they have extra time anyway, so I guess it's usually okay. I mean, this might be like a little, maybe egregious, but we're going to get started here shortly. As long as we also don't get 6 minutes of shuffling. All right, there we go.
They do have extended they do also have extended time here in the top cut. I know that I'm not entirely sure what the reasoning for this was, but I know that there was actually an untimed top cut at the Minneapolis event. But I believe the standard by the tournament regulations is that you do a top cut is timed, but it's like 90 minutes or something instead of the normal time limit.
Right. Yeah.
Although I have seen several events do.
Yeah,
Go
for the
ahead.
regional, we did untimed, which was
Yeah.
kind of a surprise to me, but it was cool.
Right. I have seen several events now, including the Minneapolis Regional was like a big official event. But in streaming some of these PQs and stuff before, I've seen either untimed finals or untimed for the whole top cut. And I will say, I also saw one of the big tournaments in the UK where they did not do untimed finals or top cut. And at least one of the top cut matches went to time, as did the finals. And the viewers were not happy with this outcome.
Yeah, I believe it. So it looks like these players are just passing back and forth. They did pass turn 1 anyway. They're on turn 2.
We saw that
And
last game. I guess it's making a comeback here.
I think Alex maybe passed his first action, and now it's on Lucas to make a play. Well, looks like he passed as well. Okay. So it is worth noting that Lucas is passing rather than taking the initiative because I think he wants Alex to be making the first move here.
Yeah. And we saw something like this in that first round of this match. Now we're seeing it again. They've passed through quite a bit.
Yeah, and like Mickey pointed out in game 1, like I don't mind passing turn 1 as Quinlan here, but turn 2, I think I want to play something to the board as Quinlan. I mean, look, they're going to the flip turn now, and like there's nothing in play. So, like Alex has no worry about Plo Koon. He has no worry about basically anything. Like you have to assume Lucas has like a force throw here. So your Han probably isn't safe, but like there's just nothing in play. Like this has to favor Alex.
Yeah, I'm not sure I love this. I'm not sure I love this sort of. It's not really stalling, but this like
Right.
delaying, waiting for the opponent to make the first move. I don't know.
Yeah. Now that Lucas has attacked with Quinlan, I mean, what does he really have to take out the Han here? Like he has to force throw himself. Like I mean,
Force
all he
throw
can
for
really
a Han. Force throw. Yep, he's doing it. Force throw
Yeah.
Han. There we go.
Which like I don't think Alex is even that upset about.
Yeah, I mean, it does block the 5, 6, 7, but you did have to use a really valuable card in your own deck to do it. So we'll see what happens from here, I suppose. AT Holler there from Alex.
Yeah, and if Alex has a Falcon here too, like I mean, this is just
Yeah,
very,
he'd
very
be in
good spot
business
for
there
him.
with a space push. Last game, Lucas. Oh, we do have a red 5 on Lucas's side of the board, and it is going to
Yeah,
ping the AT hauler.
that's pretty good.
But the AT hauler's 5 HP means that it's not in range of Tarkentown here.
No, but Tarkentown plus red 5 can take it out, which is
True.
worth noting.
That is very true. And we could also see, further pings against it. Looks like Chewy's
Ooh,
going to
that's
jump on the
big.
hauler.
Yeah, that's pretty big. Now, so it has 7 health left. So I think Tarkentown plus red 5 can still take it out. You'd have
Yeah.
to lose your red 5, but
So let's see here. Yeah, I mean, another question would be if he has any sort of pump for red 5. So if he has a heroic sacrifice, fleet lieutenant, surprise strike, anything like that would enable the kill because he can get 2 damage from that on attack ability plus the
right.
3 from the base stats.
Yeah, surprise strike would be really good here.
That would also allow Lucas to potentially replay the stolen AT hauler, though, of course, if Alex had some way to bounce or capture that, he could get back on his own side.
Yeah, I'm really surprised Alex went for the Chewy play there. Maybe he's cooking something up in his hand, but like this hauler isn't safe even with Chewy on it right now.
2 resources. Is that a surprise strike?
That's
No, it's a
bamboozle.
bamboozle. Chewy is bamboozled back to the hand.
That's fine too.
This does now mean that we could see Tarkentown plus red 5 or just red 5 direct attack here.
I think Lucas is down to. No, he has 4 cards in hand still. That's still a lot.
Now, Mickey D suggests that you have to attack with red 5 first due to the risk of Big Falcon. I do think if we see Millennium Falcon Lando's Pride from hand, that would be a big setback to lose that red 5 without it getting a chance to attack. Yes, you could Tarkentown to kill it, but that would still leave the AT hauler uncontested in space.
Yeah, I mean Alex looks like he has a Chewy in his hand. He's got a surprise strike. He's got a Falcon.
Yeah.
I mean he has a really strong hand here with several different lines he can take.
Temporary resource created. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Line of Soka? No, Kira. Okay.
Kira notably pings there, which puts that in range. And now, what is
Yeah.
the second card from the right?
This is salvage.
Salvage.
Yeah,
So
it's
what
like
do
he
you
has
do here? You say
leader,
nest probably.
salvage, Infist, Falcon. He pointed to salvage there, but certainly that's not the play, right?
I think it's got to be the Enfys next, which was next to the salvage. I agree with you that salvage to me does not make a ton of sense.
Yeah. Now, the main thing with salvage to point out is that if Lucas does defeat this hauler, Alex can just salvage it back into play before Lucas can steal it.
Very interesting point. Now, Lucas might have some stalling actions that he can take first, though. So, for instance, we could see Lucas swing Quinlan to base. We could see red 5 to base pinging the hauler or something if he doesn't want to commit to that because he's worried about the salvage. Claire confirms that it was Enfys Nest that was specified.
Yeah. Yeah, curious
And
for Alex. So Alex passed, I believe. So we have an attack here.
the attack is going to the base, and then the on attack ability is being used to throw 2 damage onto that hauler.
Right. So it can't be defeated by Tarkentown yet. So Alex is probably safe to claim if he wants. He could also just play something from his hand. I don't remember what he had. He had Blue Leader. He had Enfys. He had Salvage. So maybe he doesn't have a good play here.
Blue Leader doesn't. Oh, he does have that Falcon though. So
Yeah,
that's going to
Falcon's pretty
be.
good.
I mean, that's going to at least just be 3 damage to base. He's got to start somewhere and hasn't actually hit Lucas's base yet.
So
Oh,
there's
but
the
we do
Tarkin
see.
Town.
Okay, Tarkin Town now triggered. So what this has enabled now is that Lucas can attack base or attack that Falcon with his red 5, use the on attack ability to kill the hauler, and recognizing that threat to the hauler, Alex takes the initiative rather
Yeah,
than swinging with the Falcon.
that was a smart claim there because the Falcon's upkeep's already paid for
Right.
from Han ability. So we get this 7 damage in before we have to worry about anything.
Yeah, this way you do miss out on the 3 damage from that Falcon, but it's okay because it saves you 7 damage that would otherwise be lost to red 3 pinging the hauler off. Lucas counts out 7 resources. Let's see what he's cooking here. Pilot Anakin.
Anakin pilot, interesting.
Huh.
So Alex could punish this potentially if he has a waylay.
I don't see that card played as a pilot very often, to be honest. I often just see it as this is a cheap unit that I can play to the ground arena that enables force.
Yeah, this is kind of scary because now the red 5 can kill the fast Falcon and the hauler with a single attack.
Yeah, that's true because the ping is enough. And the Falcon swings on in, and we're up to, I believe, 10 damage now on Lucas's base. And Lucas takes the double kill, I believe. So that also doing it this way saves some substantial damage on Lucas's red 5 because the attack goes into the weaker Falcon. But now we see that salvage being used to replay the stolen AT hauler and prevent Lucas from playing it from Alex's discard pile.
Yeah, which is good for Alex, but like also, I don't think Lucas cares that much. Like, yeah, he doesn't get a hauler, but he has this red 5 that's, going to be able to deal 2 damage to the hauler, and this Quinlan leader is just going to keep pinging down the hauler as well.
Yeah, Lucas is. Yeah, it's interesting. When it comes to a race, Alex is actually a little bit ahead because of his higher base HP. We have 12 damage on Alex Blandon's base and 10 damage on Lucas's base, I believe. I can't entirely tell if there's another counter there, but I don't think so.
Looks like 10 damage on Lucas and 15.
Now it's 15 for Alex. So now they're actually even on remaining HP. Oh, and there's the ambush.
Yep. So ambush blue leader to the ground.
Now here's a question. Did Alex resource Enfys Nest?
I believe he did.
Plo Koon hits the field, defeating that blue leader and opening up a major threat if at least one of Lucas's units isn't cleared that Plo Koon can swing for 6.
Yeah,
Lucas is very close to having lethal on board.
right. This is not a spot Alex wants to be in. I don't think this game is going to go in his favor. He's pretty far behind on board. Like even if he has something like like a Big Han or like Enfys, it's not really doing much here.
I count 14 damage on board for Lucas, which would be, with Alex
Cool.
having only 15 HP left, this would be quite in the territory where if there's a surprise strike, if there's a hot shot blaster, we could easily see the game end this turn.
Yeah, you have to assume that Lucas has a blaster somewhere.
Very strong card.
So Alex is debating his place here. Okay, so he did have an Enfys still. Bounced the Plo, but this is still not a great spot. Because now this this red 5 can go base for 4, deal 2 to the hauler.
I think for 5. I could be wrong.
Does Anakin give +1 or +2?
I think Pilot Anakin is +2/+3, though I could be wrong.
Okay. Yep, for 5, you're right. So Alex is at
And
20.
then that's now the hauler also risks being pinged off by Quinlan's ability.
Right.
Enfys did
Exactly.
bounce. Enfys did bounce the. I mean, it's not looking good.
Yeah, I mean,
Enfys
he could
did bounce the
replay
Plo
Plo
Koon.
if he wants, yeah. He can do any number of things here.
Now Plo could ambush Enfys here.
I don't think you even ambush. I don't think you even care that much. I think you just start playing things. Oh, playing
Ooh.
blaster from hand. Wow. Okay.
I wonder if he has a second blaster.
Yeah, because
No.
Alex has to claim.
Oh no, he just hadn't. Wait, what? Oh, he's
Yeah,
playing
he-
something else. Yeah, Alex claimed. Okay.
Yep.
Oh,
Okay. That's
that is
brutal.
brutally bad for Alex. So Han Solo, Reluctant Hero, normally would not have the power to defeat Enfys Nest in one hit, but because that Quinlan is still on the board, Quinlan Ping does 1 damage, and then the 6 damage from Han defeats Enfys. That's going to be a win for Lucas, and we're going to be taking this one to game 3.
Sea Raptor, Aston, and Plo have 6 power because of coordinate. So it's
He
only
paid.
right. Yeah, it's just while attacking, right?
Right. The yeah. If it was Plo Koon would be an even better card if it was +3 power while you have coordinate, but it's raid 3 while you have coordinate. So yeah, I mean, we saw a pretty different game there. Lucas was able to get into control relatively quickly. And I think that Kira disrupting Alex's ability to play Enfys Nest was a real obstacle.
Yeah, that set him back. But the main thing, just like game 1, was that Lucas had the answer for the Han flip turn. You know, game
Good point.
1, he was able to just surprise strike Quinlan into him, and then game 2, he was able to just force throw,
Force throw that Han.
yeah, the Han into it. So as long as he
Yeah.
can just have an answer for Alex's flip turn, he's always going to be in the game. But if Alex
On the
gets
other
that big
hand,
flip turn, yeah, then it's going to be
yeah,
bad news.
if we see if we do end up seeing Alex able to execute that classic Han 567, could be a very different story.
See Alex's hand here. He's got the Falcon. He's got several Falcons. Han pilot tech. That's pretty solid hand out of Alex here. Looks like we got plenty of time to finish this game. 36 minutes. Quinlan player, I'm guessing, is still shuffling. Oh, wait. Why is he cutting his deck? Alex has already drawn his hands. Looks like no one cares, so I guess we're good.
You know, we're going to be moving on, and we'll see how this develops. Resource.
Yeah, so I have to assume Alex resource tech and just one other card that he didn't really care for at the moment. Probably his 2-drop. Because I have to assume he's playing Falcon turn 1.
Unless we see another stalling scenario.
Yeah, no, with all these Falcons in hand, I can't really see Alex, like, really playing around much. See what he does with this Falcon here. He could go face, or he can take out the A-Wing, which puts it in Tarkentown range. I kind of like just doing the 3 damage here to face, but let's see what Alex decides.
Well, it's going to be a more dynamic game than we saw earlier with the players actually playing units before turn 4.
Yeah, we do actually have action now. Did Alex claim? Is that what happened? Because I don't see damage on anything. Oh, because he wants the Han pilot. Okay. So Alex playing around Tarkentown here by playing the Han pilot. So now this Falcon's 5 attack. That's pretty solid. Lucas with the Falcon of his own. I think he can attack into this and Tarkentown it, which I think is what he's opting to do.
Yeah. So we have an empty board.
Yeah, which is like every other game, except this time the players have far fewer cards in hand.
Honestly, that might be favorable for Lucas in terms of the ability to apply that hand pressure if we do see,
Yeah.
Spark of Rebellion, Force Throw. On the other hand, it looks like a Spark of Rebellion maybe getting resourced here by Lucas.
Yeah, he has 2
But
in
I
his
think he has a
hand,
second
so
one in hand. Yeah.
yeah, if I were Lucas, I'd be pretty happy with this position that I was in.
Ooh, that in particular is a good development for Lucas. Alex plays Millennium Falcon, get out and push. Lucas with the classic fast Falcon, Millennium Falcon piece of junk. And because he's playing Quinlan Voss, he gets that ping on the opposing Falcon, allowing his Falcon to clear the opponent's one and remain on the board. Not what Alex most wants to see here.
Yeah, he's pretty far behind now. I mean, he's behind on board, even though barely, but he's also way behind on cards in hand and tempo. And now Lucas has coordinate.
Yeah, so
on
Plo
one, correct.
Koon, but he can't actually play Plo Koon here because he did have to spend one resource to keep his Falcon in play. But we
Yeah,
could
I
see a
don't think he
surprise strike,
has
and that's
it.
what we see. Ouch.
Yeah, that's brutal.
Every game of this match, Alex Blandon's Han has been defeated immediately on flip without a chance to attack. That's harsh.
Yeah,
He
that's a
does have a
pretty
nice
good.
play here.
Yeah, pretty good answer since that the Tarkin Town has been used already. So
Yep.
that's pretty strong.
Yeah, could go a lot worse. Although
Yeah,
this
yeah, that
crafty
was a good
smuggler is an
follow-up.
annoying counter there. Yeah.
Definitely.
I wonder if Alex might have a pilot that he can put on this to
Yeah,
avoid
I
just
was
being taken down by the smuggler.
just gonna say that. Like a pilot here would be pretty strong. I don't
Pilot
think he
Han
does
and
it.
immediately attack would be a pretty sweet play, but I don't think he has it.
Now looks like his hand is the Phoenix Squadron A-wing and a couple yellow events.
Not optimal. I wonder if it's time to bring out tech then.
Yeah, this could be the tech turn.
Lucas opts to withdraw his Falcon.
Yeah, so he's probably gone for a 6 resource play this turn.
Or he may just be pulling back the Falcon to heal it since it was on the verge of death. And this way it would be able to potentially take out more space units. Is this really the first time Alex has damaged Lucas's base this game?
Yeah, because the early game he was just trading units.
Oh, because
with
he took
on
out that
pilot.
A-wing instead
Yeah.
of going base with his
Yep.
Falcon. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Wow, that
We
is
see
not...
Kira here. This is like...
Is
so,
that
what
like
do you name-
Waylay, Phoenix Squadron A-wing? Is that the hand?
Yeah, I don't think you name any cards in Alex's hand here with this Kira. I think you name
You say like
something
Enfys Nest?
big. It's just, something that could swing the game in his favor. Like
Yeah.
Enfys, Han, like, I don't know, just something that isn't the
Something.
card in his hand. Yeah.
But, it was naming Millennium Falcon might have been pretty reasonable. And we do see Millennium Falcon Lando's Pride played from the row via Smuggle, but the crafty smuggler takes out Blue Leader. Now, I believe they've made a mistake here and not removed the shield from crafty smuggler. That should go away. I'm a little surprised by the Spark of Rebellion here, since quite frankly, Alex's hand was really bad.
Yeah, that
But-
was interesting.
Might be just be trying to put more pressure on there. I wonder.
I don't know.
Yeah,
if
so Claire
Claire-
says Waylay was the card
Waylay,
that was
okay.
selected with the Kira.
Interesting. Yeah.
Now, Alex could still play Waylay, but it would use quite a large amount of his resources.
Yeah, sure. But I mean, Alex is just gonna set Waylay as a resource. I don't think it's great here.
Yeah, and someone in chat points out the crafty smuggler should not have the shield on it anymore. Yeah, that's correct. I said that a moment or two ago, but yeah, that shield was used to defeat the blue leader. Okay, it looks like they're removing it now. And what are we looking at here? It looks like it's going to be a basic attack with that crafty smuggler, throwing a little bit more damage onto Alex's base. Also, just kind of a delaying tactic.
So
Now, I
Alex
believe
is
that Falcon
only
should be ready, right?
5. Well, I think Alex attacked with it first action.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, to put Lucas to 10, and then he's playing the holler.
Now, Lucas either needs to start doing damage faster or else get some defenses up in space to counter this stuff. Looks like it's going to be a forced throw.
On a
Oh, but the
salvage.
card taken is salvage. That
That's
is like
brutal.
that medal ceremony scenario.
Yeah.
0 damage inflicted.
And there's the Okay, thought he's gone for tech, but he's gone for the L3. Man,
L3.
so Alex has suddenly just amassed a pretty solid board here. Let's see how Lucas responds. He doesn't have too many cards.
Lucas needs to figure something out in the space arena. But I don't know that this Falcon is going to be sufficient. He does have a surprise strike. So he could surprise strike his Falcon to clear. What do you do here? Do you go for Lando's Pride, or do you clear
You
the
probably
hauler
just
and then
take
replay it?
Yeah, you probably take the hauler. I mean, I don't know.
Oh, and in chat, people point out that there wasn't a forced unit on the board anyway. That is fair. So
yeah, fair enough.
wasn't going to be damage either way. So yeah, he discards something that cost 0, but you at least got a card out of the hand. And he does go for the hauler and then immediately is going to play it. Could have been worse. We did also see Kira attack into L3 to remove her shield. So Lucas, I think, pretty clearly deciding that he needs to be the control in this setting.
Yeah, for sure. See what Alex wants to do. He could blaster this L3 potentially. That would put Lucas to 14. Lando's Falcon puts him to 19. Yeah, that's what he's trying to do here. Just force damage to as fast as possible.
Yep,
So
the hotshot blaster on that L3, swinging in for 4 damage. Now, Crafty Smuggler can probably just trade with L3 here, but it is pushing damage in the relatively limited window. So the question now is if Lucas has something that can stop that Falcon from swinging in for another 5.
Right. He doesn't right now. He has a Fang Fighter and it looks like another Kira in his hand, if I'm not mistaken.
Not a great hand.
Yeah.
A pilot Han here to jump onto that hauler would be excellent.
Yeah. But so
he uses Kira to clear the L3, so now he can play.
He wants to play this other one. Kira. Yeah. See if Alex takes out the hauler. Yeah, he decides
wants his hauler back.
Yep.
Now,
so if Alex was at like a higher damage total, I think he might have just gone face there to try to race. But
right.
So Chewie. So Chewie is actually a good card to name here because he can't throw it as a pilot on like this hauler. Oh wait, no, he still can, right? How much does it cost? How much?
No, it costs 3. I think he has 4.
Yeah, he has 5. Okay, so not
5. Enough. Okay, so it would still be off.
So he's probably gonna smuggle this tech. Yeah.
Yep, there it is. And I feel like Alex has really regained some momentum and is kind of in the driver's seat again.
Yeah, he is very much ahead now. Lucas had a pretty unfortunate series of events there.
Yeah, so Clara confirms that Chewie was called by this Kira. Lucas is then going to play the disabling Fang Fighter. No upgrades to defeat, but plays it for stats. And these top decks are becoming extremely important.
Yeah, I think this is going to be lethal this turn. Alex did draw a Han Pilot, so his hand is nice. Like Chewie plus Han Pilot plus Hauler. He might be resourcing the Chewie just because it's so expensive. So
yeah, the +3 on that's rough.
Yeah, 2 cards in hand are Hauler and Han Pilot. So that's versus Ahsoka and Fang Fighter. Okay. So this is
lethal on board here for Alex Blandon. Lucas needs to take control of this game, and I don't think the hand that he has is what he needs to do it.
Ahsoka's okay because it'll tap something, but I don't.
It's not the removal that he needs to actually get stuff off the field.
Exactly. So there's Han
Pilot
back for 7.
Straight to base.
That's at 21.
Yeah, and now the hauler is lethal.
Yeah, now this hauler is lethal. Yeah, this was a really great set.
I don't see a path to victory here for Lucas. He can play Ahsoka, but Alex can just claim at this point. And I don't. Yeah. Lucas doesn't, I think, have a way to actually get rid.
Or blaster lethal too. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he has the blaster. Doesn't even need to claim.
Yeah, that was really well played.
Nice
by
win.
Both players. Yeah. Yeah, I think
Alex Blandon takes the win there.
Yeah, game 2, I think Alex might have been able to win, but that was just well played by both players. And so, nice one.
That was it was it was very interesting. And Alex, despite not being able to get much of a result out of his Han leader flips, was still able to take control of the game and win in both games 1 and 3. Game 2 got away from him, but even though Lucas was able to stop Han every time, that wasn't enough to actually win the matchup.
Yeah, exactly. That's the the fourth best KTOD player tried to lose, but he managed to barely squeak it out 2-1. Well played.
And I do think this goes to show some of the strength of these Han these Spark of Rebellion Han builds, because while okay, he's known for the Han 5, 6, 7 combination. That's something that's well known to be good. Okay, but you don't need it. It's
Right.
like nice to have, but you can still win without it. Similarly, the Tech DJ combo, it was really, really strong, but even if it didn't go off or the opponent stopped it quickly, that didn't mean, oh, I lost. It just meant you had to switch to a different game plan. And Han has a lot of ways to progress down that game plan.
Yeah, I think that the Quinlan player played very well to always make sure that he had an answer for Han's flip turn. I don't think he did anything wrong per se. It's just Alex had just the right threats.
Yeah, it was interesting.
Let me see if Melee has reported the other matches. So it looks like Chris Lewis did lose. So the dream of fourth place getting the bye is not going to be realized.
Okay.
So we have, Alex winning 2-1. Clueless lost to Reginald J. Sparrow. I am unsure what deck he was playing. And who else we have here? Tyler looks like still playing. Pasquale's still playing, or at least they're not reported yet. So it's being reported that Tyler has won against the Red Dragon.
Congratulations, Tyler.
His Han 2 blue deck. Let's see.
So that leaves us with what, one game still going?
Yes, I believe Pasquale against the other Alex, which is Ray against Quinlan.
I am, of course, hoping for a win for Pasquale. My McClunky Gaming teammate. But
well, he is
you'll have
playing.
to. I think we're getting a
FF.
long range view of that match here. With, I think Claire is zooming in the camera, and we can barely make out the field.
Zoom in. Maybe if I make my giant monitor full screen, I could see.
Yeah, but it looks like they are still battling it out, and we will see what the ultimate outcome of that match is.
I see cards in play for Ray and no cards in play for Quinlan, so that's usually a good sign for the heroes here.
We will we will have to see whether or not Pasquale can win, or whether we can correctly determine who's winning based on body language or something here. Neither player looks like obviously really mad or anything, so
I believe that is a Ray leader in Pasquale's discard pile. So that's always good. Oh,
that is a very common mistake in this game. All right. I think that rather than attempting to cast this game from this long range side angle view, we are going to take a quick break before coming back with the semifinals. I'm TowerNumber9, joined here by TD Tata. Thank you, Tata, for coming and casting with me here. And I believe we are going to have Wooooo back on the mic later as well. So stay tuned for that here at McClunky Gaming's coverage of the Red Seal Gaming Planetary Qualifier. Also, check out TD Tata's new YouTube channel, Underwhelming Barrage. They will be uploading their show shortly.
Yeah, thanks. It's been fun.
Good to have you here, Tata. Welcome back to McClunky Gaming's coverage of the Red Seal Gaming Planetary Qualifier. The last match of the top 8 just concluded, and we are about to move on to the top 4. I am TowerNumberNine, joined again by TD Tata from the KTOD tournament team. Tata, how you doing?
Still doing great. Still excited. Looks like we got 2 more rounds to go. Should be fun.
Yeah, I think it should be interesting here, and it sounds like, I don't know for sure, but I think we may be following Alex Blandon, your teammate from KTOD, who we saw win in a cool series between Han and Quinlan in the previous round.
Yeah, no matter how much I beg, I still just have to keep casting his matches. So it
And
looks like, let's
I'm
see.
hearing Pasquale won on the on that last table that we
Yes.
were viewing from the side
Oh.
view for a time.
I was just gonna say, I think Pasquale and Tyler Mersing both won, so they are McClunky teammates in one top 4. And then the other side of the bracket is Alex Blandon against Chris C, I think. And he is on Han 1 Data Vault. So it's actually a Han 1 mirror, but one is Data Vault and one is 30.
33 versus 30 HP. What do you think about those bases for a Han 1 deck?
So I am a really big Data Vault lover, but for Han 1, I have to say that Data Vault just did not work out. You just end up with too much air in your deck. And by air, I mean you just have too many cards that just don't do what you need at any given time. There's not a lot of redundancy. So you just have just like a bunch of cards with no like real synergy.
Yeah, I mean, I think it dilutes your chance of starting with those Falcons, dilutes your chance of the turn 1 resupply in the matchups where you want that. It's a tough call.
Yeah, and like I don't think the 3 health matters, right? I mean, you're Han. Like I don't think that 3 health is really going to make or break whether you win or lose a game.
Yeah. Could be interesting to see. Could be interesting to see what happens, but I think I'm with you there. I think I would prefer the 30 HP there.
Yeah. Now I say that and watch. I mean, like Alex will probably get him to like 31 and not be able to finish it. But
Yeah, and then run out of
yeah,
gas. It's
but I
possible.
don't think it's a huge deal. And I think that Alex does have the advantage here because he has a more consistent, first few turns, whereas Chris on Data Vault is more at the whim of his deck.
Yeah, it could be interesting to see what happens here. But if you do draw those good cards and you have the extra HP, that's solid. It just is a consistency decrease.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if it works out, then, you're a genius. Just unfortunately doesn't always work out. Now, the
Hmm.
Data Vault decks like Kira and Ray, they have more redundancy. Like, Kira has Pershing. A lot of your cards do the same things, so it's not really a huge deal. And Ray just has so much card draw that you kind of mitigate the extra 10 cards fairly quickly.
Yeah. Now let's see here.
So, yep, there we go. We got Chris on the Data Vault and Alex Blandon of KTOD on Han 130. So, I'd love to see Alex confront the top 4 boss. So we'll have to see how he does this time. Someone pointing out that the Han 1 data vaults tend to run more of the casino style, which makes sense since you're already playing, quite a few extra cards.
I am not a huge fan of the casino style personally.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not either, but I'm also just not a huge fan of the Han 1 deck in general.
You don't think so?
It's just not my style deck. Like, I usually don't play decks like this.
What makes it not your style?
I tend to want to play decks that are either more mid-range or more late game oriented. The Han deck makes me think too much, and it's kind of like an aggro deck.
Interesting.
So it's worth pointing out that Alex and Pasquale both have their buys. So it is entirely possible that, if one of them were to win and the other one were to lose, the finals is kind of redundant because second place will get to buy anyway. So we'll have to see how it plays out.
All right. Well, here we go.
Yep, we're off to the races here. Looks like Alex's hand is not great, but he could do worse.
Now, Space Cowboy was curious, Tata, what are you playing these days?
I'm still on Ray. Yeah, still playing Ray Data Vault. I'll probably just play that up until Set 5 release. And then for Set 5 and Galactics, who knows?
That's when you're gonna switch to Finn.
Yes. That's where Finn comes out and takes worlds by storm.
You know, Harrison Dulo is commonly considered one of the worst leaders and genuinely got like a big power boost from Jump to Light Speed. Now, did it put her in a really competitive spot? I would say no, but it was something. So there could be a surprise.
Yeah, I mean there are probably enough good specters now, but I don't know if Hera's even the leader for that. It might be something like the New Canaan or
Yeah, New
something else.
Canaan.
Yeah, we'll have to see. So we're off
Gandork
to the
accusing you
races
of being on the
here.
Kit Fisto train. Kit
Yeah,
Fisto
Gandorf.
may be the worst leader flip in the game. It's very interesting.
Yeah, we'll see. It's going to take a lot for me to be on the Kit Fisto train, but we'll see.
All right.
So we got
Looks like
resupply from Chris and the Phoenix Squadron from Alex.
Probably resupply would be a better start here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Chris is definitely much better start with the resupply. I mean, I'm sure Alex is just fuming internally that his Data Vault opponent had the turn 1 resupply.
Yeah, the opponent running the less consistent deck had the dream
happen.
opener. That's rough. Another resupply. Are you kidding me? Double resupply from Chris C.
Well, looks like we might be seeing game 2 here soon.
Alex probably is not happy with this outcome.
No, that is not at all what you want to happen.
Now he's building up a board in space, but double resupply is really something. Chris is going to be able to get to the end game pretty quickly.
Yeah, I actually thought maybe he would have maybe even tried to deploy Han that turn, but I guess he values his cards in his hand.
Some of the viewers are expressing interest in Kit Fisto. I have actually played a bunch of test games with Kit Fisto, just unofficial, using cards that they've previewed, and his leader side is actually not bad, but his flip is horrible, and it's yeah. I could say more on it. I probably will make a video on it at some point, but I don't think he's gonna be ripping it up.
So Chris here had the Lando's Falcon from hand to ambush Alex's Hauler. So he's going to be able to play this Hauler.
Yeah.
And have a pretty commanding board. I mean,
now I think Alex, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Alex could say stolen AT Hauler with Kira here and deny that Hauler play.
He could, yeah.
I'm not sure if that's worth it, but it is an option that exists.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it might actually be worth it, but he named Spark. Okay. I assume not Spark of Hope. I assume she means
Spark of Rebellion.
Spark of Rebellion, yeah.
Yeah, Spark of Hope is the ramp one. And quite frankly, I'm not sure Chris C needs more ramp at this point. He's already got all the ramp he needs. Yeah, and Chris that ambush from Millennium Falcon, Lando's Pride, enabled by that aggressive early ramp, now means that Alex is in a tough spot here with the stolen AT hauler not only defeated, but now on Chris's side of the board.
Now, I've seen Alex pull out of spots tougher than this, but this is not where you want to be here. He's probably going to take out the Falcon. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, Alex is a seasoned tournament competitor and is not someone who's necessarily just going to instantly scoop or whatever, especially not with the extra time available here in the top cut. But it's difficult to look at this situation and conclude that Alex is ahead. Chris seems to have a substantial advantage.
Yeah, for now.
Things could change.
Here, so now this is tough because now he unlocked his spark. So if Alex uses Han here, which it looks like he's doing.
Yeah, the odds of playing off a 5, 6, 7 don't look high.
Chris can just spark and take Alex's biggest threat, which is what he's doing.
Yep. Another Lando's Falcon.
Yeah. So Alex is like, here, I don't have anything great anyway.
He could confiscate the blaster and take out Han with red 3. Or with blue leader. That's not terrible.
No, I mean, that's totally fine. I mean, that would put him back to about even. Yeah, looks like that's what he's doing.
It does end up being a bunch of cards, but he'll have the red 3 or the blue. I don't know why I keep saying red 3. He'll have the blue leader still alive on the board, plus his own leader Han. Yeah, that could have been a lot worse for Alex, to be honest with you.
Yeah, certainly could be. Lost Rune in the chat. Does Han Green play home one usually? So the Han Green 30 doesn't play at main deck. They're in the side. The Han Data Vault might have it main deck since there's the extra room there.
You do. I think it's often a sideboard option, and if it is, maybe the top end of the deck instead of being home one is like U-Wing Reinforcement and other 7-cost plays.
Right. Yeah. It's like his hand is Marauder, Blue Leader, and I didn't see the third card. His resource row has a tech. Didn't see much else in the way of smuggle.
Looking at is that? I assume those are the resources he's looking through there.
So he got rid of Luke there, and looks like okay. So his hand is Blue Leader and Marauder. That's what
it's hit by Ahsoka, losing the Blue Leader. It's used to exhaust Han. 5 to base from that Blue Leader already in play. Tech.
Yeah, Chris is probably going to claim, he has his own Blue Leader, so he can take out Alex's tech if he wanted to.
It's funny, the tech is such a good card that even with the hated and feared tech DJ combo removed from the game, tech still has a slot in these builds. Really strong, especially in the end game.
Yeah. Now, like Alex's tech there wasn't that scary on 7 resources, but Chris deciding to not even risk it, like just get it out of there immediately.
Yeah, it does also develop a relevant unit.
Yeah, for sure. But Alex's last card in hand was the Big Han, so this puts him right back into the game.
Absolutely.
I would dare say that Alex is actually ahead at this point now.
Yeah, I mean, quite possibly. He'll do some more damage. He's actually done quite a lot of damage now. And Chris is not in a great spot. I think Alex might be making that comeback.
Yeah. Now, if I were Alex, I wouldn't care that much about this tech.
Yep.
Just
go base.
Yes, it is a threat, but you can't kill it in one action. So just go base with this Han. Put him to 24.
He's getting close to the edge here. There's only 9 HP left on Chris's base, assuming Han went base. Yep, that's right.
Yep.
And that does mean Alex now has lethal on board with some quite powerful units. So Chris is really, he had a really strong start, but has kind of lost control here, and we're going to see if he can get it back somehow.
So Alex has two really big threats in play. I mean, really three. And he drew resupply and Poe for the turn. So I have to assume that he's resourcing the resupply. And if Chris doesn't get rid of this blue leader, Alex could play Poe and pilot it.
Mm. Looks like Chris is gonna break out a Han Reluctant Hero of his own, taking out Alex's version of that card. The
Yeah.
Han Wars, as we saw earlier in the tournament.
Yeah, now that makes Poe not a great play anymore. So 24, Alex can put him to 29 with this blue leader. And this Han is just lethal? Does Chris have a way to defeat Alex's Han? No, I guess he doesn't. Okay. That was a weird Han 1 play on Chris's part, since Alex just had lethal anyway. But I guess maybe he didn't have anything else.
Well, that was not how I expected that game to go after Chris's very strong double resupply opening.
Yeah, I have to admit that I have also beaten like a double ramp draw from Han, and I think the reason for that is that the Han uses up so much of their hand to ramp that they're kind of at the mercy of their deck to draw something to do with that ramp. So it's like you draw the wrong half of your deck. And I think that goes to show you a problem of Data Vault is that Chris may have just drawn the ramp part of his deck and didn't draw the actual threats to go with the ramp.
Yeah, the cards that he really needed to capitalize on that ramp.
Yeah.
I mean, it
Whereas,
was looking good when he had double ramp into Lando's Falcon. That was a very strong opening, but seemed like he lost momentum in that mid game, and Alex
right.
ended up the aggressor going into the end game.
Yeah. I actually thought that Chris maybe should have just deployed his Han on like turn 2 or whatever it was. But he decided to wait an extra turn there. But, like I said, I have seen Alex really pull games out of nowhere, and that was just one of those examples. He just kept making threats while Chris was just ramping and pulled it out.
Odd scenario, but
So
maybe that
sideboarding,
does go to show some of the consistency.
I don't know what Alex is really going to sideboard here. I have to assume salvage comes in, just so his hauler is extra safe. Maybe like the R2s, nah, maybe not. Home 1 makes a lot of sense. Especially against Data Vault. I don't mind having Home 1 in my deck. But I'm not going to pretend to know what to sideboard in this matchup better than Alex.
Yeah, it should be interesting here.
Man, this guy's Data Vault deck is like double or triple sleeved. It looks like a Battle of Wits deck for old MTG players, where you have this 250 card deck in front of you. It looks giant right now.
Yeah, for those who are not familiar with Battle of Wits was an extremely abnormal Magic card where it said it was an enchantment, and it was at the beginning of your upkeep. If you have 200 or more cards in your library, you win the game. You would just immediately win the game, and that would be it.
Yeah, this guy's got a stack. Man, does his hand have 2 resupplies again? This is crazy. I swear I saw his hand had 2 resupplies.
2 resupplies again from Chris C.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
two,
I think
two
you're right.
resupplies and 2 7 drops. Like that's his hand.
Wow. Well, this double resupply didn't work for Chris in the first game, but I guess we're about to see whether it's going to work for him in the second
Just-
game. That's wild.
Just running it back. It's
All
like it
right.
didn't work the first time. Let's try it again.
Those are some killer draws.
So Alex's hand is actually pretty insane here. So like he might just be able to run him over while he's ramping because he's gonna go like the L3 droid into Kira. Your big Han another L3, which he's just gonna resource, I'm sure. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's just gonna resupply again. Yeah, he does. Like, it's. I don't know. We'll see if it works out for him this time. That's a bold strategy, Chris.
Yeah, I mean it'll be interesting to see exactly what happens as this goes on, but
There's the Kira.
I
That's
don't
gonna be
know.
one of these sevens.
We do have someone suggesting Swoon needs alternate win con cards like Battle of Wits. What do you think of that, Tata? Alternate win cons?
I mean, I would love alternate uh, win cons at some point.
We're a
Yeah.
little early, but
Yeah, I don't mind them as long as they're not super busted. Like sometimes they're really busted. You can't interact and you just lose the game. But things like Battle of Wits, where it's an enchantment, it's not that big of a deal. I don't think.
one thing I do like about this game is that it is generally very interactive.
Yeah, right. So yeah, as expected, Alex goes L3 into Kira. I don't know what this named, but I have to assume it's one of the 7 drops that's in Chris's hand. He had Infus Nest and Ewing, I think it was, right?
Someone in chat suggesting that putting 4 sabers on Grievous should have been an instant win.
It should have been, yes.
I am not sure I have ever seen someone actually resolve the 4 sabers on Grievous condition.
Yeah, so Claire confirms that Infus was called, and I think Chris just resourced it with Han.
Chris is Han wielding that hotshot blaster. Now, in chat, we have someone asking, this is my first TCG. What are alternate win cons? An alternate win con would be a card that, as its text says, you win the game, but has some weird condition on it. So, I mean, I don't know. Like,
Yeah, so
there were
like
a
for
bunch of them in
example,
Magic.
yeah, someone called out like in chat. It's like, for example, like General Grievous would say, at the start of your turn or during regroup, if you have 4 lightsabers on them, you win the game.
Right.
Yeah, something like that.
Or, maybe a card that said, if you have X number of cards in hand at the end of the turn, you win the game, or, this or that. And when they're done right, these cards can like make there be interesting and innovative or unusual styles of deck. And when they're done wrong, they're just like broken and not interactive and not fun to play with.
Yeah.
Also,
So
a lot of them are just like really, really, really bad.
Alex plays Holler, and now Chris is firing off a U-Wing in response. Let's see what he can get here. I think if this U-Wing is good, Chris can kind of leverage this ramp to pull pretty far ahead. But let's see what happens. He has his own Kira and a Falcon, so that's pretty
Kira
good.
Falcon could be worse.
Yeah. So
Wow,
I mean,
both of the
obviously,
cards shown are
yeah,
Han Solo, so I
these
guess you say
names
Han Solo.
say Han Solo, and Alex's hand's bricked. So this time Chris has the top end to go with the ramp. So he's in a much better spot than he was, despite Alex's good start. Putting 2 in the Han, taking the shield. 3 to base here. Can Alex deploy? How many is he on here? No, he's only on 4. Okay.
I think he was maybe on 5. But maybe that was 5 with a temp resource.
No, Alex didn't set a temp resource last turn.
Oh, so it's 5 with the resource from this turn.
Yeah, now he's on 5, so now he's on his flip turn. It's just Chris with a double ramp. He was just able to come out 2 turns earlier.
Hot shot blaster on Kira, removing the opposing Kira. So Han Solo no longer constrained here for Alex. That does mean that Pilot Han could be making an appearance. However, there's a spark of rebellion. Waylay, Pilot Han, and Big
Pilot
Han.
Han's the correct call here. Yeah.
Yep. Get that out.
So Alex is probably going to resource the Waylay in his hand, I would have to guess, as a temp resource.
And then you just hope to have some smuggled card that you're going to play.
Well, you want to get your Han out there.
Yeah, but he's already expended some resources, right?
Yeah. Yeah, if he has like a tech or something, he could use his Han to trade Hans and then smuggle the tech.
Now, what will Chris do here? Does have a lot of resources after those resupplies, but I'm not sure that he has super good options with them. Oh, is that a cunning?
Cunning? What's he going to do? Make him discard? I mean, Alex doesn't care about that.
Yeah, discard, and I don't know what the other mode chosen was.
Yeah, that's...
Is it exhaust? Is it... I don't get this.
I think he tried to bounce Kira, but then he realized that he can't. So he bounced the Holler.
Okay. I might have done that earlier in the turn.
Yeah, that wasn't a great cunning, because he's still going to lose his Han, and Alex is still going to be able to play the Holler that just got bounced. When, like, otherwise he might have not have even had a play.
Yeah. Is Alex Blandon going to make the comeback yet again and win against the double ramp?
Yeah, I think his opponent might have maybe thrown a little bit. Like, this turn wasn't super great for him. So Alex puts a temp resource down. He's at 4 now. If he has a tech, yep, there's the tech. It's like...
This isn't looking so good for Chris.
Oh, he's like way ahead now.
He's got to get a... Oh, I think he drew a U-wing reinforcement, though. That could get him back in this game. He's looking through his resource row now, as is Alex. Alex readying up. Chris fires that U-wing reinforcement. He's got to find something good here, or he's in huge trouble.
I don't know what he can even find. Like, Big Han, maybe? So he can ambush the Kira?
Big Han and
potentially?
kill Kira. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I don't think that puts you to like clearly winning, but it would be a good play. I do think he has one there. I think I see it. Yep, and there it is. Ends up actually removing not Kira, but Tech.
I think I would opt to get rid of the Kira there, but
That was my sense as well, Tata.
like Alex might have another blaster.
Hmm.
It's gonna take out Han. Yeah. I think he's more than fine to make that trade now because he's gonna play this Holler now.
Okay.
Yeah. He's pretty far ahead now.
Yeah.
Someone in chat, double ramp confirmed bad. It's not over yet, but I feel like it might not have worked yet again. We'll see. So
It is a very unusual scenario for that to happen twice, and in both cases for Alex to
now we're
turn
just
around.
on the throwaway cards plan. So I don't know. This is not looking great for Chris. Alex is just going to replay this Holler, really not even caring that much. His hands, what? Chewbacca, Holler. I didn't see what else he drew. Looks like he has a Falcon, Lando's Falcon in his resource row, and another blaster. Yeah, he's cooking.
Tech. Chris bringing out Tech. Both players with tech on the field now.
Yeah, now Chris's tech is actually far scarier because of the double ramp. Like he just has a
Mm.
ton of resources. So Alex really needs to think about how he's going to deal with this tech. He doesn't want Chris to just accidentally come back into the game.
Yeah, a surprise strike would be enough to take it out, but it looks like that's not forthcoming. We're going to have an attack, I believe, to base there from L3 and another stolen AT hauler entering in the space arena.
Yeah. So Alex has what, Change of Heart in his hand? That's interesting. I mean, Change of Heart would defeat Chris's tech.
Change of Heart. Odd card. But really good in the right scenario.
Is that a Fennec Shand?
Fennec
Yeah.
Shand.
Okay.
Looking at the different costs that are in that
Yeah.
discard pile.
Yeah, I don't know why we're counting here. I mean, this has to be enough. Yeah, okay. Like, yeah, this tech's dead.
Someone in chat asking, Data Vault most overrated card?
No, stop.
No. Like, Data Vault is good. It has a real downside, but it's pretty good.
Yeah, I don't think Han 1 is a Data Vault deck. So, like, you can't judge Data Vault just off of this deck. Like, Data Vault is fire.
What would your pick for most overrated card be, Tata?
Oh, man. I don't know. It's a tough question. I gotta think about that one.
Yeah. I'm not sure. I want to say Darksaber because I think Darksaber is a like legitimate bad card that happens to be like very well positioned in terms of like other things not being available at its cost. But that might be too edgy. There's like probably some card that's like actually really bad that people like.
Maybe Rivals Fall. Yeah, Woo pointed that one out. I think that one
Ooh,
a bit.
yeah,
overrated.
Rivals Fall. Like people got so mad when that was previewed, and it didn't end up being that big a deal. What else?
Let's see what we got. So Chris is kind of trying to claw back into this game. I mean, Alex now is pressuring in space. So it kind of turned into a ground versus space race. But I think that is this a Chewie on the hauler or a Poe? It looks like Chewbacca. So 7 and
Yeah, I
5
think it's
is
Chewy.
12. So Alex has 12 showing, which is one short.
Oh, traitorous.
Yeah, traitorous on the Chewies. Pretty
That
big.
could be big.
Okay,
Change of heart.
Change of heart.
Oh, this is one of the only times I've actually seen this interaction. Change of heart is actually a super hard counter to traitorous because
Yeah.
change of heart says at the end of the turn you return the card to its owner, not to its previous controller. So this change of heart means that Alex Blandon's stolen AT hauler is now permanently back on his side.
Yep. And we got a bamboozle, which is going to also return this traitorous.
That is spicy too. The bamboozle sends Chris
Alex,
his traitorous back.
And then Alex just throws the Chewie onto Lando's Falcon. There's just upgrades flying everywhere. And then Chris now puts a blaster on Fennec.
Yeah, Fennec swinging for substantial damage there with that blaster. These last turns here have been kind of crazy.
That was a rapid flurry of upgrades.
How much damage was just inflicted?
I don't even know. Fennec is
Did they
dealing
miss?
6.
Did they miss the damage from
deals
Fennec?
2 is 8. I think Alex was at 14, so he should be at like, what's this, 10 more? It's like 24.
Well, it should be 27, 28, something like that.
Yeah, he's at 27. Okay.
Chris might have turned this back around.
Yeah, that Fennec play was pretty hot, and now that like this tech is just gonna go wild now.
Now
that's exactly what I said. I said if Alex can't deal with this tech, Chris is gonna do some wild things, and that's exactly what's going on.
U-wing reinforcement for Alex, probably trying to find a Han or something to kill Fennec Shand, but I'm not sure he'll be able to do it. I'm not seeing a Han.
Nope. This is
He
a big
doesn't have
knuckle
it.
burger. Yeah.
I don't know if
Oh, there it is.
Wow!
The next
He
3
picks
cards
up
with
his next
2
cards, and
Hans.
it was one of the next cards, but he couldn't find it, and Chris is gonna get the win after all. Maybe double ramping is actually good, guys.
Turns out that Tech is a very good Star Wars card.
Yeah, Tech is really. I mean, you called it, Tada. You absolutely called it. The Tech from Chris was extra dangerous because of that ramp, and he had more cards and resource, and that also means more resources to spend. And he was indeed able to pull some crazy stuff out of there.
Yeah, he had like 11 or 12 resources. I mean, that's like 12 extra cards in your hand.
It looked like Alex had turned things around, but it did not quite get there. Chris was able to regain control in the end game, get the win, and we're going to game 3. Alex Blandon from KTOD versus Chris. Battle of the Hans. Maybe this time Chris will not have 2 resupplies.
Yeah, so if I were Alex, I would give my opponent's deck a little shuffle, and that's not to say there's anything shady going on. It's for my own,
Peace of mind.
peace of mind. Yeah, it's like, all right, if you get double resupply again, it's on me.
Now, someone in chat says that's why you never look at the top. He might have just tilted himself by seeing that he had just barely missed the Han he needed to save the day there.
Man, this guy has clearly not met Alex. He's just like a walking tilt monster.
Does that mean he's always tilted or never tilted
He's
or
just
what?
always tilted, it feels like.
Very interesting. That's another. There are some real psychological aspects to this game and multiple other games. We will see what happens here as we move on to that third round of this exciting semifinals match.
This has been great. That game was really fun with all that turn with all the upgrades going back and forth. That was pretty sick.
Yeah, dude, how crazy? You know, it didn't even end up actually being that important, but how crazy is it that we saw Traitorous countered by Change of Heart into a Bamboozle to get your own Traitorous back in hand? I've never seen that before.
Yeah, that was pretty sweet.
All right, well, we're moving on. It's the third game, and I am not immediately seeing resupplies in Chris's hand this time.
Yeah, yep. And I think Alex's hand is pretty weak. Yeah, so he's shipping it.
Chris did keep his hand.
Yes, Confiscate, Spark, Marauder, and I didn't see the 4th card, but Confiscate, Spark, and Marauder. So he's probably going to just lead with the Spark. Unless this card that I didn't see is like a proactive unit, but
Spark opening is interesting, can potentially be really nasty. It's kind of like a Bazine start, but it's better because it doesn't give them a card.
it's like Alex drawing his cards just low enough where I can't see anything. Thanks, Alex. Han, Blaster, L3, Chewie. Okay, and U-Wing. All right, not bad. So he has an L3, and he's going to start off with Spark. Yep, there we go. He's going to probably snap take this U-Wing.
U-Wing is probably the best card there.
Yeah, the rest of these cards in Alex's hand are, dealable.
No, he takes Chewie.
Interesting.
Interesting. I think I'm with you, Todd. I see the U-Wing reinforcement as much more of a threat when the opponent has not deployed a vehicle.
Yeah, and like Chris has the confiscate in his hand, so like he could have the blowout if Alex went for the Chewie.
Yeah, he might actually want Alex. Yeah, that's so interesting.
Yeah.
In some sense, it might actually be desirable for Alex to play Chewie here. Desirable for Chris because it would walk into that confiscate.
What's he playing here? Kira? Is that what he has in his hand? Like he went to 4, so he's got to have Kira, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, there's Kira. Wow, double U-Wing reinforcement. I wonder what card is going to get picked.
Ooh, Surprise Strike is really good there from Alex.
Surprise Strike L3 into Kira feels very powerful right here.
It's pretty good, especially with no one ramping or anything.
That could change. We could see ramp this turn.
Yeah, that means Alex next turn is going to have free reign on his his U-wing unless Chris can draw something to impede it.
Okay.
So Alex is debating here. I'm not sure what the debate is.
Goes for a basic swing. Adding some more damage with the stolen AT hauler. Chris uses his ability to generate a temporary resource, up to 5 resources.
I think Chris might have a traitorous in his hand. I think his hand is
Yeah.
traitorous confiscate.
You think traitorous for the AT hauler? That's what you're expecting?
That's what I'm expecting.
Hotshot blaster on L3, going for the base. 10 damage on Chris's base. Oh, there we go.
Yeah,
now,
but it
did he
doesn't
discard another
kill
one
it.
of these? Wait, that doesn't actually kill it.
Doesn't really
That's
do anything.
awkward.
Maybe he thought it was going to defeat it.
Yeah, I mean, that's a not super hyped up play.
And wait, why did he send Kira into the droid?
I don't know. I don't think Chris's turn there was strong. I think Chris's turn there was actually quite weak. I think playing traitorous on either of these units would have been substantially better than the Marauder showing up and not killing.
Maybe it wasn't a traitorous. Maybe it was a Marauder. I'm not
I
sure.
think no, it's a
it was
traitorous. I can see it
traitorous.
quite
Yeah.
distinctly.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
And
not sure.
I also thought that Alex should have maybe used Surprise Strike into the Kira there, but it turned out that it didn't really matter because his opponent did a lot of the work for him. So now, if he really wanted to, he could kill off this Kira pretty easily to U-wing this turn. But let's see what he decides to do. So we got lots of units to play with damage. Both players on their flip turn. Alex opting to just take the 4 now.
Now, Alex does need to get that Kira off the field before he plays a U-wing.
Yeah, now with the traitorous from Chris, it makes it significantly more difficult.
Traitorous on the upgraded L3.
Yeah, so now he's going to go for the hauler. Alex is flipping. I assume Chris is just going to send this L3 into it. Yeah.
L3 crashing into Han.
Yep. This Han is going to probably crash into Kira, and then we're going to see a U-wing. Probably. I don't know what's in Alex's hand, but I do know there's at least 2 U-wings.
Yeah,
It's
that
also
should be
worth
interesting
noting
here.
that Chris hasn't played Alex's hauler yet, and now there are cards on top of the hauler from other things getting defeated.
Yeah.
So
he may simply not see it there
Yeah.
and forget. That's
He
a
may
that's a
just
funny little
forget.
note. Hauler, playing your opponent's hauler is not at all mandatory. That could just
Right. And I mean, and Alex isn't doing anything shady from putting cards on top of it. It's just things were defeated. Yep. So as expected, there's the trade. Okay. So Chris does remember the hauler, and Alex is just going to fire this off. Oh, there's Enfys Nest. That is really good first card to see. I mean, Alex is probably going to look through these 10 cards just for sport, but yeah, the Enfys was always coming down. Really good hit there from Alex. So after the Enfys, Chris decided to not flip his own Han. Wait, no, his Han was defeated. That's right. So Chris going to is that 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. Maybe has a U-wing of his own. Alex figuring out what to do here with this action. He has another U-wing, I think. don't know why I thought that Chris's Han was already deployed. Oh, that's right, because Alex killed Kira with his Han, not his opponent's Han. Okay. So Chris's last card is a U-Wing. Alex goes Holler. I think Alex's hand is U-Wing. I don't know what else. Chris putting forward Enfys. Let's see if he can find the big Han to finish this off. He desperately needs a big Han here. No, but he does have his own Enfys. He has to go, yeah, so he has to ambush his opponent's Enfys and play. Okay. Solid play by Chris there.
Modded cohort there. Very interesting. Not, I think, enough for Chris, though. He is very far behind at this point.
Yeah, being at 21 is not where you really want to be. But the
12
board is,
HP.
yeah, the
Opponent
board
has
is about even.
27. It could happen. We could see a comeback here, but right now, Alex is in a commanding position relative to Chris.
Yeah, we'll have to see what Chris has left. I'm fairly certain that Alex still has a U-Wing in his hand. Then does Chris have to pay for this Falcon? No, Han attacked last turn, so he's good on Falcon.
Well, I'm seeing some strong cards there, but unfortunately, I think those are the resources.
Yeah, Chris's resources are pretty strong.
Maybe if he can somehow stabilize and get another tech out, he could be in a very strong spot.
Yeah.
But it's going to be tough for him to get there.
Yeah, so now we've defeated the proper amount of resources, and we are good. Is that a home
Kira
run?
calls home one. Chris, or I don't know if Kira calls home one, but Kira shows a home one.
I have
Chris
to
smuggles
assume,
out a tech.
Yeah, gotta
Yep,
assume
player
home run.
confirms that it is home one.
Looks like Alex might waylay here. He actually can wait to waylay, if that's what he wants to do. He can attack with the Holler first. Yeah, so I think he attacked the Falcon there just to be like resource efficient, because now his opponent is kind of put into a bind. He basically only has one more action to take this turn, and then Alex can possibly waylay the tech after Chris claims.
Hmm.
Nah,
Now it's
he's
a tech on Alex's side of the board.
Yeah, he's just playing his own instead. That makes sense too. Oh, that big Han's really good too.
Can Chris somehow save this game? He does have tech. Tech lives to the next round, and that is big, but Alex has tech plus Kira plus the stolen AT hauler plus
Yeah.
much more HP on base.
Yeah, these techs aren't super scary, just because these players don't have a ton of resources in play. Granted, tech is still very good. Like just right there, I mean, he was able to smuggle a lackey to ambush the tech, but we're not in the days where tech with 7 or 8 resources was game over because of DJ. Now it's like, if the best thing you can do is ambush a lackey, I think we're okay.
Okay, now what?
Yeah, now we're on just hope and pray.
I mean,
mode.
Alex has lethal at this point. I don't know what, like, Chris hoping for, I guess. Oh no, it's gonna be Hot Shot Blaster to trade with Han.
Yeah,
Chris is
this is still
fighting
lethal,
boldly.
right? Yeah, this is still lethal. Just not in one
Yeah,
action, unless Alex has a blaster.
yeah, I think it's just not going to be enough. I think Alex has this.
He doesn't have blaster or surprise strike, or he would have already just slammed it, right? Okay, there it is.
No, there we go. And there's the handshake. Alex Blandon with the win. Had two odd games against double ramp, but here Chris was not able to find the super ramp start, and Alex ended up taking control, I think, pretty quickly in that one.
Yeah, I wonder if Chris thought that the Marauder could take out the Hauler on that 5 resource turn. Um, I I think that's where the game really went downhill for him. Is when he went for the Marauder play and made a questionable attack with his Kira, right?
All right. Well, Alex is going to be moving on to the finals. And I believe we're going to have that up here shortly. I believe it will be Alex versus Tyler from the McClunky Gaming team.
Nice. So congrats to Tyler for getting his bye finally. After many top 8 finishes, Tyler is a perennial top 8 player. So it's nice that he's able to get his bye.
Yeah, Alex already has one, so Tyler will receive one here, I believe.
Yeah, Alex has a few. So
and we will see if Tyler can also get the win in order to we will see if Tyler can also get the win in order to be the official champion of this event.
Yeah, yep. I'm also curious if Alex will even play the finals. I know that's a hot topic right now, but like this finals of a PQ is a little different from the semifinals of a regional because Alex is quite literally playing for absolutely nothing in this next match. So,
No, isn't there a mat?
That is true. There is a mat.
Now, I do also think it's possible. I have heard that this event has like substantial extra prizes given out by the store. So I think it's possible
okay.
also that will
I
cause a
did not
more
know.
intense battle than we might see otherwise.
Yes, I was not aware that there was several doll hairs worth of store credit or whatever is going on. So maybe Alex will play then. Good call. Good call.
Doll hairs. I haven't heard that one in a long
I am
time.
just personally not used to playing in PQs where there is any extra pricing at all. So
Yeah.
Good
I
on-
think in my area there haven't been very many PQs, and I think, perhaps because they aren't exactly competing with one another, you have that situation where it's like, okay, you get the prizes are the prize kit or whatever.
Yeah, that's great. I know last time I got second place in a PQ, my prize was literally 0. So
Rip.
this is great to see.
All right, here we go. That's going to be it for the semifinals, and we will be moving to the finals shortly.
So I think now I am going to be tagging out for Wooooo to come back in. So now you get the expert, analysis of the finals with Ophir himself.
I think you had some good analysis yourself. Don't sell yourself short, Tada.
Well, I appreciate that, and I hope chat enjoyed the banter and play-by-play.
Well, thanks for coming on and casting with us. We appreciate it. And to the viewers, check out Tada's show. The Underwhelming Barrage channel will be uploading their first episode fairly soon. So check that out on YouTube.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, now we are going to, I don't know, I assume the timer at the bottom is not correct, and they have in fact not started the finals yet. But I think we should be seeing those finals starting up shortly. As at this point, there aren't really any other matches that we have to get through.
Mm-hmm. Thanks,
how are you doing,
Pada, for filling in, and I'm doing well. Exciting to see Tyler get his bye. I know him well. I actually played I met him when this game first came out at Highlander Games in New Jersey, before anyone was on any team. So been kind of seeing him grow and kind of top 8, like basically every event he goes to, or almost every event he goes to, and finally gets his bye here. Even if he doesn't win this finals, he'll have it. So that's pretty awesome.
Yeah. Now that's interesting. The the fact that those buys do pass down is a nice system, I think, for the game. It does create scenarios where there's not that perceived gatekeeping with more players who are already qualified playing and knocking other players out of contention.
Yeah, just burning those invites, right?
I mean, like, you still get it to some degree, because if they're playing and defeating people, they're making their records worse or whatever. But in this case, regardless of who wins in this match, the player who does not already have the bye will be the one awarded it.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, like you were mentioning, this store, Red Seal, I mean, I'm happy that this is a pretty local store to me, because they have some of the absolute most generous prize support possible. Like they are giving 1,000 to first place here, 500 to second place, and then prizing all the way down to top 16. It's a really nice nice thing to be doing.
Absolutely. And I believe, what do you think here? What do you think about this sort of situation for the for that final match, where we're going to have, I believe it's going to be a Han 1 versus Han 2 match. I think Tyler is playing the Han 2 Dagobah Swamp.
And I got a lot
Alex,
of info for this one, because this is one that Alex had to play in the top cut in Minnesota, and we were kind of discussing it because it was a pretty new matchup for him to kind of pilot. Basically, my recommendation, it proved he said it was quite solid line is you go ground. You actually want to fight on the ground as much as possible. All like your best cards are your bombs in this matchup, not like your space aggro stuff. Your U-Wings, your Hans, your Enfys, your blue leaders. Like, you just want to pummel them on the ground. They have very little ways to interact with a flip turn, so you can get so far ahead on a U-Wing turn, and that's kind of how you want to interact with this Han blue deck
so would
Green.
it be fair to say then that as the Han Green player, the strategy is, fight for ground control, try to prevent them from having something to counter the 5, 6, 7, and then use that to get really ahead?
Yeah, and like ambush is great. Like ambush keyword is just really good against this Han deck, because the one issue Han 2 has kind of always had is it plays a bit like linearly for a few turns. It's like one guy a turn over and over again. It doesn't have very good ways to gain back tempo outside of something like Force Throw, if it can set that up, but it's difficult because all his Force units are kind of soft to getting ambushed off, right? Yoda dies to everything. Kanan dies to like a blue leader ambush. And then the Han just kind of escalates from there. So that's going to be his Alex's main plan, and I think the Han blue player is going to want to look to like get some brick turns with like village protectors, help just like prevent some of his units getting 2-for-1 early, so that he can bridge to a better late game than Han has, right? Because Luke is one of the best cards against this Han green deck. It's not something that can get Han. It can't get Enfist. It can kill all those units. Well, it can't kill Enfist outright, but the end game for the Han blue is going to likely be more powerful. It's whether or not he can like make that flip turn more awkward for the Han, so he doesn't get blown out in that early to mid game and lose so much of his board and tempo that way.
Yeah, interesting point. Well, we are going to move on to that final relatively soon, but I think they're maybe still getting set up. Here is the bracket. As we can see, Han 2 blue with Tyler defeated a Kira Data Vault, and then the Ray Data Vault and is now going to be facing off with Han 1 green. Alex Blandon got the win against a Han Data Vault, and then against a and first against a Quinlan Tarkentown. A lot of Quinlans in the top 8, but none of them made the top 4.
Yeah, all 3 of them lost in the first round.
Han versus Han finals, but it is not a mirror. It is 2 different versions of the Han Solo character, and should be interesting to see which one comes out on top here. Assuming they actually play the final, of course.
I'm pretty sure they're going to play this final, but
with the extra prizing, there's more of an incentive than there might be under other circumstances. And here we see the situation. Players are setting on up.
this, I believe, would be Alex's 4th PQ win if he wins it. I believe.
Alex Blandon has a very strong competitive record. Of course, Tyler, also an experienced tournament competitor, so should be interesting to see which of them ends up getting the win here. The most important part of the prize, that day 1 buy for Worlds, is already Tyler's. But we're going to have to wait and see what happens to see who has the bragging rights and the official store prizes or whatever. My understanding, someone in chat asked, is this Tyler's buy or did he already have it? My understanding is that Tyler did not have a buy. So I believe this will be him getting a buy one way or the other, either via win or via pass down. Rolls a 6. Someone asked, any idea what the point system would look like for season 1, or what would you like it to be like from other TCGs that do something similar? Yeah, so a point system would be, depending on the size and like competitive caliber of an event, they would be worth a different amount of points for different placements, and potentially with the bigger events just being enough points to qualify in one go if you win or whatever. So let's say, I mean, I don't know. Let's say you need 100 points. Maybe. I mean, I don't fully know how it's going to work, but maybe you need 100 points, and if you win a sector event, you just get 100 points outright. And maybe if you come in second at a sector, you get like 80 points or something. And smaller events award fewer points, as do lower placements. And then if you can get 100 points or more by the time of Galactics or by some date before that, then you're qualified.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would expect a first place at a sector or regional, maybe even lower than that, would automatically qualify you for Worlds. I'd expect maybe even a PQ win would, although that I'm not sure would give enough points, but it'll add a bit more of like the ability to grind towards this win even without spiking a finish, right? Like Tyler here, who's gotten like 7 PQ top 8s but wasn't able to win one, right? Like suppose he didn't get his buy today. In a point system, he still likely would have had enough points from getting top 8 at all those PQs to maybe like get his galactic invite.
Yeah. And
yeah,
I mean, it's an interesting situation. The I don't know exactly how it would work, but yeah. And then, like you said, it rewards people who are going to a bunch of events, even if they're not necessarily winning. If they're consistently doing pretty well, that would be enough to go. But we should talk about the actual game.
Yep. And what you're going to see right now is, even though Alex is going down a lot in card advantage, like he waylaid, he had to 2-for-1 himself against this Poe. His last card is a Ewing, and he is going to get an undisturbed flip turn here, which is kind of the goal.
That's big. That is the target, with the blue leader being able to ambush in there and get rid of Poe. The stage looks clear for Alex to pull off that 5-6-7.
Now, if Tyler here has a force unit and a force throw in his hand, he could lead with a force unit and represent a force throw.
Alex
I don't think
Blandon,
Alex can play around that anyway because his hand is so small at this point anyway.
Yeah, Alex Blandon lost his Han to that at least once during the match against Quinlan earlier. In fact, in every round of that match, Han was defeated without getting a chance to attack, but it doesn't look like it's necessarily going to be the case here. Han flips, and yeah, I think there's no answer from Tyler. There's a swing into Han, but it's not going to be fast enough to prevent this 5-6-7, and that means Alex Blandon will be able to trigger the U-wing reinforcements, which could be very relevant.
See if he decides to just trade leaders here, or if he goes to the base.
Yeah.
Maybe trades leaders, and he does the U-wing. So now Big Han, unfortunately for Alex, doesn't actually get through this because of the shield, but he can try to go wide instead.
Yeah. Shields can be good. Shields can definitely be good.
Tech Kira's pretty good.
Yeah. And look at that hand. Do you call Luke here?
I mean, that hand does absolutely nothing against Alex right now. Can't even except for the Luke, right? Because he can play the Luke
Luke's
this turn.
playable
So
next
like,
turn.
I think you just clean call Luke, and those are two
And the
removal
rest
cards
is
that don't really do anything.
yeah, removal that doesn't line up well against this, and then the Crate Dragon, which is a substantially later game card. With Luke, if Luke is indeed blocked by Kira here, it's going to make things a little awkward. Now Tyler could potentially break through that. You know, we could see the open fire followed by an attack from those outlaws to break through Kira and enable Luke for next turn. But assuming Luke was the card named by Kira there, Tyler does not have. No, now wait a minute. I'm Claire informing us that it was open fire that was named there.
Okay, because Tyler could have played open fire that turn, so.
Well, Luke is now live, I suppose.
Luke is
Outlaws.
live, and it's probably coming down, but Tech's going to get a chance to act here.
Yeah, damage on Tech. Now Tech in a position where Luke will defeat Tech with the when played effect, even if Alex does not kill the Outlaws here. You might be wondering how Luke could even be played, given that Tyler is only on 6 resources, but Han's ability could be used for 2 damage on Luke to get him out of turn early, and it would seem likely very prudent to do so. Alex thinking over the options here, I believe. It's going to be a swing to base from Tech. Luke from hand, taking 2 damage. -3 to Tech, getting him off the field. Hotshot Blaster on Kira into the Outlaws there. Huh.
Now that puts it in Felder Dragon range, which we did see Tyler have at last turn.
Yeah, I suspect. So bringing out the and there's another Tech. Bringing out the blaster does mean that Luke would now trade with Kira instead of defeating Kira and remaining alive. Do you think Tyler is just going to swing Luke at Tech here, though?
Yeah, I believe that's what he'll do with his first action.
That is correct. Tech off the field. Someone in chat suggesting 11 cards might have been searched with that U-wing. I don't know for sure if that's true, but I think we're kind of far past it at this point. Unfortunate if so. Now we're going to see Kira trading for Luke. Empty boards, both players with a lot of resources.
Yeah, I would. Han Blue's in a decent spot here. 2 techs already defeated, which means
Right.
that late game grind for Han Green's going to be.
And we could see that Crate Dragon coming out relatively soon, assuming Tyler didn't resource it. I don't think it's available this turn, but I think next turn Crate Dragon might be in range. What is this? Something big. 6 or 7 cost.
If he has another Luke, that would just
Another
be
Luke here would be
devastating. But
nasty. Maybe he doesn't. He's undoing his move. Yeah, another Luke here killing Chewie would be a really unfortunate development for Alex Blandon. Chewie is, on the other hand, immune to some of the blue removal. So cards like Fell the Dragon not going to be effective against Chewie. Not a Luke. We see a Kanan here. Kanan Jarrus. Alex clears Kanan with Chewie. Now that does, I believe, mean Chewie is now in range if we have a perilous position. It's going to be the Crate Dragon. This is a very powerful potential win condition card. And the ability here could actually be used to defeat Chewie if we see almost anything played. Did Alex scoop?
yeah, I think he knows that.
No answer. Yeah, no answer to the Crate Dragon. He had a waylay, but if he played the waylay, the Crate Dragon could just kill Chewie with its ability, and then Tyler could replay the Crate Dragon next turn. So, Alex was looking strong at first, but wasn't able to necessarily realize enough value off that 5/6/7 U-wing to wasn't necessarily able to realize enough value to gain control of the game in the way that he might have wanted to, and ultimately Tyler was able to get to his end game there, with the Crate Dragon being a very nasty lockdown.
Mhm.
Does this Han Green deck have an answer to Crate Dragon?
You got like waylays. You can sometimes like blaster a Han if you have one in play to kill
Yeah.
it, especially if it comes down early. But ideally, you're pressuring enough that Crate is just an awkward card to play.
Right. Yeah. I mean, the real hope is that your opponent doesn't have a window where they can play Crate Dragon, because they have to be like fighting you for the board and don't have the ability to spend all those resources. Okay. On to game 2. Let's see if Tyler can seal the deal here with Han Solo Dagobah Swamp. And that's going to be young Han Solo from the Shadows of the Galaxy set versus Alex Blandon's classic Spark of Rebellion Han using the Command Center. And personally, I do think the Command Center is a bit obsolete at this point. I think I really do think you got to be on the Theed Palace these days. Just aesthetically speaking, that the Theed Palace art is tight. All right, they're shuffling on up. What are your sideboard changes here, Woo?
Well, probably want to grind a little more. You probably get those home ones into the matchup for Alex.
Bring out the big guns.
I'm not entirely sure what Tyler has in his sideboard, so it's hard for me to really judge that.
One potential counter you can do against a Crate Dragon is to go space, because Crate Dragon's ability can hit the base and can hit ground units, but cannot actually hit space units. So even if the opponent manages to stick a Crate Dragon, sometimes you might be able to pivot to space and have a success.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, shout out to Red Seal Gaming. They have generous prizing, lots of store credit being awarded at this event. And yeah, if you're in the area, check out their store, maybe check out their Discord server. They have a pretty good setup, all things considered. All right. Well, we're seeing what happens here. Someone else suggesting Han 2 needs the Crystal City. Praise for the store. Lots of shuffling going on. Tyler looks to already be resourced. Alex, I don't know if that was a mulligan or if he's just being more.
No, I don't think Tyler's resource. He's still.
No, are there two
sideboarding.
resources in front of him there?
Uh.
Am I missing
Oh,
something?
you're right. I thought he was
Tyler's
still
set up.
sideboarding.
I think he's been a little faster than Alex maybe here.
My mistake.
No worries. All right. War of the different Han builds. Han 2 blue versus Han 1 green. Round 2. If Tyler can win this, he will win the event. If Alex can win this, we're going to game 3. Green's Phoenix Squadron A-Wing leading off from Alex, followed by a Sabine Wren Explosives artist here from Tyler.
Yeah, I think that Alex much prefers to play a 2-drop here instead of playing a Falcon into an open fire deck, which is kind of how he had to start last game off of his mulligan. He only had Falcon or Blue Leader as an option.
Yeah. It's kind of funny. Open fire, not the hypest card in the world, kind of a basic card, especially now that we're seeing more 3-cost 3/5s entering the game. But it is a card that can get the job done. You don't have to always have the flashiest, coolest cards to get results.
All right.
Okay. There is an open fire, but it doesn't kill here because Chewie has increased that unit up to 5 HP. 6 damage to Tyler's base, and he's going to take the initiative. I sort of presume this means he has some out that's going to clear that Phoenix Squadron A-Wing.
Yeah, likely another way to deal some damage there.
Another open fire, maybe a perilous position, something. But does leave Alex with a nice chunk of damage early on. And yeah, it's a second open fire, which also means Tyler's had to spend quite a few resources to deal with Alex's turn 1 and 2 plays.
Yep, and you're going to see a really good ambush here too, right?
Yep.
Last game, they were going into the flip turn with nothing, both of them having nothing in play, and this time, Alex has a 5-power unit in play. Yeah, he also has a big Han in his hand.
This flip turn is looking really positive for Alex. I think that start was not what Tyler wants to see, but let's see whether or not Tyler can pull off a bit of a comeback here and change things up.
Now, Tyler has a hammerhead in his hand, so he could flip play it and kill this blue leader. I believe he'll have enough cards in his hand to do that. Actually, he doesn't even have to flip first. He can just play the hammerhead.
Yep. Yeah, Rebellious Hammerhead. Does he have at least 3 cards in hand? Yes, he does. There's 3 cards. That is going to be the blue leader cleared off the board. And now we're going to see both Hans flipping. Now, the thing about this is Tyler does not have the ability to stop this 5/6/7. Yeah, and the Rebellious Hammerhead there is a 6-cost 5/7. When played, you may deal damage to a unit equal to the number of cards in your hand. This was a card that didn't make a huge splash at first, but I've been seeing more and more of it recently.
Yeah, primarily in the Han 2 decks, either the green ones or the blue ones.
Yeah. Pretty nice to get it out for 5 resources with Han. Still a 5/5 for 5, which is not really that bad, especially in the space arena, and that when played effect can be quite relevant, as we saw here. But Alex Blandon hits the 5/6/7, and there is Han solo reluctant hero taking out Tyler's Han. And Tyler may really be in some trouble here.
Yeah, he didn't have Luke there, or he probably would have slammed it to kill this leader.
Well,
so the ground
complicated. He might be waiting for it though, because if he plays Luke early, then Han reluctant hero can kill him in 1 hit.
It's true, but you're gonna let Alex get back to 7 resources now if he chooses to, just by getting an attack off with the leader. The Grand Arena is kind of one right now for Alex, so got to see if Tyler can come back from that.
Swing to the base here from Alex's Han. That is going to give him that extra resource. Tyler, Ki-Adi Mundi with no coordinate. That is not optimal.
Yeah, just the body, right? If he has a blaster, he could kill that.
Oof, and he does.
Well, he might just go base though. No,
No, I'm taking the kill.
Base would have put him at 22, but which would have been 1 action lethal with the Han, but I can see why he just chose to clean it up. I think there's very little he can do to lose from a position of 3 powerful ground units in play.
Yeah, and that makes sure there's not going to be like a force throw on a 7 cost or whatever. Well, Tyler's looking like he's in big trouble now. I'm not sure what he could have that would stabilize this.
I think as we were talking earlier, this is kind of sometimes the issue with the Han 2 decks is they kind of just play one guy a turn, which is essentially what Tyler's been doing. And it once you kind of fall behind, it's very difficult to gain back any sort of momentum.
That Chewie on the Phoenix Squadron A-Wing felt like it was a challenge for Tyler to deal with for sure. Poe Dameron now on the field. Hotshot Blaster on Han, maybe for a trade here, or just push more damage to base. Just more damage to base.
Yeah,
like.
that's lethal. It was Han hit 8, then Han hit 6, and then.
Oh, I think they didn't mark the damage on base.
Yeah, they just weren't marked.
Okay,
I believe, and Tyler scooped it up.
Well, that one was basically according to the script that you were discussing earlier, with respect to the. With respect to the setting up Han, getting the 5, 6, 7, getting big value there. That's exactly
getting an ambush kill with the blue leader, right? Like that's how you just kind of snowball with Han here.
Moving into this next round. Now, someone in chat says that Tyler kept 2 open fires and resourced a disabling Fang Fighter, which would have cleared Chewie Pilot plus left a body on board. I'm not sure. I'd have to watch that back to make sure. But I do think open fire plus Fang Fighter or just Fang Fighter would have been a better option than the double open fire.
Yeah, I mean, you kill the Chewie, but then the Falcon just kills the Fang Fighter.
Well, it wasn't a Falcon, though. It was a Phoenix Squadron A-Wing.
Oh, it was a Phoenix Squadron. You're right.
Yeah, so then it ends up like they're basically even at that point. But, that's not
you
how
save 3 damage because the Chewie can't hit you for 6. It can only hit for 3.
Yeah. Not how it ended up, one way or another. And we are going to be moving on to the third and final game. This event is doing a timed finals, but they have a very ample amount of time left, with almost as much time as would be in a normal entire match for this one game, which will determine who wins the Red Seal Gaming Star Wars Unlimited Planetary Qualifier for this season. If you are in the New Jersey area, you may want to check out Red Steel Gaming. I'm hearing some high praise for them from the viewers in the chat, so keep an eye out for that. All right. Yeah, so that Erickson said, yeah, he definitely had Disabling Fang Fighter in opening and thought he'd keep one of each. So that may be a situation where he did not anticipate his opponent going for the pilot gameplay and thought the open fires would just be more applicable or whatever. And, sometimes you do make the wrong call when it comes to resourcing or similar. I've certainly done it many times myself. That's, I think, a lesson that one learns in this game is resourcing properly is very important, and it's also a very easy mistake to make. Well, we should have this final game getting underway shortly. I see a Phoenix Squadron A-Wing, and I think that's another Chewie in hand there for Alex. He could try to repeat the play line that worked so well this time, but it looks like he's going to mulligan that.
Tyler has the Phantom, so he's got a turn 1 play that can brawl with Falcon.
Yeah, Phantom 2 is a very spicy card for Han 2, as you can play it and have it be a 5-1. on the first turn, which is very spicy. I don't even think this deck plays the Ghost, which is the card that the Phantom 2 is designed to synergize with, but it doesn't really matter because the Phantom 2 is so good on its own as a turn 1 play for Han. Just don't try that against a ping deck. Not a great move against Cad Bane.
Alex's best opener will just be another 2-drop again. Kind of whichever one he has.
Someone in chat pointed out the players have been playing for like 12 hours straight, so they're probably tired. Yep. There was a lunch break. There is some time in between games. I don't know quite how long they've been playing for, but yep. There's the Phantom. There's the Phoenix Squadron A-Wing.
He does draw a resupply this time, so he may opt for that line. He's got the Big Han in his hand, so he could go for a turn 3 Big Han. All right,
Ooh.
Perilous.
Perilous clearing the Phoenix Squadron A-Wing. Resupply from Alex Blandon. 5 damage to base from that Phoenix 2. Alex probably is going to need to find some sort of answer there because that damage can add up very fast.
It does, but he's going to play a 7 resource play here. And like, for instance, one of Han's Tyler's like most potent plays here is like Poe, right? But that gets absolutely swallowed by Big Han that Alex could play this turn. So see, maybe he has a Perilous position, a second one that he can kind of block this flip turn a little bit. But if he has to just slam a big ground unit here, it's gonna, I think, run away from him real fast. Because you'll just see the Big Han come down and eat whatever he plays.
Ooh, Cham Syndulla. Okay, ramping up Tyler's side of the board here. Kind of a counter ramp card. Also develops a 5/4 body, and this does mean that Tyler's leader will now be able to flip this turn.
Yeah, so what I think we'll see is Han kill Cham, and then Big Han might kill Tyler's leader afterwards. Nope, he just goes
face. Go for the base. I wonder if that means there's going to be a Big Han or something here to go after Cham.
Well, Big Han's just going to kill the leader, I think.
Yeah, that's fair. Big Han, leader. Yep. Tyler takes initiative. So once again, Alex Blandon does achieve the 5/6/7 into a powerful play that's going to create a lot of problems for Tyler potentially. But one difference is that this time going into that, Tyler was ahead. So the question now is going to be how things evolve from here.
He was also able to answer the ramp with his own Cham, so he's on a potential Luke play this turn.
Good point. So, for instance, if we see Cham get killed here, Luke can give -6/6 to Big Han and get him off the field, and that is very significant. But I don't think we're going to see Luke. We're going to see the Village Protectors putting up their defenses here against Alex Blandon. That shield being very annoying against 2 fairly sizable units. This is kind of why the Village Protectors have been such a standout Sentinel card, while some of the other ones that have more HP but don't feature shields have not necessarily stuck around as long. Blue leader ambushes the Phantom 2 in a trade, and then Tyler sends Cham Syndulla into the base for 5 more damage. Damage really adding up here on Alex Blandon's base. Leader Han knocks the shield off of the Village Protectors. Tyler plays a Kanan Jarrus discounted with the ability there. Han clears the Village Protectors, and then Tyler takes the initiative. Alex Blandon plays a Millennium Falcon, the fast version, and goes in for 3 damage to Tyler's base. Now 15 damage on Alex's base, 7 damage on Tyler's base total. Alex probably with the stronger board, though, unless Tyler can find some answer to that Big Han.
Right.
5 more to base with Cham. That damage on Alex Blandon's base is really adding up. I will say that.
Han kills Kanan. Is there a Luke? There is a Luke to kill Han. That is big.
There is also another Han in Alex's hand, which can come down and kill this Cham, for instance.
Yeah, or maybe he could swing big Han. He could swing Han leader into Luke. Yeah, he's going to do that. So he swings Han leader into Luke, and now he's going to probably play that Han to defeat Luke. But that does leave this Cham on the board. And Alex Blandon's base is taking critical damage here. There's only 10 HP left. And with Tyler having the initiative, he's going to be able to swing in for 5. And I believe I just saw a Redemption Medical Frigate in Tyler's hand. That could be a big threat in the space arena.
This is where Crate is actually kind of a game ender. If he gets 5 more on Alex's base.
And then plays the Crate, it's a monster.
Yeah.
There's the 5 damage to base. This is an interesting game because neither player is in a super dominant position. They're both playing like big, powerful cards here. But Tyler has been managing to get more damage through to Alex's base. And Alex is, I think, forced into a somewhat defensive position here, trying to prevent Tyler from getting the win. Millennium Falcon swings in 3 damage to Tyler's base. Yeah, a Crate Dragon here would be really nasty.
Redemption's pretty nasty too, though.
Yeah, Redemption. I mean, yeah, Redemption is also extremely strong here. If you play Redemption, how much do you heal if you heal at all as Tyler?
I don't know. I don't know if he wants to heal at all. Like,
the main advantage, I think, of healing is that it gets you a lot of value if Alex plays a Waylay or whatever. But yeah, it's interesting. I think he's going to play that Redemption. I think he's just mulling over how much he wants to heal if he does want to heal. There's Redemption. Now, and he played that, I believe he played that naturally.
Mm-hmm.
And or did he not? What happened there? Or no, he healed 2 from his base. Is that right?
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Okay. So it is worth noting both Cham Syndulla and the Redemption Medical Frigate here are threatening lethal.
If Alex has Tech Waylay, he
Tech
could
Waylay.
But I don't think I see that.
Yeah. Neff in chat saying should heal. Waylay is his only out. Oh, U-Wing reinforcement. Enfys Nest, but Enfys can't bounce either of these units.
I think that's it.
I don't think there's an answer here. I think Tyler's going to win this game. Lando's Falcon, that's not fast enough. Now, what is this?
Yeah,
that's the handshake.
Tyler wins.
Alex went for the U-Wing reinforcement, but he couldn't find an answer. Tyler had too many threats, and that's going to be the game. Tyler, someone who there have been some jokes calling him the bubble boy earlier because he always seemed to bubble out, but he has finally secured a win here with his victory over Alex Blandon from KTOD. I believe we are going to have a brief winner's interview shortly. What do you think about that, Woo?
Oh, that's a great run for Tyler and Team McClunky, who now I think has won 3 straight PQs at Red Steel Gaming.
Red Steel Gaming, maybe Team McClunky territory to some degree. And it's funny that as we say that, the Naruto mat is getting rolled out as Alex Blandon packs up his stuff, and it exposes the McClunky Gaming 2-player mat below. So McClunky doing quite well. But, KTOD also an extremely strong competitive team. Let's be real. They had an amazing showing at the Minneapolis Regional, the biggest US event in this game so far. Was it 4 out of the top 8 players and 3 out of the top 4 who were KTOD members?
Yes, sir.
Very strong showing. All right, do we have Tyler with us now? Not quite. Yes, we can hear you. We do not see you yet, but we hear you. Tyler, congratulations.
Congrats, man.
Yeah, feels great, to be honest. It's been a lot of events over the course of this whole game, so I'm glad I got a freaking bye.
Yeah,
you
man.
Can breathe, you can breathe easy.
Yeah, I know. Finally.
Gone are the days where we were playing Churrit versus Boba in set 1 at Highlander.
I miss those days. I'll be honest. Those were good times.
I had some fun times playing like double red Sabine versus Boba Green ECL back in the day. That was classic.
No, but to be honest though, this meta has been interesting. It's been very good. I'll be honest. A lot of interesting stuff.
Yeah. So what made you select Han 2 Blue for this event?
So this entire set since the Django ban, I've been playing Han 1 green. It's under Alex and Philip's instruction. And it's done great. And it just couldn't get me over the edge, for so many events. I saw Minneapolis and I saw, all the Bothans thing with all the Vader yellow stuff, which isn't like the most favored for Han. If you draw well, then it's good. But then the bigger issue is just Rey and Kira. And those are really tough matchups for Han 1 green. So I wanted to just play something that would be good against that. And then also I get to play Bombing Run for Vader. And kind of was my thought process. I did not play against, say, Rey today. I did play Kira, my teammate in quarters. And the deck performed, as it expected. It's been great.
Did you fire off any bombing runs today against Vaders?
Yes, I did. I played one Vader and bombing run him in game 2. And it definitely won me the game.
That is it's a very strong card against those swarms.
Yeah. I haven't seen that happen on camera yet, but it's probably pretty exciting when you can do it.
That was, I think, Pasquale ducking behind you and making a funny face. A McClunky Gaming teammate there.
Yeah, everyone's happy, I'm glad. Yeah, finally I've got the thing. Now we get to rest easy, Vegas on the horizon. Fun.
No more PQs for you.
I'm definitely going to the rest.
Yeah, you've secured it.
I get
what was your what was your favorite match today?
In like what sense?
That's a loaded question.
Like
it's
a really tough question. I enjoyed the finals. Beating Alex was great. That was good. But nothing. I had a lot of like very close. Round 1, I played against the Mirror, someone I was playing a similar Han 2 Blue, and that went to game 3, very close. Neither player played great. That would probably be like the most fun. That went to like 3. That wasn't like super stressful. Beginning of the day. Otherwise.
Would you say that Han 2 is one of the good mirrors then?
I don't know. I don't know if any mirrors are good.